I'll just open with karakia, tuia ka rongatia, ka raro, tuia ka roto, tuia ka waho, tuia tātou te tangata, ki te kaupapa o te huine, ki te kaupapa o te rangine, Māori ora, kia tātou katoa. Right, we'll get underway. Are there any declarations of interest? I don't think there are any apologies. Councillor Greening is on the Zoom. Everyone else is here. Declarations of interest? No. So do we need to move from seconder for the report at this point? Okay, someone move the report be received. Councillor Dowler and Councillor Mailing. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And we will come straight across to Martin Ewing on behalf of the Nelson Pistol Club. Welcome, Martin. 5 minutes. And I'll give you, I've got a little dinger here.
You might be best to get Robin.
That's right, I can do the dinging. So I'll give you a ding at about 4.5. So if you still happen to be speaking at that point. If you want to leave time for questions, obviously your submission's been circulated, so people have read it. You can add to it, comment on it, add anything you like, or leave some time for questions. That's over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, my name's Martin Ewing. I'm submitting today on behalf of the Nelson Pistol Club situated in Golden Downs. The Nelson Pistol Club moved to its present Golden Downs site in 1986, the site of an old forestry camp. The move was an effort to safeguard the club's activities and being an uninhabited rural area, minimise the effect of gun noise on the community. Several years later, the nearby property was sold and council granted consent for the old forestry camp hall buildings to be converted into a residential dwelling. Now both ourselves and the nearby Waimea Clay Target Club have our activities threatened by the ongoing and malicious complaints of our neighbour. Both clubs provide a recreational service to the community in a safe, controlled and isolated environment. Many thousands of ratepayers' dollars have been spent badgering both clubs into curtailing their activities for the benefit of one household. These restrictions not only affect the members of the Nelson Pistol Club, but members of the public who wish to sight rifles on our range and the police who use our ranges and buildings for training. I propose that council take steps to safeguard the recreational needs of the families in the Tasman area by changing this area's zoning from rural 2 to noisy recreational. Our neighbour knew what he was moving in next door to, yet continues to pursue the closure of both clubs. The onus lies with the council to fix the problem it created when changing use of the nearby property. Zoning changes are the obvious fix for this issue. Enough money has been wasted by both the clubs and the council. You don't move in next to an airport and expect the planes to stop flying, and this issue is no different. I hope the council can see the sense in safeguarding the future of the community by ensuring the continued future of both of the clubs situated in the Golden Downs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Martin. Are there any questions that anybody has? Seems fairly clear in terms of your request, so thank you very much for taking the time and coming in and speaking. Next up, we've got Richard Martin.
Good morning, everyone, and your worship, Mayor Tim, fellow councillors. For those who don't know me, my name's Richard Martin. I'm a third-generation resident of Wakefield and have been actively involved in community organisations within the Wakefield area for the past, 30, 40 years. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission today, and I just really want to speak on 3 points that I've raised in submission. The first one in order being 2.3, which is regarding safety of pedestrians and cyclists. Like many, our family enjoys the trail up to Spooners Range and through the tunnel. However, the section from Holt Valley to Waihi Domain along State Highway 6, which I remind you is 100k zone, is just too unsafe for younger riders. This is evidenced by the numbers of vehicles that are always parked in the Waihi Domain to commence their ride from there. It's just they're just not comfortable going up that side of the main road. I wish to advocate that the new proposed route up the Waitea River, which I believe there is a new proposed route, be given the greatest urgency. The next point I'd like to raise is with regarding community facilities. And I don't think I need to reiterate today the need for a new community facility for Wakefield. And as you as councillors are very much aware of this need already. As stated in my written submission, I do not support the amalgamation of Wakefield and Brightwater within the same proposal for the reasons as stated, which I have written. Wakefield's been subjected to considerable growth in the past couple of decades, both urban and in the rural residential zone, and further scheme plans are in progress, including a 400-odd lot residential application. I don't need to remind council that you have been the beneficiary of considerable sums of monies from developments thus far within the Wakefield region. If you take a visionary approach, Wakefield is sensibly poised for continued growth. You are not taking land from intensive land use, which is the case in Richmond and Brightwater. Wakefield is an inclusive, vibrant community with a great heart and spirit. However, desperately needs a community hub facility. For the benefit of those councillors who may not be aware, my family were the previous owners of the land that sits between Bajent Memorial Reserve and the Wakefield Recreational Reserve. Over the years, we had given council the use parts of that land for walkways and extended fencing to include trees of natural significance. It has always been my vision that all this land be in community ownership. So I congratulate council for sharing my vision and look forward one day, not too far away, for the opening of a community hub somewhere within that 7 hectares. My third point I just want to touch on was development contributions. The document specifies increase to all development levies. It doesn't actually specify in which levies or whatever. I wish to voice a word of caution, remembering that these can only be passed on, yet the consumer determines the market. We have witnessed that of late with the tightening of the economy. When the gap gets too narrow, developers generally park up. I've always been of the view that development brings people and people bring prosperity. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Richard. There is a couple of minutes for questions. Councillor Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Richard, just in relation to the development contributions, what part are you indicating is not clear? Is that the title or part of it?
It's stated in there, I don't have it with me, that there will be significant increases in all development associated levies.
Right. So you haven't seen a breakdown like for...
No, in the original document that from when I read it was they weren't specified. So really I'm just trying to hear the voice of caution.
Thank you, but there certainly is a table with them in somewhere.
Yeah, but I haven't.
I think it's in a broader documentation. Yes. It might not be contained in a consultation document. I think.
No, I've not seen it. I'm really just trying to voice a word of caution that, and having been heavily involved in the rural residential development myself, you get to a point where you just park it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you for coming in and submitting. Next up, we have Richard, Chelsea, Julian.
No Chelsea.
So
no Chelsea.
Julian, I think, is speaking on behalf of the Wakefield Community Council.
No, I will actually speak.
Okay. So Julian's here, Richard's speaking, and Chelsea isn't. Brilliant. I think we got that sorted now.
I just love being here.
I'll be here. Right.
Okay.
So obviously, I think most of you know Julian, our Wakefield chairperson of Wakefield Community Council, and I'd just like to share with council, other than like some Mike and Christina, that Julian is our chairperson, our secretary, our vice president our vice chairman is even younger than Julian, and our secretary is also young. So we have 3 young people, all under the age of 32, that represent our community. And I think that is actually fantastic, that the young people in Wakefield are taking ownership of their community. And there's, as I said, there's a great spirit in there. So so I'd just like to quickly brief, and I think you may have actually got the documentation from what Chelsea had said to me with regard to that. So I'd just like to quickly read some of the bits that were highlighted. within that, through that. So the Wakefield Community Council wishes to express strong support for the establishment of a new community hub in Wakefield as part of the TDC Council 10-year long-term plan. The Wakefield Community Council has initiated a significant number of impactful projects in Wakefield over the past 50 years, demonstrating our commitment to the ongoing growth and development of the Wakefield community. Wakefield Community Council is committed to prioritising the health and wellbeing of our community, minimising the impact on climate change through emissions reduction, providing opportunities for our tamariki and rangatahi and older people, and ensuring a long-term economically viable community. Community facilities are where people get together. It's part of the glue that keeps our communities connected. Whilst the existing facilities does provide opportunities for those listed above, there are severe limitations to its current use. As most of you will realise, the TDC has confirmed the village hall does not meet earthquake standards and will not be replaced. The loss of a facility which provides the community with so many opportunities to well-being would be of a significant loss to the Wakefield community. With the population of Tasman steadily increasing, it is imperative that we invest in infrastructure that not only addresses current needs, but also plans for future growth and development for generations to come. A new community hub would serve as more than just a building. It's a place where the community can connect through various mechanisms. A new community facility will replace the existing hall with a fit-for-purpose and future-proof hub serving a wide range of activities, sports, fitness, meetings, community, the list goes on and on. The community has also seen significant growth with new subdivisions developed, bringing additional residents into the community. It is expected this number will also grow within the projected growth in the area. Whilst other parts of the Tasman region have seen significant investment in recent decades, Wakefield has not. Well, shall I say, significantly less. And I thank Council for our new ablution block that we did get on our village green just the other day. Yeah, I've lost my place.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah.
See, Julian, you should.
Let's say Wakefield School has this year started as an intermediate, and by 2025, all children years 7 and 8 will be zoned to attend Wakefield School. A new facility hub will provide Wakefield and surrounding communities, Tamariki and Rangatahi, the same opportunities of those living in more urban parts of Tasman. Wakefield community is committed to ensuring our collective impact on climate change is minimised. A community facility within the Wakefield will ensure residents are able to walk, bike and travel smaller distance than currently required to access venues across the Tasman or Nelson wider region. A venue close to home will also provide equitable access for all ages, where costs of travel may be a barrier to participating in such activities. Wakefield Community Council has already demonstrated a commitment to a new community facility hub through supporting the establishment of the Waimea South Steering Group, now Trust, and a grant of $20,000 to ensure the group was able to engage and participate in Council's processes. The Wakefield Community Council urges Council to progress with a new community hub in Wakefield as the highest priority of the proposed community facilities within the long-term plan. By investing in this essential and well overdue infrastructure now, we can create a place that will benefit current and future generations of Wakefield residents from years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Pretty much used the whole 5 minutes. However, because we are well ahead of time, and we don't have the next lot of submitters here yet, which are not scheduled till 10, I will allow some questions. Is that Councillor McKenzie?
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Richard and Julian, for coming in. I became aware last night, actually, that the current village hall in Wakefield obviously required some fundraising by the community, and I'm aware that one of their fundraising activities was actually pushing a bed from Murchison to Wakefield. Now, I'm assuming that with traffic management, that's probably not an acceptable way to do fundraising these days, but The council does require a commitment from the community to actually contribute towards the cost of the community facilities, somewhere between 20 and 30%. So, third generation in that community, Richard, what's your kind of view about, how well you think the community will be able to step up and contribute?
I think if you look historically, a lot of things that we have in Wakefield have been there through Wakefield residents. And in the past, if you go back through, Wakefield has not been a burden on council in the past at all. We've just made it happen. And, sometimes we might have made it happen without permission, but, often forgiveness is easier than permission. And I don't think it will be a problem again. I'm fully confident that this community, which is a very close and very tight community, and as I said before, I think I was told that we have on an age basis, the youngest demographics within the TDC. It is the youngest community in this region. And I'm confident that it will happen.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thank you very much. Thanks, Julian, for coming in. Thanks, Richard, for presenting. And so we now have a bit of time, but don't run away, because if one of the submitters arrives earlier than 10 o'clock when they're scheduled, we'll just,
Can I just say something from my own personal front, which I didn't know I was going to have time, is that
well, you don't really, Richard.
I've got the ear now.
It's like this at school.
But I think really, just for all the council, I've obviously been around a long, long time, and ever since I've been involved in community, there's one common theme: we must keep rates low. We must keep rates. That's been the same for 40 years. Okay, we are now suffering from trying to keep rates low, because we have a lack of infrastructure right across the board. And I think really that, and I encourage council, is to make brave decisions. I mean, the dam, thank God the dam's here and the water got. I can recall Peter Malone when he was behind the Maitai Dam, they wanted to hang him from the church steps over the Maitai Dam. Now he's the Messiah. They want to saint him for Maitai. I think you sit around and say, I encourage you to make the hard.
That's right, Julian.
This one else's time. Come on.
Oh, no.
Good work, Julian.
Richard, you're exactly the same at school.
Right, we do have a couple of speakers who are scheduled in the next block. So, Janine, if you'd like to go now, that would be much appreciated. So, thank you. So, 5 minutes. Your submission's been circulated and will have been read, so you can add to it, emphasise any parts of it. If you want to leave a bit of time for questions, by all means do so, and I'll give you a little thing on the bell at about 4.5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the time. And I'm one of the representatives of Tapawera Connect. My name's Janine Leedon. I'm the Senior Wellbeing Coordinator for Tapawera Connect, but also quite involved with volunteering around our community. I have lived in the Tapawera area for just over 8 years now. And one of the things, moving to a rural area, if you don't have children and you aren't involved in rugby or one of those groups, it's very hard to actually integrate and get to know locals, and to become known. So especially when you work away from the area, which my husband and I both did. But yeah, so in the last few years since I've been involved with Tapawera Connect, I've finally got to know people and getting to know the community, and actually feel a little bit more like I've found my tribe with Tapawera Connect. So In my submission, I've sort of highlighted a lot of the things I'm involved with. I'm with Tea Talk under the Age Concern umbrella. I run a weekly Sit and Be Fit class at the St Peter's Anglican Church, which is under Nelson Bay's Primary Health umbrella with their Strength and Balance, reaching out for seniors. I also facilitate the monthly Wellbe Talking Cafe, which is a little bit problematic when you don't have a facility like most of the Wellbees are run at a cafe that is already established. We only have Purpose HQ, which really caters for takeaway. So while in summer we can sit in their outdoor cafe, in winter we have nowhere to go and meet. So we're a little bit different to most of the other communities in the area, that we really don't have cafes and things that we can meet in easily. I guess this last year particularly, it's been proven that as a community, we can't rely on private businesses to provide the spaces we need. For those who don't know, our pub closed in October, and I believe there's maybe new owners, but that's a big thing for a rural community. If you don't have a pub, again, there's no meeting place, you know, for farmers after work or weekends or after their bike trails or those sort of things. That's the only commercial kitchen that we have available for meals and things. So for me in my seniors role, my dream, one of my many dreams, would be to be able to put on even a monthly luncheon for my seniors where I can even just do soup and scones. I don't have that facility. We have no kitchen facilities that are suitable, hygienic enough for that as it is. So I guess the question I'm wanting to ask you guys or get you to think about is, what is the heart of community? And it's really people. But if you don't have anywhere for people to meet, you're lacking that heart. You know, the heart can't function as well as it should do. So yeah, I'm really wanting to, I mean, one of the other things with my role is trying to bring health services to the community. We need mental health, all the Nelson Bay's primary health people to have somewhere to come and actually meet with locals. Transport is one of our issues. I've been working alongside Nelson Tasman Community Transport Trust to try and get up the little transport vehicle so that we can actually get people into town. But that still only meets the needs of a small group when we've got seniors that maybe aren't so able. If we can get health services to come to us, again, we need a facility that's safe and secure for these agencies to come, to Piki Ora, all these others to come in. I'm also a member of the Nelson Bay's Primary Health Consumer Advisory Group, which has only just been established in October last year. So still finding our way and finding our feet. But again, I'm hearing, and I'm there as a representative for rural and senior, and I'm hearing that government is acknowledging rural communities and seniors are suddenly their priority. I'd like to think it's not just rhetoric, that we can actually see them actually providing some of the services that we desperately need. So that's me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, time for one very short question, if there is one. Councillor Butler.
Oh, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just in terms of medical facilities, are you planning to provide a facility for visiting GPs to come? And what GP practices are your people who live in Tapawera enrolled in? Is it Wakefield?
At the moment, Wakefield Health has a small presence in Tapawera. They use the old Plunkett rooms is the best way I can describe it, which is an ageing facility and not ideal, but they utilise that. So we have a GP on a Monday during school term only. on a Monday morning and nurses on a Tuesday morning during school term only. So that only meets a small need. We were having a health improvement practitioner come out. There was a staffing change, and I'm not sure we have that at all yet. But a lot do go to Motueka, for the GP practices. So that's an issue for transport and travel as well. But again, another problem is that with Nelson Bays and the health system the way it is, people can't transfer between doctors' practices. So we've got issues with high needs medical people out there, people on dialysis that can't change to see doctors at Wakefield. So they have to try and get into Queen Street or Richmond or Stoke to see their GP. So lots of issues trying to work through there. But I think the agencies we're really wanting, Wakefield Health has got that little building set up for their clinic. It's not really able to be utilised for other groups or health needs. So at the moment we've had a couple of local midwives have set up a midwifery clinic in the existing community centre, but it's a pretty cold old room that they've kind of done a makeshift clinic to save mums having to travel into Nelson to see their midwives. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming in and presenting. So we've got a number of other people who are now here. So we'll go next with Wayne Leedon. And then we've got Nicola McCormick. Welcome, Wayne. So same thing, 5 minutes, I'll give you the dinger at 4.5.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Leedon. I'm on the Tapperara Community Council. My main thing, I think, today is to justify mainly the reasons for a hub for our community. I think the important thing is that a hub is the centre of any community. When you think about communities in the past, Vikings, the list goes on. Everyone has a hub. It's a meeting room. It's a place where communities can get together and discuss all sorts. So I think the important thing is that if we can, as a community, get an area happening, that we can get more activities happening in the community. Tapperara is really probably a small community, but I can see the potentials of it becoming a better place than it has been. Traditionally known that Tapperara was a forestry community, and as the forestry had moved out, Tapperara became a very quieter, more transient style place. As you know, the cost of living and housing costs, etc., people are tending to move out further into the rural areas. And I think it's important that probably we as a community start to recognise that there's more people coming out with more ideas and more activities happening. So my main reason being is that the hub would be an asset to this community. And as you know, if you have a hub, there's more activities happening and so on and so on. I really probably didn't really sit down and make up a good presentation. Really, it was just a spur of the moment sort of thing, but hopefully that my ideas have come across as something that can be valid, and hoping that you fellas can take them on board. And that's really all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Wayne. Are there any questions? If not, I think that was all very clear. So thanks for coming and taking the time to submit. Next up, we've got Nicola McCormick on behalf of the Tapperara Connect Charitable Trust. So welcome, Nicola.
Thank you. I also own a very small yoga retreat centre in the community as well. So when we started up the trust, it was just after the COVID lockdown period. What we found is that there was a lack of connectedness across the community So people felt very isolated. I mean, if you think of the demographics of the community, you have a lot of farmers, a lot of people working on the land and agriculture, and they felt isolated. They felt lonely, whether they were only within their family unit or even just working on the land by themselves, which is, not uncommon. And so in doing a lot of research, we know that a hub will actually help bring people more into the community centre, something purpose-built so that they have access to facilities. Another piece of information around the community that will help is that within certain segments, specifically youth, they have high mental health issues. Like the queues for the counsellor at the local school are abnormally high. And so we know that a hub in bringing resources, classes, to help youth in terms of their mental health issues will be something that would be a priority. So I know we've got in the feasibility study, there's a room for these sorts of things. I mean, I personally, as a yoga teacher, would love to bring yoga to some of the youth that will help their mental health issues, which is well researched. So the facility also, I mean, as you know, there's been a lot of environmental issues within the region, a lot of landslides, a lot of road closures are not uncommon. So to also have a purpose-built hub for emergency preparedness, I think this will be a more common need in the future, and it will support people where needed when these issues, natural disasters arise. This is really it. This is all I have to say, but these are very, very pertinent issues for the community, and to be able to really bring people in to support one another in a community-built, purpose-built building, to be able to support each other and have a place for people to be able to connect would be absolutely important for the community's well-being.
Thank you very much. And so you've left plenty of time for questions, should there be any. So Councillor Maru and then Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. Can you just, so the CLDP funding, and there's a tentative $450,000, is that still in play with the department?
That's right, it's still part of the...
And is that timed out in terms of making sure the project's done within the next 1, 2, 3 years?
Not that I'm aware of. I know that they've committed that to us. I don't think it's time bound.
Yeah, the money has to be it's subject to council's court.
Yeah.
And if it's not done by June.
That's good.
There
for
we
us to
go.
know.
This is why you have people that
That's
are
good.
on top of the details.
Because that's significant. That's a significant part of your community fundraising.
Yeah.
And just one final.
Sorry, Brent. Just for those who are on Zoom, the answer to that question, because the speaker wasn't being used, was that it is conditional on council supporting the project, and also by June there needs to be that commitment to, I guess, start. It doesn't have to be finished by June, I presume, because that would be challenging, but there needs to be that commitment made. Okay, thank you.
And then one small last one, in the feasibility study, I was actually quite surprised of all the little dots and buildings around Tapawera. Is there discussions about closing some of those and re-centralising that to the new facility?
Correct. There would be a demolition of the current community op shop, which is actually on the earthquake risk line. So that would be the demolition of that building to be able to build the purpose-built hub.
No. Okay, yeah, yes and no. But sorry, I've got two other questions, and now I am starting to get tight on time. But Councillor Hill and Councillor Johnson.
Chris Hill, Goulburn Councillor. Similar question to Councillor Maru around the funding and its time limitations. I'm imagining once this is built, you've got some things that you're imagining happening there and services that can happen there and a range of things. And I can imagine that once that's happening, there may be, other things drawn in that aren't anticipated now. Is that what you're imagining?
that is certainly the vision to bring in access to services, which is a critical need for the community. But also, I'm sure as the environment changes and as we have this building, there will be other opportunities that arise. And there's certainly a lot of service providers that have reached out and said that they would be happy to provide services within this building. But I'm sure there'll be more once the building is actually in place. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Quick one.
Real quick, mine's on that. You're obviously a business owner, so once again, some opportunities there, do you believe? And do you think there's an appetite from the community to do the fundraising as well?
Absolutely. Like there's a lot of people, like any change, there's a lot of people completely behind it. There's a lot of people a little bit adverse to it because they're stuck to the history. But I think what people will find is that when there is a purpose-built building behind it, that there will be a lot of appetite to use it, and it will draw people into the community centre more than they understand at this point. So there's a lot of opportunity for events and workshops and classes and everything from this hub.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicola. Thanks for coming in and presenting today.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Ella Te Kere Whai Quinlivan. Welcome, Ella.
Right.
I'll give you a little ding at 4.5 minutes if you're still talking at that point.
Okay, yeah. I don't have a very long speech today. But yeah, got a bit. Okay. The op shop is an earthquake-prone building, and it isn't fit for renovations, so it isn't completely safe for all of the meetings. Having a new, more modern building would be warmer and more inviting for people to go there. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. The community hub would be a place for the people of Tapawera to meet and come together. And the aim of Tapawera Connect is to form a common unity where everybody has the support they need. And I think this is something that the hub could do. I hope that even though I'm only a young student and that my voice is small among others, that it will make a difference for our community. So thank you for listening.
Thanks very much, Ella. Thanks for taking the time and coming in and speaking to your submission. Are you happy to take any questions if people have them?
Yeah, sure.
So, are there any questions of Ella? Councillor Hill.
Your voice is really important to us. Might be the most important voice today, I suspect. In terms of a hub getting built, that's successful. And what do you imagine young people like you and your friends might do there, or how might you make use of it?
Well, there's some groups that you could start up. Like once I wanted to start a knitting group, and I didn't really get to do that because I didn't get around to like arranging it. But if we got the new community hub, I think I could have more opportunities to do stuff like that.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Anything further? If not, thanks, Ella. It's really great to see people your age coming along and taking the opportunity to speak to us. So thank you once again for coming along and speaking. Phoebe Quinlivan. No pressure following on from the previous.
Morning, everybody. I was hoping I could stand up and speak, but I'll need to be at the microphone, obviously.
No, you can stand up and put the microphone up if you like. So it could still work. Yes, there you go.
It might make me feel less nervous, and I'm also slightly probably ADD, so it helps me to be moving and talking. So yeah, I'm Phoebe Quinlivan. I am a Tapawera community member, and I'm speaking in that position right now, but I am also on Tapawera Connect. I'm the lead coordinator for Tapawera Connect. So I've been living in the area for 7 years, and we have recently just finalised our community plan as a whole community, and so that's a really exciting place for our community to be right now. There's a real shared energy and there's shared aspirations that we've identified as a community and prioritised. Things like food resilience, community celebrations such as Matariki and Hangis, community gardens, and a whole plethora of other things that the community have some energy and some passion for right now that are starting to be realised in the community by our community members. I also feel like Tapawera is in this position where we're starting to break through some old paradigms. that it was a community where the best thing about the community was the people, but the hardest thing about the community was also the people. And there was sort of, the back chat and some sort of underground chat that was not always positive in the community, but coming through, and that things are really shifting in that sense. And I feel like the community now is one that is really supportive, and there isn't much back chat happening now. And yeah, just sort of more about we're trying to lift each other up. It's much more positive, I feel. And as has always been the case, Tapawera is full of people who are really passionate about the community and about caring for one another. So I'm not sure if you know, but we have so many groups in Tapawera. When you drive through, it's not much to see, but when you stop and you live and you be in the space, you'll learn that there is friends of the school who raise money to support kids to do stuff. There is Sport and Rec who raise money so that kids can go off to sporting events. There is the Tapawera Awa Ora group who do clearings and native plantings along the riverbank to support our river, our awa. And there's, as you all know, the Catchment Collective who are actively working in Tapawera and all the way down the river. And then there's ourselves, Tapawera Connect, and there's the Tapawera District Community Council. There's just so much energy and passion. There's the gym, which is a community gym, and the cafe, which is a social enterprise. So as a community, there's heaps of really awesome energy there in the community. So really, really motivated community for and collaboration as a community, but also I think there's that strengthening of things from the ground up with all these groups, but there's also a desire, I think, in the community on a personal level for individuals to grow and strengthen as individuals as well. And that's something that is a little bit trickier for people in Tapawera to do at the moment, because if you want to drive to Nelson, it's a $50 return trip. So if you're someone who's wanting some counselling or some drug and addiction work or some budgeting work, or just wanting to go and connect with people who can help you bring you out of whatever trap you're in at the moment, $50. Who's, a lot of people that are on the benefit or minimal income jobs cannot afford $50 out of their weekly earnings. So, and to Richmond, it's a $40 return trip. So that's what we're hoping to do with the hub, is just centralize some of these services and bring them into the community, so that they are really accessible, so that the community can be lifted from the individual level and also from a whole community level. And I don't think I need to tell you guys that anyway about what hubs do, because I think you know that already from all the ones that you've seen that are functioning so well in other areas. Yeah, if you haven't been into the hub in Tapawera, the community centre, it hasn't got hot water. So when we wash dishes, we have to boil the jug to wash the dishes. You can see outside through the cracks, so there's a facility there, but it's not fit for purpose. It's freezing cold. And I think on the evening that Christine told me about this funding that we accessed for the feasibility study, I think I remember drawing my knees up to the chair as a little mouse ran across the room, which might happen in a new building too, but it was just like, oh. Is that my time up, is it?
30 seconds.
Okay. So we've got a strong supportive community, and with the right resourcing, I think you'll really see Tapawera thrive even more. I also just really wanted to say that working in this sector, I'm so grateful and inspired to be constantly surrounded by people like yourselves. You're here because you care about making the world a better place for people. And with the community development program and all of the workshops and conferences I've been to, and rooms full of hundreds of people who are there because they care about making the world a better place. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and all the work that you guys do, and that it is such, I think, just for you, we're such an awesome species. It's really cool. Coretta Scott King, who is the wife of Martin Luther King, she said that the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. And I think, we know that in Tapawera, if you use that as a measure of Tapawera, Tapawera is not great, it is awesome. And yeah, we would really appreciate your support so that we can have the space that people could come into and see and experience how awesome it is, and they can access all of that support that the hub can offer. Thank you.
Thanks, Phoebe. Right, we've got enough. There isn't time for questions, but because you've done such a great job of filling in your 5 minutes, so yeah. No, you talk well and for 5 minutes. Right, next up I think Keith Griffiths is in the back. So Seaview Heights joint venture. So also have a presentation, I understand, Elaine. If we get that up.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. So I'll just wait to get the presentation up. Again, same thing, 5 minutes. So submission's been received. Obviously, the information that you circulated has been looked at, so you can utilise this 5 minutes. Obviously, presentation. If you want to leave it time for questions, do so. I'll give you a little ding at 4.5 minutes anyway. So
Thank you, Mayor.
right.
Thank you. Yes, just to be clear, we are seeking council resources to be applied to allow a zone change to a plan for residential development on freehold land known as Seaview Heights for contiguous properties covering 84 hectares. This is a solutions-based approach to the issues facing Motueka and the region as a whole. It provides seamless connectivity to state and Moutere highways. It has a number of benefits in terms of addressing some of the issues that the community faces in terms of sea level rise proofing. It is tsunami proof. It is Motueka river breach proof. It is liquefaction proof. And more importantly, it will be able to be insured. Its land classification is not highly productive and it is not profitable relative to other areas of Motueka. It will provide freehold titles to meet growing demand in the region, and it has the ability to dovetail with the council plan for any wastewater solution. So in summary, working with the council, we would like to access the fast track approval process as identified by the government. Be delighted to take any questions you may have.
Thanks, Keith. Thanks for both the presentation and the spoken submission. Councillor Murray.
Thank you through the mayor. Thanks, Keith. We just crossed in the corridor. You mentioned something about some soil testing you've just got back.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to elaborate on that just in terms of the productivity of the land part of the statement that was made?
Sure. So if you look on page 8 of the written submission, you will see the Land Use Capability Survey Handbook, which comes straight from it's the New Zealand land classification. You'll see there the rankings between 1 and 8, 1 being the most fertile and 8 being the most least unsuitable. The particular areas that we focus in on, in terms of the 84 hectares, it has a ranking of 4, so it is not highly alluvial soils. The other point I would make about it is also has a graduation. If you turn on page 7, you'll see there in terms of the slope analysis, the majority of it sits in a 7 to 15 degree slope. So from a modern horticultural practice point of view, it is not suitable for machinery in terms of being flat and assisting with productivity and any terms of new technology. And indeed, there has been a fatality on these properties because of the slope and machinery used in orcharding. You can see there in the middle there, the land use capability analysis there. You'll see the classification of 4, which is the light green area. The other point that I'd point out in terms of the zone of theoretical visibility analysis, i.e. seeing the actual development from any of the state highways, you'll see there the majority in terms of the visibility, it has a very low impact in terms of the visibility for the region when looking from sea level.
Okay, thank you. It's time for a short question and relatively short answer.
Thank you, Keith, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the future development strategy in front of me. Could you just, were these properties identified in the future development strategy?
No.
Okay.
They were not proceeded with in the final future development strategy, but they were absolutely part of the discussion. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Keith. That's got to be super quick. Too late. No, carry on.
Right.
Carry on.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Just real quick on affordability. I just look at that sort of area there. I'll just see unaffordable housing. That's all.
Question.
Do you think it's going to be affordable housing?
So if you look on page 9, you will see there that the potential yield is approximately 60%. You'll see where we've outlined the waterway and sensitive land areas and then the potential development sites. And if the lot sizes were 600 square metres, we could get in 759 lots. We would have no difficulty in putting in affordable housing, and we could take those down to probably 400 square metres in keeping with the kind of housing that you were referring to.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Keith, for coming in and sharing the presentation. Next up, we have Peter Verstappen and Sonia Emerson on behalf of the Waimea South Community Facility Charitable Trust, I think, but it's so long that the last bit was missed off the title. Nice t-shirts, by the way.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. We're going to do a little bit of construction first, so just have a bit of a breather.
It's just as well we're slightly ahead of time there.
That's all right. Yeah, yeah.
Well, we can do that. I don't think they've got 45 minutes. Some handouts?
Yeah.
I've only got 14 though.
That's right. Yes, split the 7
Sorry, can you split into 7?
Yeah.
That one as well.
You timing us yet, Tim?
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Right, so I'll take half this way. That's fine. This way.
There's 7 there.
Peter, Sonia, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
So 5 minutes, starting in a minute, a second. A little ding at 4.5 if you're still speaking. If you want to leave some time for questions, do so. And obviously the information that you circulated previously has been available and probably read by most people. So
Thank you.
over to you.
Yeah. Well, kia ora. Thank you, Mayor Tim and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on our submission this morning. My name's Peter Verstappen, and I'm a member of the Waimea South Community Facilities Charitable Trust.
And I'm Sonia Emerson, and I'm also a member of the trust.
So we are, as we said, members of the Waimea South Community Facilities Charitable Trust. Our submission supports the Waimea South Community Facilities project in the draft 10-year plan. We won't take up our allotted time today describing the many benefits this project will bring the Waimea South community. I'm sure you're well aware of these from the information published in your own document here, also from the many submissions and support for this project that's come around this table from our councillors, and also from the many submissions that have been presented in support of this project through the submissions process. We will say that both the need for this project and its viability have been thoroughly endorsed through a needs assessment and also a feasibility study conducted by independent consultants and from with our own community-based consultation over the past 3 to 4 years. Instead, our focus in this submission this morning is on our community's capability and preparedness for the project. The Waimea South Community Facility Charitable Trust was set up in 2021 following a public meeting in Wakefield. Since then, the Trust has achieved the following, among other things. We've developed a highly constructive partnership with the Brightwater community and the Tasman District Council. We've commissioned both a needs assessment and feasibility studies for the project. We've conducted numerous early consultation meetings with groups and individuals in our community and further afield. We have researched good hub design models across our region and further afield too. And we have initiated a partnership with the Department of Internal Affairs locally for project support and future facilities funding. Next week, we will begin community consultations on the proposed concept plans that we have for the project that have arisen from the feasibility study, and with a public meeting in the community and additional conversations with key groups. This project is unusual because it spans 2 centres within the district, both Brightwater and Wakefield. The needs assessment and feasibility studies recommend each community's development needs as distinctive initiatives, united by a project advisory group whose work also includes exploring possible options for an overarching governance entity. While our trust is focused on the Wakefield side, as you can see from our banner here and also from our t-shirts, we're committed to the joined up project as the best way to get a suite of facilities and resources at reasonable cost for the use of both communities and of course the wider district. Working together also strengthens our capacity to raise funds and tap into expertise in designing and managing future facilities. Speaking of fundraising, our submission also supports the proposed change in the 10-year plan to the Council's community facilities funding policy. And of course, we wouldn't object if the Council went further and did away with this altogether. No response. Thank you. It's been a long time since Council has invested significantly in community facilities in our part of the district. Our existing facilities are shot. And without this project, Wakefield faces the reality of soon having no community hall or centre for the benefit of our people. We want to impress upon councillors that Wakefield has the energy, the expertise, and the commitment to build a community hub that we'll all be proud of and will serve our needs for the next few generations. Are we shovel ready? Not yet, but we've thoroughly scoped the project. Our sleeves are rolled up. We've got the T-shirts and the banner, so we figure we're 2/3 of the way there. And we're ready to get cracking as soon as you've approved this project in the 10-year plan. We thank you for your time and your consideration, and we're happy to take questions for whatever time is left. And
Thank you, Peter. There is a short amount of time left. So Councillor Mackenzie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Sonia and Peter. Those of you might not be aware that Peter was the former principal at the Wakefield School. So I'm wondering, Peter, in your capacity about understanding our youth, we're aware that Wakefield School has moved to become a full primary.
yes,
How important do you think a potential community centre hub will be for those additional youth who are there living in the community?
we think it's really important. At the moment, our youth are having to go out of the district for so many things like sports, recreation, other activities that they wish to do. By bringing those activities more into the community, we can serve the needs of our youth a great deal more, particularly for those who have yet to be able to drive and become independent and travelling. I think it will also really enhance those Year 7-8 programs that are going to be offered in the school now.
I believe the board have submitted in support as well, the school.
Cool, thank you. That pretty much concludes the time. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting and also circulating the additional information that you provided with your submission.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, councillors.
Next up, so we've got a number of people who are now present, so I'll just list them in order that we'll go through. So first up, we've got Sarah Ching from Country Players. Then we've got Rima Piggott on behalf of Te Awhina. Then we've got Graham Verco, then Gordon Shaw, and then Bruce Gilfinson is also coming in, so we'll take him before the morning tea break. So first up is Sarah Ching. Welcome, Sarah. So I think you've probably seen the 5 minutes, and so circulation of your submission has been done. People will have read it, so you can use this 5 minutes how you'd like to either emphasise parts of it, add in any information, and if you want to leave a bit of time for questions, then do so, and I'll give you a little ding at 4.5 minutes.
Perfect. Katoa. My name is Sarah Ching. I'm from Wakefield Country Players and have been actively involved for the past 10 years. I'm a current member of the Country Players Committee. Do I need to use this microphone here? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. I'm Ambi Coe. I've also been involved with Country Players for the past 10 years. I'm treasurer on the committee and also the booking officer for the current village hall. We're here to speak to you today about why the proposed Country Community Hub is vital for Country Players. Country Players was established in 1955 as a not-for-profit community theatre group, performing in the previous community hall located on the corner of Edward and Arrow Street, until 1968 when a fire consumed the facility. After 3 years in limbo, in 1971, the community was fortunate enough to have a new hall and performances resumed. For the past 53 years, Country Players have consistently rehearsed and hosted theatre performances in the current hall. At present, we are the only regularly active theatre group in the top of the South Tasman region. Country Players do around 2 to 4 shows per year with a capacity of 100 people per performance. These shows will often involve 40 plus cast and crew members. Take, for example, our 2023 performance of the Addams Family musical. We had over 50 cast, crew and ushers from the community and a total audience of around 600 people from Wakefield and surrounding districts. Wakefield Country Players embrace an atmosphere of inclusivity, catering to anyone wishing to be involved, whether it be on stage or in other capacities. We have a diverse, dedicated and passionate committee who support our membership in every aspect. Country Players provide a safe space in which individuals can develop a sense of personal identity, develop relationships with peers not only from Wakefield but also the surrounding regions, and gain a sense of belonging both within Country Players and the wider Wakefield community. Our membership, be it young or old, have a safe place for self-expression where any quirks are embraced and celebrated and where self-confidence can thrive. My favourite part of Country Players is watching our young members grow in confidence with us.
They often arrive to their first audition full of nerves and uncertainty. At Country Players, we make sure there's a role for everyone, and when these young people come back for rehearsals, it is beautiful to watch as they are made feel so welcome. They quickly build strong friendships as they are supported and encouraged to give their very best performance.
We have well-established positive relationships with the Nelson Community Theatre Network, collectively supporting each other through audience participation, prop and costume sharing, and casting. Our audience has and continues to diversify and grow, as well as maintaining and entertaining our loyal patrons who have supported Country Players since day one. The lifetime of the Wakefield Village Hall is nearing its end, and that is why we must act now. Without the new community hub, the future of Country Players is uncertain, the end of an era that none of us wish to see. We do not expect nor anticipate a dedicated theatre, but rather a flexible space that is able to accommodate us and various other aspects of performance art and the arts in general. We feel that a community hub will provide a unique opportunity to offer different and valuable resources to the wider district. Over the course of our 53 years in the current hall, Country Players have made various donations to maintain or improve hall use for all hall users, and we are poised and ready to begin fundraising for the new facility. It is not only something that we support wholeheartedly, it is the lifeblood of the continuation for our long established incorporation.
On behalf of Country Players Committee and our entire membership, we thank you for supporting this process.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming in and speaking. There is a short time for questions, should there be any, although your submission was very comprehensive and clear. So are there any questions? If not, thanks both for coming in and speaking.
Thank you.
Yes. Next up, we have Rima Piggott on behalf of Tia Whina Marae.
O kore na takutai Piggott Ingoa Motuga Hoi.
Ariana.
Either of you is speaking. I just share one.
Oh, I'm going to share this one. Kia ora. Ko Miriana Stevens, tōku ingoa ko Ngāti Rārua, te iwi ko Te Awhina Te Marae. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. Rima is here in her capacity as the chair of Te Awhina Marae. I'm here because I'm a trustee and also the chair of the Marae redevelopment team. We're going to take our submission as read. But I think the main sort of crux of our submission is that we want to see the marae receiving equitable investment in community facilities, because at the moment it's not. The marae in Te Awhina is extremely ambitious. We're coming off the project of building 20 new homes. So the Papakainga project, I want to thank the council because it's been an excellent project, which really proves that if we can collaborate and work together, we can do amazing things. And the council, in terms of your team, has been instrumental in supporting that. So we want to thank you. In that Papakainga, in those 20 new homes, we have 53 families living in there, 35 kids. No punch-ups yet. But what that proves is the fact that, you know, we have a living and thriving community. I talked about that ambition. The ambition for the marae is to have a new wharekai, a new dining hall, a new wharenui sleeping premises. Toi Māori, we're the only marae in Te Tauihu, the top of the south, that has a carving school. And so therefore that cultural revitalisation, that opportunity to express our stories as a community is really the opportunity for all of us to be able to celebrate that. So the ambition is to have that academy, to have that Toi Māori there situated at the marae, as well as having our iwi entities, our hapu entities, also based at the marae. So Motueka has really that prominence. Apart from that, we also have ambition in terms of mātauranga education, to have schooling based at the marae. At the moment, some of our children are having to come into Richmond by bus to come to the kura here. And so therefore, you know, what does it look like for us as a community to be able to have that facility based at the marae? And there is also the opportunity for more housing. So from our perspective, when you start to think about the opportunities in terms of cultural, economic, also around our relationship with the natural world, the environment, because the Papakāinga, I think, is the first to be able to think about our carbon footprint. And so therefore, when you start to put all of these things together, it really is an amazing facility that should be celebrated by us all. So the redevelopment over the next 10 years, which is actually aligned to the LTP, is really, really fantastic. So that's all we really wanted to say, is that the redevelopment is at the top of our minds at the marae in terms of the hapu and the iwi, and we just really want to continue that support and that collaboration.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Is there anything you'd like to add, Rima, before I open up for questions? Okay, for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to visit the marae in the kind of last 6 months, it's certainly well worth the opportunity to have a look at particularly the Papakāinga development, but also the kind of broader plans and the fact that there's already the education component, the health, as you say, the carving school, and the Papakāinga. So it has changed a lot probably in the last 12 months particularly. Councillor Hill.
Tēnā korua. How far along are developments in terms of planning and things for those next stages?
So we have the master plan, I guess. So we have got all the plans for the new wharenui and the wharekai. We have zoned the Hauora, the health area, the mātauranga, the education. So we're quite advanced. Chris, our hapu entity there would like to co-invest. We've already had, I guess, discussions with officials in Wellington now that things have settled. So obviously, Minister Jones, we will have a visit by Minister Pōtaka in a couple of weeks. So we're just waiting for that date. So we're on our way.
Yeah. And next step? Next step in that sort of process?
So the next step for us is to host our ministers. We've had the Māori Select, members of the Māori Select Committee come to see us to see what the next stages are. So for us, we're really, I guess, in fundraising mode. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, our best wishes with that conversation with the government, because obviously a key component of the previous development phase was getting the support through central government. And I know at the opening of the Papakāinga there was what I call a friendly challenge to the new incoming government, which I think they have responded to positively, in terms of really it's just that opportunity to work collaboratively, particularly around the provision of housing, but also more broadly. So hopefully those conversations continue to be positive and constructive. And thank you very much both for coming in. Kia ora. Next up, we've got Graham Burko. And then Gordon Shaw, and then Bruce Wilkinson. Welcome, Graham.
Thanks, Tim.
5 minutes. I'll give you the ding at 4.5. Leave time for questions if you wish.
All right. So I assume that's turned on still. It's red. My submission was on the proposed increase in the development impact levies, which currently I believe sit around 36,000, and the proposal is to take them up to 58. And I was interested actually when I was listening at the back that one of the councillors actually questioned somebody about the previous proposal for housing out in Tasman. What are you going to do about affordability? And I'm thinking, how does a council talk about affordability, and how do councillors question people about affordability when they're proposing a 60% increase in a development impact levy? It just doesn't equate. And who can put their prices up by 60%? If a contractor came to me and said the next stage that I priced for you is going up by 60%, I'd look for a new contractor. We don't have a choice with you guys. You make these decisions, you talk about affordability, and you go home and forget about it. We deal with people every day who are scratching to pay their mortgages, and this is not going to help.
I don't know whether any of you have ever done the numbers on a subdivision, what it costs. But I can give you a bit of a breakdown. Generally, you're going to pay around $60,000 for your bare land per section. You're going to pay another $140,000 to develop that. Of that $140,000, $106,000 of that gets handed to council free, gratis. That's the streets, the pipes, the services in, services out, everything. It's done to a standard which shouldn't have to be looked at, shouldn't have to be serviced for decades. And I just can't see why council is so far behind with the implementation or the looking after and upgrading of their services. So far behind. I've got a block over in Salisbury Road that I have to mitigate sewer and stormwater on site because your services can't cope. And that area is over 25 years old. What's happened? What happened to the sewer pump station down in Beach Road that can't cope with the sewer? And yet council turned around and put an intensive development area into Richmond. So every single site that you want developed into intensive housing is going to have to provide a $9,000 sewer tank per house. They're going to have to do their own stormwater detention on site, generally around 50 to 70,000 litres. And then you want to put your development levy up by 60%. It just does not equate. And then we talk about affordable housing. But moving forward, I don't think, I've done about 15 subdivisions, residential subdivisions in the district so far. I've done 3 industrial. I don't think I'll be involved in Richmond South because mum and dad, the new mum and dads that are coming through, will not be able to afford it. I can tell you that. So I got an email the other day asking me to confirm, did I think Tasman's growth prospects were accurate? Well, hell no. No, they're not. Because you're not going to get people to buy houses or build houses if they have to pay $500,000 for a section and then another $500,000, $600,000 for a house. It's just not going to happen. You can't keep driving prices of those degrees, of that magnitude, into an industry which makes bugger all. The builders, when they build these houses, make more than the land developers. I can tell you that for nothing. And my last one is going to be down here in Richmond West because I just cannot see that we're going to have a market moving forward for housing at the prices that they're going to have to be. So I'm opposed to that increase. I guess you probably figured that out by now.
Yeah, I think that's reasonably clear. Questions? I've got a couple. Firstly, how long have the development contributions hovered in the mid 30,000s-ish? And over the same period of time, how much have section prices included? So that increased. So that's one question. And secondly, if the council has to invest, and I think around Richmond it is circa $100 million into providing the infrastructure to enable development, who do you think should pay?
Well, my question would be, why do you have to spend $100 million? And my answer is because nobody's done anything for 25 or 30 years because your sewer pump down the bottom of Richmond Road is 25, 30 years old.
I'm not sure that's the answer to the question, but so section prices over the same time as development contributions, so the relativity between the two?
Yep. Okay, the relativity is that the margin that a developer would make used to be about a third, 30%. It's now down to about, if you're lucky, if you're really lucky, you'll get 15%. And that's because it goes back to affordability. All the prices, all the costs are creeping up, but it's actually what people can afford. I could put sections on the market for 700,000. Nobody's going to buy them. They can't give away sections in Brightwater and Wakefield at the moment because they're too expensive. So builders that bought those have had to put them back on the market through the developer and take the hit.
Are there any further questions? If not, Graham, thank you for coming in.
Cheers. Thank you, everyone.
That's great. Next up, we have Gordon Shaw on behalf of Nelson Netball, followed by Bruce Gilkinson, and then we will break for morning tea. Welcome, Gordon. Over to you, 5 minutes. Again, submission will have been circulated and read, so you can use the 5 minutes how you'd like. I'll give you the ding at 4.5. If you wish to leave time for questions, then.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Tim, councillors. Gordon Shaw, I'm the Deputy Chair of the Nelson Netball Centre Incorporated, presenting to you today on our submission around a request for co-funding of a feasibility study to look at a proposed roofing of the outdoor courts at Saxton Field. So in the last sort of 12 months, Nelson Netball has been engaging with the sports community, our stakeholders, and also Saxton Field Committee to talk about the opportunity to future-proof Saxton outdoor courts for netball and for the wider sports community. Part of that process has been to come to both councils, both TDC and we're presenting to Nelson City tomorrow, around co-funding a feasibility study. We've presented to Saxton Field Committee and all the questions you'd expect us to get around how much, why, what's it going to look like, operational funding, all of those kind of things we can't answer because we haven't done that feasibility study. So we are submitting that TDC and Nelson City contribute to us getting that feasibility study underway. We have, in our submission, we've got support from Sport Tasman, from Mainland Netball, who looks after the Te Waipānamu from a netball perspective on behalf of Netball New Zealand. And as I've said, tomorrow we present to Nelson City Council. So really want to thank you for your time and consideration of what we're presenting, and look forward to answering any specific questions you may have on our submission.
Thanks very much, Gordon. So it's open, there's plenty of time for questions. Councillor Mackenzie, then Deputy Mayor Bryan.
Thank you, Gordon, man of many hats. I just wanted to understand your piece of data in your submission in terms of cancellations and postponements.
Yes.
So it's 20 over the past 2 seasons. So I'm trying to understand in my head what would be the impact of that, for example, on one team, because I'm assuming that that's not necessarily saying that if I play netball, my team has had 20 cancellations, because people play on different days, different times. So
great question. When we talk about cancellations, and maybe we need to clarify that, is, for example, the last time we cancelled the entire day. So normally in winter is, netball's a winter sport, but we play year round. But the main season where we have cancellations is normally in winter. If we cancel, everyone's affected. So we cancel the whole day. And so what a roof would do is give us the ability to continue playing in adverse weather conditions. But you're right, we also play indoors at Saxton Field. So on those cancellation days, Premier would still play because it's indoors. But everyone that's outdoors doesn't get to play.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Gordon. Just a question around that wider catchment that you draw from. How extensive is that? And in winter we can quite often get days where the weather's a bit changeable. Do you get the situation where people are actually travelling and the games cancelled and stuff like that?
Yeah, correct. So we have teams travelling from Golden Bay, from Tapawera, into Nelson, and some of our players, the catchment goes into Motueka as well. But the way that the centres work for netball is Motueka is a separate centre itself, running out of the rec centre there. However, the answer there is yes, we do have teams travelling, and if we cancel at the last minute, because what we try to do in the winter season is not cancel, and the announcement might be made 2 hours or an hour before the first games are meant to occur. And one of the other benefits of the roof linked to the wider catchment, because netball is the largest participation sport in the country, and here in our region, it's picking up one of the largest sporting codes across summer and winter. Because at the moment, our social and summer leagues are oversubscribed. So if we could build more courts, we could have more teams. And so the future proofing of what the facility at Saxton Field looks like, especially for outdoor netball, the roof gives us the ability to, one, attract different tournaments, two, make it a multi-purpose facility so that other codes can use it when netball's not using it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Gordon. Have you explored or talked to the Department of Internal Affairs or other funders about helping you with funding a feasibility study?
Yes, we've talked to them, but essentially Internal Affairs have said with it being a council owned and operated facility, we should approach council first. So we've got a funding list. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, quick
How
question.
many indoor courts are there in the facility, and do you play in the rain a bit? Like, you know, if it's raining a bit,
Yes, I mean, it is a winter sport, right?
Yeah, it
So,
is,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And so, in answer to your question, indoors, there are 8 courts. Yeah. For example, Christchurch just opened their new facility. They've got 17 indoor courts as well as all their outdoor courts. So the answer is yes, when it's raining, people still play, and we cancel at the. We don't want to cancel, but sometimes we have to cancel. But a roof just gives us that ability to, one, manage the weather in winter, but also protect players in summer as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gordon, for coming in, speaking and answering questions. And last, before morning tea, we've got Bruce Gilkinson. Thank you for coming in a bit early, Bruce, to help us manage our day's timeliness.
Fine. I came here instead of a coffee, so that was fine.
Oh, geez. I'm not sure I would have made that choice, but
Kia ora, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Bruce Gilkinson, speaking on behalf of Businesses for Climate Action. That's a charitable trust. It also uses the name Mission Zero. The trustees, myself, Marta Carlick-Neal, she's with Tonkin Taylor, Florence Van Dyke, one of the co-founders of Chia Sisters, all highly respected in the business community and sustainability circles. Their profiles are at the end of the submission that was circulated earlier. So I'm just going to try to explain why businesses are important in the journey to net zero and why us. Now, no, that's not it. Yeah. Okay, so I've clicked through those a bit fast, but that doesn't matter. I've been here 3 times in the last 3 years, and each time I've said, "No, I'm not asking for money." This time is different. We are. I'll just show our core activities there. So those are some of the things that we do with businesses. Why businesses are so important in Nelson Tasman. There are a lot of small businesses, so 96% employing less than 20 people. The business sector is responsible for 40% of the country's energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, the figure is a lot higher than that, including some things other than energy-related, so other gases and industrial processes and waste. And 1 in 5 businesses want to do something but don't know what to do. And the tendency is if you don't know what to do when you've got a lot of other pressures, you delay. And we're trying to provide the encouragement, the tools, the kickstart to help businesses to begin that journey. And we think there'll be benefits not just for those businesses, but for a resilient economy in this area and for Nelson Tasman. Now, the kind of results we're getting, that's a very quick summary. There's a longer summary in the submission that was already tabled, and I apologise for that. Those outcomes being 5 pages in total, but it's been a busy year. There've been some excellent results, and so that's that was a a little bit more detail than I can give in a talk like this. This is just one example of a local business wanting to make a start. This is their footprint at the beginning, and we work with them to and many other businesses to work out where you are now, where you need to get to, and how you're going to get there. And here are some tools. And we don't do any more than we have to do, but it's for a lot of small businesses that are under financial and personnel pressure. This is the businesses that come to us are finding it incredibly useful and sort of changing their direction. So why us? And it's because we've got this clear focus on small and medium enterprises and farmers and how to cut emissions. And there are often wins in unexpected places. Sustainable Business Network is an organisation that's active in some centres, but not in Nelson Tasman. So no one else is doing what we're doing here. And we collaborate very effectively with others such as the Chamber of Commerce, NRDA, Climate Forum, etc. We're effective. We've got some great models and the outcomes as listed in the submission. We're cost effective. We have the ability to attract experts who are volunteering to help, and it'd be hard to get those experts at any sort of reasonable price otherwise. They do it because they can see the need. We have very low fixed costs, things such as venues, materials, refreshments are generally provided by those businesses, and we are aiming to be self-funding, but we can't do it yet. So we are gradually reducing our dependence on grants and having businesses that can afford it contribute, which will help those that can't. We think we've built real momentum over the last couple of years, and we're keen to maintain that and so build some more. We're looking at building a resilient community and a very positive Nelson Tasman brand, and point out that what we're doing is needed regardless of how government policies might change. A lot of pressure is going to come from overseas. The emphasis on climate and emissions and net zero, and it's a very rapid journey that we've got to go on in a very short time. Perhaps I'll stop there. And
probably a good idea. That one time for one brief question, given that Bruce has come in early and we are pretty much on time to break for morning tea. Any question? Councillor McKenzie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bruce. I'm just looking at your submission. So you're asking for $20,000 in 24-25, and then 15, and then 10 on an ongoing basis. It's probably in here, but are you approaching Nelson City as well?
We are, yes, definitely. And in fact, they provided very good support over our first 2 years. So yes, we've had good support from them. We also explore every other avenue that we can think of. We work in Tasman as well as Nelson equally, and we would love to get a contribution. And this would help to maintain the kind of momentum that we've built until now, which is by no means certain that we're able to continue with that.
just go, she said.
You've already burnt up the extra time that you would have taken by just answering questions. Karen.
I just want to make sure that, so for 24-25, as an example, you're asking for 20,000. So in actual fact, do you really need 40, 20 from us and 20 from Nelson? Or is it 20 being 10 from us and 10 from Nelson?
No, that is 20 from here. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thanks, Bruce, for coming in and presenting. So we'll break now for 10 minutes. So if we can try and get back here about 10 past, and if we can start slightly early with the next session, because we started slightly early with the last one and ended up pretty much where we needed to be with a couple of people who didn't turn up. So time being what it is, aim for 10 past, and we'll get underway with the next speaker, which is John Richards. We'll get back underway. So I've got a list of people who are now here for this next session. Well, John Richards, you're first up. I got Rod Ford and Dwayne Wrighting, Natasha Burkett and Sherry Chubb. And Natasha, I think you're speaking on behalf of two or involved in two submissions. Gillian Ratt and Belinda Crisp. So we'll just work through in that order. John Richards, welcome. Over to you first up. So again, I think you've been here 5 minutes. I'll give you a ding at 4.5. Submission's been read.
Yeah,
for questions.
Everybody's read it, so I won't reread it. I'll just add a few bits to it, if that's right. There's one question that hasn't actually been answered properly. It was proposed that a company called Ames is going to be used to collect landing fees at Motueka. That just adds another cost to the system. And then I've got, it needs to be recognised that the recreational part of the airfield, the council supports most recreational activities. We feel that we're perhaps not supported as a recreational activity. We seem to be as a bit of a cash collection agency. So there's that. And under the hangar application fee, that's something that's been going on. And I actually looked at my records. I've been talking to the council since 2016 on this with various managers and CEOs. Lots of agreements have been come to, none of them have ever been actioned. I know of at least 5 hangars that have been lost and gone to other airfields because of the way the council handles this issue. As I said in my submission, that I actually worked with 3 managers ago and produced a map of where hangars would go, and it would be simple. If there was a simple format, if you want to build a hangar, this is what you do, this is what it would cost. And we also actually had an agreement to value the airfield every 3 years. Anybody that had a review or a new hangar in that period, that would be the rate. None of that's happened. So, and what I'm trying to get at here is part of the argument to increase the fees by the staff is the time they're spending at the airfield. The time they're spending on the airfield, a lot of it, apart from our friend at the end of the airfield, is reinventing the wheel and negotiating individually with people and trying to put them against each other, which is just a waste of time, is my opinion. In the staff's assessment of airfield costs of charges around the country, they included airfields like Woodburn, Tauranga. These are all people that have got airfields that got crash fire services. They've got the commuter airlines going and things. The AOPA submission, which I assume you've got, has summarised all the like airfields, and the fees on the like airfields is about what we're paying at the moment in this current year. The average is, I think, $10 roughly. So we feel that the increase to $30 or $20 if you pay a bond, which has never actually been explained what the point of the bond is. So yeah, I really can't say any more. It's obviously there's a fair discomfort with what's been proposed. And we would like the other one is in my submission is taking away the bulk fee, which is simple for the council. Was one invoice for the year. It's paid once we set the fee, obviously, and the There's no collection costs. This is for the local users and people that use it regularly. So I think really that's all there is to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your submission and coming in and speaking. There is a bit of time for questions. So are there questions of John from anybody? If not,
Nice to have some feedback.
Thank you. I would only be questions as opposed to necessarily feedback, but Councillor Kinnermont.
Was not a particular question, but John, you didn't mention how you already had recent discussions with council staff on this.
Yeah, I could further on that. As further submission, we actually asked for a meeting with the staff, and had quite robust discussions, I should say. And I think possibly their thinking has changed a wee bit. My comment there would be that we were given 10 days notice of the fee proposal before the hearings, before the submission date. If the meeting had happened 2 months ago, it may not have been necessary for us to all turn up to come and talk to you.
Okay, thank you. And so if in anticipation, so if those conversations had been had and if indeed there is a change, then I expect that will be reported back to us through the process. So,
okay.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming in and speaking.
Right.
Next up, we've got Rob Ford and Dwayne Whiting. So this is on behalf of Wakefield Village Developments. Welcome, gentlemen.
Morning.
Morning. So 5 minutes. Again, if you want to leave time for questions, over to you how you use it. Obviously, your submission's been circulated and read. So yeah, how you use that 5 minutes is over to you. And I'll give you a little ding on the bell at 4.5. Okay.
Yep, obviously, I'll talk first and then Dwayne will talk second. I've just run through briefly on the submission that was submitted by Mark Lowell on behalf of Wakefield Village Development Limited. One of the key items is the development contribution charges an increase. Obviously, the increase is, you've already had various submissions on an increase on that is quite substantial, especially on the stormwater aspect of it. Whether that can be looked at in a way it can be padded out or per area further, because it's going to really impact the market at the moment because there is no market for greenfield development. So whacking that on there is just going to slow it down even more. The increases in the submission show that the increase of 25,445 per HUD is quite substantial in the total, but there is a 50% discount regarding detention and retention for stormwater. So that does help in areas that are supporting mitigating the stormwater effects. And the submission also talks about the misalignment of the catchment areas for stormwater, wastewater and water increases for development areas. So that's something that has to be relooked at through the planning team. And the other one was we noticed that in the stormwater assessment, there's also talks about central part of Wakefield for stormwater upgrades, and we have submitted on the fact that we think that we'd be more better to focus the funding towards the wastewater, which is full capacity now and has maintenance issues, where that stormwater increase area for upgrades is for infill development, which again is very limited or nil going to happen in Wakefield at this stage. So we think that should be focused back onto the wastewater, which will help Wakefield, Brightwater and Richmond overall, which is currently at a system that's not working correctly. It's got infiltration from stormwater and needs maintenance and is due for an upgrade. I think that's really the bulk of it, and Dwayne will talk further on that detail.
Yeah, probably the main thing I'll probably talk about is obviously the increases in the current market. You probably heard it from other developers. Currently, it's running over 25,000 a deals. That's going to store the already stored residential sales and development at the moment with the increased costs of building currently as they stand in the last couple of years of increases. Really, obviously, talking around the stormwater, I mean, I've dealt with a few people in Wakefield on the infill side of it, including putting servicing into one of the bigger blocks that's an infill in Wakefield. And they're not even interested in infilling. So that's one of the reasons why we are submitting on the fact that we feel that's probably a bit of a waste of resource when they're going into that area at this stage. In the future, yes, I agree, but like right now, I don't think for the next 5 or 10 years, I can't see that being of importance. We did talk about the plans the other day when we had a meeting with Dwayne, and I don't know where the alignment got with those plans, but they definitely do seem to be misaligned with the catchment areas for all servicing. So I don't know whether he's talked to that or whether they've been reviewed. And that's pretty much it. Open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both for coming in. Questions? Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. I mean, I guess it's all gonna come down to some infrastructure is required. Whether we need to focus on the wastewater and not the stormwater. I mean, I think that all needs to be maybe talked through. But ultimately, do you see other things in the plan that could be delayed? Because unless we actually don't do something, it has to be funded. And so what are the other alternatives? I mean, because, you know, what we understand is, you know, we've had a dramatic increase in costs in that sector. So work has to be done. It has to be paid for. So what do you see other things that could sensibly be delayed?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously I'm an earth moving contractor as well and do servicing, and I do work as well. So I think right in the current market at the moment, I mean, you're going to have the opportunity, we talked this over with Dwayne at the moment, you're going to have an opportunity for contractors to come to the market and provide better pricing to your services that you're trying to get, or your infrastructure you're trying to get into the ground. Because you're going to have, instead of having one or two looking at a project, you're going to have probably half a dozen, if not more. So your competitive pricing, I would have said your costs have probably come back. I don't know who's done the full review of pricing on those products. Some materials have come back as well because of the market, and even some materials a little bit on the building side have come back. So so maybe it needs a review on the current pricing as it stands at the moment in a slow market. Going to get some review on that pricing to see where there is reduced costs, and I'm pretty sure there will be. So you're going to have several contractors fighting for the work at the moment, in my opinion.
I think, yeah, Ross, add a comment. From what I can see, it'd be definitely worth still doing the work and bring it forward as possible, like we did in the submission, because now's the time to do it. It's more cost effective to do it now. If we get to a booming stage where everyone's building, everyone wants roads, everyone wants services, you're going to get stung for high prices again. So as a council and infrastructure, it's got to be done at some point, as you say. It's just whether or not the costing at the moment is costed on high value schedules that you've had come through for the last few years, which need to be relooked at and possibly bring those DCs down. Yeah, which I think would reflect it, because even in our industry, Dwayne's industry, everybody in this industry at the moment, wherever you are getting you've got to come back and look at where you were before COVID. Just about we've gone back that far. Yeah, so I think the long-term plan and the pricing and everything is probably a bit out of whack at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good question, good answers, good information. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in, speaking to your submission. Next up, that's it, you're done.
Thank you.
Next up, Natasha, with the first submission in terms of Nelson Riding Club.
Good morning, Mayor King and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to come along and speak to the Nelson Riding Club submission today. I will take it that you've read the submission, but I'll just talk to a few key points from it. So firstly, there is a very active horse riding community in Tasman. We don't know the exact numbers, but some reasonably reliable guesstimates talking to farriers and that we think it's well over 1,000 people who probably own horses in the region. And those people support economic benefit through various people who are supported who work with around and care for horses. So we also think that horses provide valuable benefits in terms of well-being and sport and recreation opportunities in the community. And there's a lot of different disciplines in recreation and sport opportunities within the equine industry here. One of the issues that has been, developing over a number of years now is the fact that the safe off-road horse riding trails and areas are very limited in Tasman, and we're constantly losing ground to other users. And this is actually happening, right now. So we think that there's a lack of recognition of the needs of horse riders within the council planning and activity management documents. And you'll see in the submission, I've done a review of those documents, and there's very little mention of anything to do with horse riding. We would like, over the next 10 years, the duration of the plan, to work with the council to identify and plan and provide for new trails and for horse riding areas. We think that there are areas that could be opened up right now for not much cost at all, maybe a little bit of signage and things like that. So then, there are areas that are existing that have been converted into cycle trails and the likes, or where we've had access restricted for other reasons that could be opened up. And we also note that some of the activity management plans talk about new developments as population and community growth. We would like to be part of that conversation and be considered as, for new trails and areas as well. And we also note that the council has within its own community outcomes goals around access to its own forests and places like that that could be utilised. We think that as well as valuable recreation, horse riding trails and areas could provide new opportunities for the region. An example of this is just recently quite a number of horse riders went down to Hanmer, which is an area of renowned for its horse riding trails, and they stay about a month down there. So they literally, there's businesses down there that host them and support them and their horses while they're down there. They're riding trails, but they're also purchasing their groceries at the local supermarket and going to the pub in the evening and what have you. So, that people with horses are quite mobile, obviously, with horse floats, and they like to travel and go to places where they can ride. So there are, there's definitely opportunities there for the region as well. Mostly we would just hope that our visibility within council staff and councillors is improved, and that there is a culture of support for multi-use shared trails. We point to Kapiti District Council, for example. I've provided some examples there where they've got some wonderful trails where there's mutual benefit between the users, between walkers, cyclists and horse riders. Councils like Christchurch City Council as well with their Bottle Lake Park, where they've done that. And we would hope that in time we might see that same sort of approach here. So rather than taking areas away from horse riders, that they become areas where horse riders can still enjoy those areas, but with other users. So there are, if we take Tunnicliffe Forest, for example, that's an area where we enjoy riding there. We regularly pass dog walkers and there's mutual respect, and little children like to see the horses. We like to see the people with their dogs, so it all works reasonably well. Thank you. Happy
Okay.
to answer questions.
Thank you, Natasha. And that was your full 5 minutes. So you can remain in the seat, and now you're speaking on behalf of Nelson Federated and Golden Bay Federated Farmers. And Cherie. Again, over to both of you, either of whom is speaking. I'll give you a little dinger, which for reference is 4.5 minutes. So.
Right, thank you. Good morning. Right, thank you. I'd just like to begin by reminding you of the challenges that some of our rural folk are going through at the moment. Sheep and beef farmers are doing it particularly hard at the moment. The cyclical nature of markets and what have you, and the fallout from COVID means that returns for sheep and beef farmers are really, really tight, at a very low ebb. And we are coupled with a declared drought situation that we're in. So not only are the prices really low, but the drought conditions mean that our sheep and beef farmers particularly, but farmers generally, there are a large number of people that will not be turning a profit this year. And so any financial challenges, that the cost of rates is, and the proportion of funds that get pushed out into rural ratepayers is really hard to swallow for people that are not making a profit. We are concerned that the focus becomes increasingly urban focused, and that a lot of productivity occurring in the regions that not necessarily the infrastructure's support is there. And I refer to the submission information where it was saying looking after roading and sealed roads. Well, does that mean that all gravel roads, that the maintenance from those is going to be used to subsidise sealed roads? We don't know. The proportion of one of our suggestions is that to have a differentiated rating so that rural people pay a lesser, what's the term that took me out of the hole on them?
Differential rate is where rural residents might pay, or forestry or wherever you apply it, might pay more or less than one. So 0.6 would mean that you would get a 40% discount on your rates. And that would reflect for rural residents, for example, that they don't have access to the extent of services that urban people would have.
We're very concerned about the amount of debt that the council is having to use to fund nice to have projects. And coming from a farming perspective, when you're in survival mode and a degree of austerity, you have to cut your cloth to what you can afford. And so being really steely focused on the must-haves versus the nice-to-haves, and there's a degree of tension in the rural community about where those decisions lie, and especially if you don't have access to services like hopping on a bus service, and where you're still paying proportionally for that. What else do we have to say?
I think one of the key things that follows on from that is Federated Farmers would urge the council to consider a higher UAGC. We think 15% is actually way too low. And just because you have a large land holding doesn't mean, as Cherie's pointed out, that you have the means to actually pay hundreds of dollars of rates for a library that you can't use or don't use, whereas people who live near the library only pay $10 or so for that service. So we would like to see an increase in that UAGC.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's time for a short question if there is one. Councillor Ellis.
Could you give sorry, thank you through the chair, Mayor. Do you have any comment on the proposed spending of community facilities which are based out in areas that we assume would be serviced by, would service those rural areas?
Absolutely. It's awesome to have great facilities. And it absolutely makes a lot of difference to attracting workforce. You know, if you're living in a community where you have good facilities, but it's that cutting your cloth. Like if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. And so it's if you've got aspirations to be doing good things, that's well and good. But the degree of ratepayers funding for that is, I would suggest, needs to be a lot more focused on user pays and funding from alternative means, lotteries and what have you to, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think it would be useful to for Federated Farmers to fully understand how those facilities are being funded, because I don't want to go into it now, but you'll find that the vast majority of the funding for those facilities is not from your rates. So just be useful to clarify how those are being funded. So, okay, thank you very much. Righto. Next up, we've got Gillian and Belinda, or just Belinda, just Belinda as it happens, on behalf of the Cycle Trails Trust. Welcome, Belinda. So again, 5 minutes. I'll give you a little dinger, 4.5. Submission's been circulated and read, so over to you how you want to use those 5 minutes.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your time today. And I really, after listening to the last submission, realise what a very difficult job you have. I will keep my submission very short. So I'm here to represent the Nelson Tasman Cycle Trails Trust, who manages and develops the Great Taste Trail on behalf of the Tasman District Council. The good news is that it's very popular. It's generating over $34 million in revenue per annum, and its use is increasing. The main point I want to make today is with regards to choice 2.3 in the 10-year plan consultation document in relation to safety for pedestrians and cyclists. The Trust strongly supports option B, that is enhanced investments and improvements to safety for pedestrians and cyclists. Specifically, the Trust supports the Council's decision to relocate the Waiiti Recreation Reserve to Holt Valley Road, Waiiti Reserve to Holt Valley Road section of the Great Taste Trail off the State Highway due to safety concerns. The benefit of allocating funding to this specific project is that the Council's contribution will be multiplied by the Trust's efforts to also raise money for this project. For example, let's say the project costs around $700,000. That's just an estimate at this stage. If the council contributed half of that, say $350,000 towards the project, the trust would use that leveraged funding to secure the further funding required for the project. That's either through central government funding or lotteries or other fundraising. That means the council then gets a $700,000 asset for their ratepayers for a $350,000 investment. The initial commitment is the key to allowing the further fundraising to commence by the trust, which is why we strongly support the option that's on the table in the plan. The trust has already committed to funding for this project. Other key points the trust just wants to note from their submission is they want to see the concept of a regional Te Taehu cycle network incorporated into the transport planning for the region. And the trust supports continued investment in enhancing and maintaining the Great Taste Trail. So thank you very much for your support to date for the Great Taste Trail, and the trust looks forward to working with you to continue to improve it and make it a better asset for the region.
Thanks very much, Belinda. So there's some time for questions if anyone has them, although the submission is very clear. Deputy Mayor Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Belinda. And thank you for the work you do. Just in relation, and it's fully supportive of the section getting off-road at Waiiti to Holt Valley. I'm not sure if the list is in priority order, but next you've got Tapawera Baton Road off-roading along the gravel section, which we've been working on for some time. Will that be next prioritised after the Holt Valley to Waiiti to main section?
Yes, that is another key priority for user experience to be improved. Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Belinda. Could I just clarify what you said before? So the council has proposed in its proposal to do the upgrade from Holt Valley to the Waiiti Bridge. So did you say that the trust would be able to fundraise to fund half of that?
Yes, that's correct. So if you get committed funding from a local body, then lotteries, for example, will fund based on the committed funding. Central government, so through the Ministry of Business and Innovation, also commit funding based on already secured funding. So the trust is able, because it's a great ride, the trust is able to leverage committed funding to further secure further funds. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing further, thank you very much, Belinda, for
Thanks
coming
for your
in
time.
and speaking and answering those questions. Next up, we've got Bruce Brody and then Dr. John Palmer. Welcome, Bruce. Yeah, just tap the little button so the red light goes on. That's it.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to express my opinion on the proposed landing fee increase at the Motueka Airport. The proposed increase is not consistent with the TDC policy of 10%. The proposed fee options are either 100% or 200% increase on the present $10 per hour fee. And if you pay a $500 bond, then the landing fee is $20, which is a 100% increase. I know of no other aerodrome in New Zealand which requires a bond for this. It also raises a question of how it will cost to administer, and will the money be invested? Is it refundable at the end? Without a bond, the payment fee is $30 per landing, which most visiting aircraft, this will affect most visiting aircraft. This will have a negative impact and reduce revenue rather than increasing it, as visiting or training pilots who currently utilise Motueka Ōtaka will go to other aerodromes with realistic landing charges, as most aerodromes have a flat landing fee per day. The visiting aircraft to the region, it will be preferable to land at Nelson, as it will cost about the same as the proposed fee at Motueka. But Nelson is a fully licensed airport with control tower, full emergency services, better facilities available than Motueka. That has none of these. The impact on local businesses such as hotels and restaurants will be reduced revenue. Why has the one-off annual landing subscription been removed? I personally pay this, though I'm most likely not using it fully, but due to the ease of the one-off payment, it's convenient. For the TDC, this must also be the case and cost-effective, only having to issue one invoice annually, and it's guaranteed income, even if not utilised by the subscriber. I believe a new non-aviation related commercial tenant will be based on the airport, and this should significantly increase the revenue for the aerodrome. So why is it necessary to increase the landing fees at all? Whakatane and Stratford aerodromes, which are both council-owned and operated, do not charge landing fees for private aircraft. I was told Whakatane realised it was costing more to collect the data required and administer the landing fees than they were receiving. A TDC enterprise portfolio also commented that we must be well off to fly, and the TDC are not here to subsidise our hobbies. How they came to that conclusion is interesting, as a lot of the aerodrome users are student pilots with large student loans. With such a biased opinion, maybe this is why the proposed landing fees are out of line with the TDC policy and the reality of what people are willing to or able to pay. The TDC have a social responsibility of the community to maintain both Motueka and Taka aerodromes, as they are strategic assets to the region in the case of a disaster or civil defence requirements. and have been vital to Golden Bay region when the Takakul has been closed. The Nelson Drag Racing Association also use Motueka for its meetings, so the DTC should view the Motueka and Taka aerodromes as recreational facilities, just like rugby parks and libraries. The fortunate side is that commercial operation and hangar ground leases help offset the cost to maintain these airports. Other TTC recreational facilities are not expected to make profits or even break even. The present landing fees displayed at two sites at Motueka do not agree with each other. $9 displayed at the Avgas pump and $10 at the Aero Club. The visual flight guide says that fee is payable, but no details or account numbers are available to pay online. It needs to be made easier to expect people to pay either via the Honesty Box or online. Some aircraft are only doing touch and goes, so don't stop. And how they expect to know what to pay or how to pay. Expecting revenue from landing fees is fickle, as it's weather dependent. Perhaps rather than increasing the landing fees, the TTC should encourage people to build hangars by making the process easier and having realistic ground rents. The western side of the aerodrome needs services to encourage this development, a proper road rather than a mud track. This will give consistent revenue rather than relying on the hope that an aircraft may make a landing, which most likely now will decrease with the proposed fee increases. Having owned a hangar on the aerodrome coming up to 30 years, I've lost the count of people who've tried to build hangars and given up and gone to another airfield as the TTC are just too hard and inconsistent to deal with, resulting in the loss of potential revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. There is probably time for one quick question. If not, I think your submission is very clear and what you're requesting.
I think you heard it all before from others anyway.
You're not the first person to speak on this subject today, so and the submissions obviously have been circulated and read. So thanks for coming in and speaking to it.
Thanks.
Next up, we've got Dr. John Palmer. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
So 5 minutes. I'll give you a little dinger at 4.5. And if you want to leave some time for questions, please do so. And your submission will have been circulated and read.
I'll try my best. Mr. Mayor, councillors, I've lived in Richmond for over 30 years in my house in Queen Street. I find it instructive to compare my rates demand in 1997-98 of $1,092 compared to $4,114 this past year. This is almost 4 times as much, particularly as in 1997, we did not have water meters. Unfortunately, my household income has not increased pro rata, so that we, along with many other ratepayers, are now paying proportionally more of our income on rates. Inflation only accounts for half of that increase. I'd also suggest we're not actually getting very much more for our rates than we were 26 years ago. Yeah, we have a few cycleways, we've got an enlarged library, a swimming pool, and more recently a dam. However, I do realise that some of the increase in rates is due to successive governments loading extra costs onto local government. Central government receives income from income tax and GST, both of which are levied on people's earnings. However, when we come to local government, rates are collected on a less equitable basis. And I would suggest to this council that the rates have become less equitable over the years. For example, in 1997-98, there was only one charge per property, a PAN charge. So that in those days, 85% of my rates was based on CV and LV. Unlike today, where the proportion is 54%. By consistently increasing the property charges, you have put an unfair burden both on the less well-off who live in lower value properties, and especially on the growing number of older people on fixed incomes. These older people, I would also suggest, probably use less use of your services as they generally live more sedentary lives. To go some way to redressing the balance between the well-off and the less well-off, I'd firstly recommend removing the uniform annual general charge completely and increasing the general rate. Secondly, I think you should join with other councils in pressurising central government to reform the rating system to make it more equitable before we face further major increases in rates. That's one area I'd like to raise with you. I'd also like to talk about Streets for People, but I don't know whether you want to come back to me on that one first of all.
No, so it isn't a two-way conversation. So you just get to talk to us about what it is you have in your submission, and then if there's time at the end for questions, then people can take questions.
Okay, I'll raise some issues about Streets for People. Great idea, poorly implemented. For example, I live on Queen Street, and since your introduction of no parking and cycle lanes, the street has ceased to be a street for people to live on. It's become just a thoroughfare for people who live on some other street. The cycle lanes have been imposed on a largely residential street and have made it far more difficult for cyclists to move from the cycle lane into the traffic flow and then across the road into driveways or to side streets. Far better to have the cyclist part of a slower traffic stream moving at 30 kilometers an hour, where they can more easily maneuver. I was prepared to give this a trial, but I feel it's not given the results we were looking for. Queen Street has been transformed into a rat run. The reduction in speed from 50k to 30k is the best way of encouraging more cyclists in urban residential areas. It majorly reduces the risk of injury following a collision, but it also reduces the time differential between popping down the road in a car or jumping on a bike. When the Streets for People project was first initiated, I made a submission on speed and said then, keep it simple, 30 kilometers an hour on all urban roads. Installing a few cycle lanes is not going to produce the major changes to cycling you set out to achieve. Oh yeah, if you ask motorists if they vote to slow down, the vast majority will say no. But this is an issue of safety and leadership. Good leadership can see the end result, and people in years to come will be thankful for their vision and their actions. Thank you.
Are there any questions? We are pretty much at time, but I don't think our next speaker is here, and next up is lunch, I think. So are there any questions of Dr. Palmer? If not, thank you for your comprehensive submission and coming in today and speaking to it.
Thank you very much indeed.
Right, just before we break, and I'll do this at the end of each of these sessions. So out of any of the key submissions that you've heard today, are there items that you'd like further information or further advice on? So I'm not here to debate them, discuss them, or but they're just things that may have come up during the course of submissions that you'd like further feedback from staff on. Councillor Murray.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just in terms of the support requested from Seaview Heights, what is the cost of the support in terms of staff working with them to enable a plan change? So what does that look like? What is that? And have we got resource? Do we not have resource?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hill and then Councillor Mackenzie.
When Rob Ford was in, can't quite remember the name of the other chap that was with him, Dwayne Whiting. So they were speaking about costed schedules, and we're back to probably pre-COVID levels. I just wanted to understand that a bit more, how that process works, that we might be able to leverage better costing.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yes, and I also would like to just understand a little bit more that issue of maybe in Wakefield not focusing on the stormwater for the infill area. So I'd like some advice on that, support what Chris has said in terms of the costings that are driving those DCs. I'd like confirmation that we've assumed that 50% fundraising on that Great Pace Trail initiative from Hope Valley to Waiiti. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the DCs, you know, some of the submitters, maybe not this morning's, but have just talked about more of a phasing of the increase. So I want to understand the costing phasing aligned with the increase in the DC charges phasing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Dowler?
Yeah, I think all councils need to be made a bit more aware about the landing charges at Mott Airport, Takaka Airport, etc., etc. And I'm going to throw in the fact that I'm still totally concerned about the DC charges on that land as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, through Mayor. And further to that, can we have an explanation on why we're the only ones in the country with this bond when it comes to the aerodrome, please?
I think the aerodrome fees, there'll need to be some further advice again subsequent to the meeting that Councillor Kinnamonth raised and that the earlier submitter said had taken place. So I'm sure we'll get advice back about each of the components that make up the submissions in that particular instance. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, I'm not sure if somebody else raised this, but the issue of new houses having to have wastewater storage at considerable cost, and implication is because of our infrastructure, but I'd just like to know whether that is the problem.
Okay, thank you. It's not a debate or answer of questions. It's just raising issues for further information. I know there's, yes. Okay. Excellent, thank you. Right, we now have a breakthrough, so we're getting underway at 1. If we can, we've got a reasonable amount of time though, so if we can aim to be back here by 10:02, and then if we have submitters that are ready to go, then we can get slightly ahead of the afternoon's program, because we have managed to stay on time, but it has been reasonably tight. Okay, thank you. Bruno is actually down for 2:30, but given that he's here and we'll get slightly ahead of the game this afternoon, we'll come across. So Bruno speaking on behalf of the Tasman Community Transport Trust.
The Nelson Tasman Community Transport Trust.
The Nelson Tasman Community Transport Trust.
Thank you.
So Bruno, you've got 5 minutes. I'll give you the little dinger. Submission's been circulated in red, so how you use that 5 minutes is over to you. If you want to add to your submission, if you want to leave some time for questions, leave some time. But how you use the 5 minutes over to you, and I'll give you the little dingy bell at 4.5.
Yep. So I'm early because I've just done a submission to Nelson City Council on the same thing. They gave me 10 minutes, but anyway, so I'm sure I can get it done in 5 minutes. So Kira Koto, Mayor, councillors, council staff and others. Our submission focuses only on the public transport section of the 10-year plan. Firstly, let me thank the TDC staff and councillors who helped set up and run this trust and fund it to the tune of $20,000 per annum via a community transport fund. We are delighted that the TDC e-bus is now running between Wakefield and Richmond and Motueka and Richmond, and that it now caters for most of our previous passengers. However, we are rebuilding by looking for the gaps in the current public bus service. Now, one of the notable things that we've done since the e-bus started to take the routes is that we've already helped mainly elderly women, but very tentative passengers who did not want to go on the bus. We've taken them on the bus and we've helped them onto the bus. So I think that's been an achievement. I mean, basically, we're not after necessarily passengers, we're after helping in getting people on the public bus service. The service are now started from Tapawera, going through to Richmond and also, going through to Wakefield and also through to Motueka. And we're also running a service through Upper Motiri, who is currently not covered with the e-bus service. We're looking at East Motueka, possibly the Motueka Valley and Rewaka. We're still running our Saturday service from Motueka to Richmond. We are refocusing on taking passengers to and from the e-bus stops rather than all the way to Richmond. We have 10 police vetted volunteers in Motueka and 4 in Tapawera, 2 minivans and 2 paid contractors. We now have a Tapawera resident on our board of trustees. We've attracted we have attracted 120,000 from charitable organisations since we started in 2019. And this does not include the 60,000 from TDC Community Public Transport Trust. So we have a good way of raising money. We are hoping for the previous level of TDC funding with possibly a 10% increase for Tapawera service because of the increased costs and fuels for the bus and for our coordinators to travel there. We have included our costings in our written submissions. And that's it for me. So please, any questions, comments or further suggestions of things that we could possibly do?
Thank you very much, Bruno. So it is open for questions that anyone has based on the submission and anything that Bruno's covered today. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Bruno, and all the good work, of course, that's done. So I'm just not 100% clear in my mind. So the amount that we've got in the LTP to go to the trust, do we have it for every year over the 10 years?
Well,
what have you been able to ascertain?
Well, I've looked at the transport section of the LTP and it's got nothing allocated yet over any of the years. So presumably this presentation is to get some money allocated to that group.
Okay, well, we'll follow it up with staff. I mean, I think we did have it in there, but so
It's
we'll.
completely blank all the way through.
Okay. Okay, but that's definitely, we think it's in there, but we'll follow it up.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? If not, Bruno, thank you very much for coming in, and congratulations on the work that the trust has done pre the implementation of the wider public transport bus service across the district. It's been much appreciated, and the recent service out to Tapawera. Hopefully that gets really good patronage as well. So thanks for the work you continue to do.
And thank you for the council for giving e-bus service. It's just fantastic, and especially seeing all the passengers that come past our place on the bus. So thank you for that.
Next up, we've got Bill Byrne on behalf of the Virtual Partnership. Welcome, Bill. No worries. So same thing, 5 minutes, or ding you at 4.5 if you're still, rabbiting on, as I'm sure you probably won't be. All good.
So this is Waimea River Park Management Plan. I'm not sure whether this is under consultation LTP, but I've taken the opportunity anyway. So what I'd like to do is change the conditions on the Bermland lease adjacent to our vineyard that is deemed, the land that is deemed suitable for planting of horticultural and viticulture with a long-term lease of 15 to 20 years, plus perhaps 5-year renewals. As far as flooding goes, it does flood like all land in Brightwater just about does, but I have given you a couple of maps of the land in question, but also land that is already planted upriver in vineyards or horticulture to that extent. Currently we get 5-year lease. Well, 5 years, we've just had a renewal 1 year because I understand it is in the LTP, is it?
I don't know the details.
No.
I don't know the details, but if that's the advice you've received, then it may well be.
Because we've been trying to get this over the board for quite a number of years, and the excuse has always been it's coming up in the LTP. So we've been waiting for this to happen. So that's pretty much where we are.
Good as gold, very clear, pretty straightforward. Any questions? Excellent. So obviously the process from here is it'll be followed up. The advice we receive back will clarify where it sits in the LTP.
Yeah.
And we'll respond to you directly in terms of next steps.
Cool.
Good as gold. Thanks for coming in.
All right. Thank you.
Next up, we've got the Tasman Bays Heritage Trust. So welcome, team.
Thank you.
So I will hand over to whoever wishes to lead the speaking. By all means,
I
share it
will.
around should you wish.
Yeah, we will do that. I'll lead. So, kia ora tātou. My name's Stephen Broadpaul. I'm the chair of the Tasman Bays Heritage Trust. So we've got a presentation, something for you to look at. We're conscious that we do have a time commitment as well. So here we go. Okay, so just a summary of our request is the retention of the financial commitment towards the construction of the ARC, which is the archive facility in the long-term plan for 2021 to 2031. So thank you so much for your commitment and your support. We just want to ensure that that is still part of the long-term plan. I'll give you an update shortly of where we're at with the project. And we also, second request is to share the increased project costs equally between the two stakeholder councils, which is Nelson City and yourselves, and drawdown of funds as requested in the current financial year. So, okay, so just to give you some background to where our budget sits, originally in 2018, it's 5 years since the business case was submitted. So the budget then was 12.4 million. The trust purchased the site from cash reserves in 2019 in Church Street in Nelson City. Funding committed by Nelson City Council in 2019 and yourselves in 2021. So we've had 5 years of extreme cost escalation. We are in the design phase, construction provider involvement, quality assessment, etc. I guess the biggest shift in our project cost of 14.9 million is on doing some ongoing groundwork, discovered that initially we thought poles could go in right for the whole size of the building. However, the land is quite different across the piece of land we've got. So our pre-build team and quality surveys have suggested that we go to a concrete slab rather than a pile approach, which will overcome those challenges we've had. So this is no surprise to anybody, as our collection does need a new home. You've probably seen some media coverage around the continual challenges we have with the Isle Park facility, and most recently we had some of the collection that had been damaged, which all kudos to our team out there. It's surprising it hadn't happened before, but certainly we're continually getting leaks in our ceiling. I guess one of the big things for us is about a duty of care for the collection, but also for our people working there as well. So this is our progress update. The two bottom ones are brand new ones. Some of you will be aware of where it is about 8 years of investigation planning. So this is quite a long period of time for the trust to be working on this. So I just really want to draw your attention to where we currently are. As our detailed design sets are complete, and coordination and checking's underway, and building consent application to be submitted during May this month as well. So we're close. So I guess you're probably keen to know, so where are we going with our funding? And the next two slides are around the dollars. So we've been setting up funding as lotteries, private bet trust, Rata Foundation. That will be a media release today or tomorrow. acknowledging that the City of Nelson Civic Trust, a key charitable trust, some local benefactors, and the Nelson Historical Society. We have had a soft launch. We've got ambassadors going out to key people within our region who are working on our behalf, talking to people that support the project and have the financial funds to maybe donate. We are doing a public launch on the 6th of June to really start the momentum going, because the biggest contribution we need is from central government funding. So the council contributions, so 2022-2023 is we got $125 from both councils advanced on the funds that were kind of pre-approved or held. We came to council, the joint council meeting in a couple of months ago, and asked for 250,000 each to finish the design phase. The drawdown was declined. So we have had to borrow money to complete that as the trust. So the commitment stands for 2025-26 is 3.075 million, and we are looking for in the long-term plan for 2025-26 an increase of 1.5 million for project cost increases. So we're just asking for a commitment. We certainly aren't asking for any money till 2025-2026. So questions?
Righto, thank you. It's probably time for a couple of quickish questions. So succinct questions will be appreciated. And answers, obviously. Councillor Manning.
Good afternoon. 2 months ago, when you came to us for that advance, you didn't ask for any extra money, and you were quite emphatic. Now, 2 months later, it's 1.5 million from each council. So that causes me some concern.
Yeah, so we're not asking for that money now. So the 250 was for the design phase. Absolutely. We're just looking for a commitment during the design phase process, as I mentioned earlier, around the piles versus the slab, is that we've used a little bit of contingency on that. So we've spread our contingency on every stage of the project, and we're just wanting to make sure that when we get to 2025-2026 is that we have comfort that there are some funds available if and when we need them.
Councillor Murray and then Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So there's three. So is there a contingency if the 1.5 million extra isn't confirmed? So is there a design fallback and cost savings if you don't get both councils to commit to another 1.5 million each, or 1.2 or 3% rate increase for our residents?
Kia ora, I'm Belinda Wheatley, project manager. Just to be clear about the contingency for the project, the overall contingency for the project is 13%, and we also have 15% contingency allocated for the construction, realising that that's probably the most variable phase of the project. In terms of income, we are looking to the Ministry for Culture and Heritage to make up the shortfall. So we have to say that we have approached every funding opportunity. They are a funder of last resort. So we need to be very clear when we apply to the Ministry for Culture and Heritage that we have tapped up every fund possible. So we've been maintaining a very long list of funds we've applied to, funds we've received, right down to individuals that we've been approaching.
Councillor Cameron, last question.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I think you've probably answered most of my question, but given that you look after a great deal of Maritonga, I didn't see any funds coming from iwi or anything like that. So maybe through the ministry, be looking at it through that way. But have you considered iwi because you are storing their taonga in your premises?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we have had some conversations and are continuing to do so. So as Belinda said, we need to make sure when we put that application to central government, we've actually ticked all the boxes, and that needs to be a box that we need to have ticked whether we're successful or not with that. they want to see that we've done our utmost effort to find funds from other sources apart from central government. So absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming in and presenting, answering questions, and providing us with your submission. So thank you. Next is Peter Harmon. Peter, welcome. And then David Kemp, I see in the back. So they're the next two speakers. Welcome, Peter. So same deal, 5 minutes. Leave some time. Good as gold. All right. I'll ding if I need to, but probably won't.
Sorry. Which is the regional organisation charged with governance of competitive swimming in the region. We're a member of Swimming New Zealand, and we've got 7 member clubs in the region, including the Motueka Swim Club. And currently we've got a membership of 684 people. I'm here today just to voice our support for the proposed Motueka Community Aquatic Centre and the LTP. It goes without saying that swimming, the benefit that swimming can give to the health and well-being of the entire community, that a facility like this can provide. The Motueka community have been waiting for this for a very long time. With regards to competitive swimming, a facility such as this would enable Motueka Swim Club to function all year round without having to travel to Richmond. This will give them the ability to train and compete on an equal basis with other clubs in the region. And as a regional body, we would encourage Motueka Swim Club to host events at the centre that would attract swimmers from around the region and at times further afield. Events like this would help the club grow and attract new members. And swimmers from our region have achieved some wonderful things recently. We've got 1 swimmer competing internationally. Several others have been selected for scholarships recently in the States. We've had 22 swimmers at the national age groups recently, and most of our swimmers compete at various other places around New Zealand. And that doesn't happen without facilities like the proposed Motueka Swim Club. And that's really me. That's what I had to say, unless there's any questions about swimming.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Nice and succinct. Love a good succinct, clear submission. And plenty of time for questions. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just looking at the proposed scope of the planned Motueka swimming pool. 6-lane, 25-metre main pool with spectator seating. And then we've got a lot of other things there, a learn to swim pool, hydrotherapy, toddler splash pad, spa pool, changing rooms, reception area. So in terms of the group that you represent for competitive swimming, do you have a view about a 6-lane, 25-metre main pool?
6-lane for local events is suitable. At the moment, we use either Blenheim Centre, which is a 10-lane pool, and the Richmond Aquatic Centre, which is 8 lanes. The recent events that we've been holding that are local events, we only use 6 of the 8 lanes at Richmond Aquatic Centre. If we were to hold we've just held the South Island Juniors at the Richmond Aquatic Centre, 8 lanes was sufficient for that. 6 lanes would certainly be sufficient for what we would do locally, and it would be more a local based event that we would hold. And we can be adaptable in that the number of swimmers that enter a competition, we then space them out, and we might run, say, a 50-metre freestyle event, and if there's 12 competitors, we'll have 2 races. And it's the races are done on times, not actually a first, second, third across the line.
I'll get my subsidiary question in when the mayor's not looking. So
if you keep the questions nice and succinct, then you get more questions.
You didn't comment on the 25-metre length. So how does the 25-metre thingy impact competitive swimming?
So our swim events are held either short course, which is a 25-metre pool, or long course, which is a 50-metre pool. And all our races are based around either 25 metres or 50-metre length. Yep.
Just get more practice turning.
Yeah.
Very briefly,
Mr. Speaker. Can you? I think you said that Motueka's been waiting a long time for this pool. My understanding is,
excellent question, Councillor Mario. All right, thank you very much, Peter. Thanks for coming in, speaking and being available to answer questions. Next up, David Kemp. It was very succinct. I quite like it as a question.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome, David. So, you know the drill, 5 minutes. I'll give you this little dingy thing at 4.5 if you still happen to be going. If you wish to leave time for questions, allow a bit of time in with your presentation.
Okay, thanks very much. Generally, I'm active. I'm promoting the idea of socialising in public spaces. Generally, it's accepted that social isolation and loneliness and lack of exercise are the biggest issues facing society wherever you are these days there. Now, I've made a special effort over the years to look at public seating. Now, most of these seats are local, some are elsewhere. But, and there's another part there too. There it is there. Now, I've got a whole lot of stats here about, I don't like to talk about it, but it's there in front of us every day, suicide, the stress and emotional anxiety in the community all the time, and we've got to do something about it. Now, yesterday at the library over here, there was a very good presentation by 4 different bodies, government bodies, active in keeping the community healthy. Michael will be able to tell you all about it because he was there as well. If you look at these seatings there, I didn't have any eyes in the back of my head. The thing is that I talk with older people. I'm 80 years old. I talk with older people, and they always say to me, saying, "You're right, David. We need to get out there, but there's no seats around where we can socialise. Have a breather." I walked back from the library or up from the supermarket. I can't even go around the block because there's nowhere where I can have a breather. Okay. Now, it's not a big ticket item. A lot of it can be done voluntarily, but there's got to be an intent to make our society, our community here, really proactive and healthy and happy. Now, we live in a great place. It's a good community there, and we're so closely available to the hills. They've got flatlands and we've got estuaries. Okay, we don't need to invent anything. We just have to make better use of what we've got. And I think this socialising in public spaces is real easy to do. We just need to have an agreement and intent to use it. Now, this layout was done with assistance from the librarians at Richmond and in Mott, and they were very, very good. If it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't have been able to put this together. And I think it's a document of public good. Okay, now if it hadn't been for them, it wouldn't exist. Okay, now I note that I'm an active user of the libraries. I belong to the writers group in Richmond and the poets group at the Motueka Library, and I go to a number of the presentations. They had one last week from Judy Caspol from the Suter, and there was about 30 people there. And it's well received. It's good return for the dollar. Okay, and I think it's money well spent on libraries, but I would like to see a more proactive policy on getting every park with a decent seat that you can sit on. Yeah, people can go and socialise there. Now, if we go back to the other one, please. Now, the top left is your basic bog standard brain dead seat. Okay, it's painted dock green, you might notice. Okay, now, and it's a lonely seat. You go and sit on one of those seats and you feel lonely. Okay, but next to it there, by the vet clinic in Stoke there, the same seats, but they're adjacent to each other. So straight away, you can have a talk. There's old Betty there with a walker there, and there's a young mum with a couple of kids. You can sit down and socialise. The one at the top right on that one there is, I think that was taken about 15 years ago. It might have decayed now, but that's over in Peyton's Rock, I think it is, over there. And it's the most comfortable seat in the row here. You know, you sit down there, your feet go up there, and you ain't going nowhere. Okay. Now, underneath it is I call it an oxymoron seat. It's a seat that's not a seat. Okay. Now, oxymoron is clever and dumb at the same time. Okay. People can't use them. They're a token gesture, but they don't work. Now, that's both of them there. There's a new one in Sabine way over the back over here, and I noticed in the recent issue of the Newsline, a new one over in Murchison there, and they're useless seats. All that money, and I also understand that it's out for tender, and there's a guy in Mott who does rugged outdoor seating there, and he's constantly undercut by the men's shed. Okay, now we are able to do good seating. The one in Motueka on the other side over there, it's a joy to see people using it. I saw one the other day. There was a family that was sharing a pizza there. It was great. You know, we need more of that. That's me. Oh, before I go, public art. This was in Motueka. Okay, for anyone who knows art history, that's Mondrian in Motueka. Okay, I caught the reflection underneath it. It's opposite the library. And I reckon it's a good bit of work. And it's the thing is about everyday life. You keep our eyes open. There's good stuff around. That's me.
Thanks very much, David. Really appreciate you coming in, sharing your presentation photos, and keep up the good work in the seating promotion front.
Okay. Sorry.
Succinct question. Yeah.
Could you please provide those seating diagrams that you've just had to our Parks and Reserves team?
It's on the record. I've got it there. Go for it. Go for it then.
Okay. Thanks, David. Thanks for coming in.
Cheers. Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Next up, we've got Fiona Wilson and Sarah Jane Ware on behalf of the Regional Development Agency. Welcome. So again, submission's been circulated and read. So how you use this 5 minutes is over to you. I'll give you the little dingy thing at 4.5 minutes. If you want to leave some time for questions, by all means, do that.
Kia, thank you for having us on behalf of the National Regional Development Agency. Just for context for the hearing, as councillors are aware, NRDA was established in 2016 as a joint regional development agency and regional tourism organisation owned by Nelson City Council, but funding provided by both councils to deliver against local government responsibility for economic wellbeing. Our focus is on attracting investment, supporting collaboration, building capability. We work one-on-one with high growth businesses, we support key sector clusters, and we support and promote the operating environment. Through initiatives such as the regional priority briefings, we present a combined regional voice for priority investments and profile the region on behalf of business. Today, we simply want to re-emphasise the importance of working together as a region for economic development, especially given our small scale integration of work and business activities and the balance of assets across the entire Nelson Tasman region. In our LTP submissions, we ask both councils to work together to address our resourcing to enable us to continue to advance economic development at a regional level. Tasman Council's continued funding is essential to this model. Councillors may be aware that Nelson City Council's core funding to us has been in 2 tranches, the main tranche through the LTP and a 3-year tranche for additional regeneration investment funding, which ends this year. This means our funding from Nelson City Council will reduce by 373,000 next year as that 3-year amount finishes. While we assure you of our ability and to deliver impactful regional economic development for the region, we do need to highlight that our ability to deliver at the capacity we've done to date will reduce. We're very aware of the current environment and the financial constraints. It is our view at this time of economic stress, when we need regional investment and promotion to support business growth and economic vibrancy, which in turn means jobs and wages and spend, this region must maintain its momentum and investment in its economic development agency. We ask that together with Nelson City Council, you include in your long-term plan an intent towards common ownership and planned future funding, joint funding of NRDA. In our submission, we did also ask Tasman Council to increase resourcing to NRDA as your regional economic agency in terms of balance of funding. However, we certainly recognise the further pressures Council is addressing, and that we ask that funding levels maintain value while our longer term position is addressed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Fiona. So there is a bit of time for questions. So I've got Councillor Manning and Councillor Butler.
Fiona, thanks for your presentation. What percentage of your funding or resources are spent on tourism promotion?
Altogether, if we think estimate approximately 40%, not on promotion, but you understand that we're an integrated organisation. So when we're profiling for tourism, that's combined with our profiling for business. So if we try to split it, you might do it that way, but we are very integrated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wondering about, I know that it's a very important role for you to be having relationships with central government, and I'm just wondering with the new government whether or not you are having to start again, or whether or not you've got enduring relationships there.
Thank you to you, Chair. Prior to the elections, we maintain relationships with both parties. We have you'll be aware, we have the briefing for ministers, which sets out the region's priorities as agreed across the whole region. We sent that to all politicians and within the portfolios, pointing out particularly where it related to their portfolios. We invited all politicians to meet with us, or for us to go there and had that relationship. Some, of course, it's new, and we are establishing relationships with the new portfolios. Today, we're getting from the printers our 2024 briefing for ministers, and we'll be using that as the vehicle to write specifically to all new MPs. We actually have already sent the 2023 one as soon as the elections were announced and as soon as the portfolios were announced. So we're keeping that momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in terms of the question that was asked earlier about tourism and promotion, pre-COVID, there was a large contribution from the private sector in terms of tourism, and you might better remember what that quantum was. Where does that sit now? And is that an area of focus to try and get back to something like was previously provided by the sector itself?
Pre-COVID, match like for like in terms of the partner program, it was about 150,000. Just taking a nod with the late Tony, yes. During COVID, we paused that while businesses were in no position to contribute, and we actually used the funding through central government, through the Destination Management Plan funding, to replace that, if you like, in terms of promotions. The year ending June, the current year, we're at 100,000. We're building it back up. We reintroduced it year before last. Our intent through our relaunch program, which we're about to do, I think next week or the week after, is to build up to 125 next year and 150 the next year. So we're trying to build back to where we were pre-COVID with that.
Thank you, Fiona. Is there any further questions? If not, thank you for coming in, for your written submission, and for coming in, speaking, and being available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next up, we have the team from Multicultural Nelson Tasman, Marie and associated presenters. Welcome again, and over to you in terms of who might be presenting. So 5 minutes, submission being received. And so how you use that 5 minutes, over to you. If you want to leave a bit of space for questions, then by all means do so. So again, I'll give you the little dinger button 4.5 minutes-ish.
That's better? Okay, thank you all so much. I'm just going to go through a brief PowerPoint that summarizes some of the points from our longer submission that we made to the long-term plan. So first of all, just an overview of what Multicultural Nelson Tasman does. We do all sorts of things in the wider Nelson Tasman region, but today I want to highlight some of the work we've been doing specifically in the Tasman region, including our hiring in this past year of a community support coordinator who's based at Community House in Motueka. She's put on several events, including very popular migrant stories at the library, which continued with due to popular demand. It was supposed to be a one-off event and just kept on going and going. Potluck dinners that have been hugely attended. The last one had 48 participants. And working with council, including the Welcoming Communities Officer of Tasman District Council and other stakeholders. And I just want to reiterate, we're so grateful to Tasman District Council for signing on to the Welcoming Communities program and making a statement of commitment to being a welcoming community. Other events that we support are cultural events. We do several kinds of different workshops that again are available both in the Nelson and Tasman areas. And our flagship Tasman Asian Night Food Fair that you've probably heard of and maybe even attended. What we need. So this is what we wanted to share with you today. We really urge the council not to make any cuts to the community partnerships budget. In fact, if anything, ideally we would prefer and really urge the council to provide increased financial underwriting for the food fair. But at the very least, I'm not sure exactly what we would do. What the future of the food fair would be if we didn't have that funding that the Tasman Council currently provides, and retain accessibilities of the libraries for the many events that we're having, an increasing number of events based in that Tasman area. A multicultural hub, this is what we shared with both Nelson City Council and Tasman District Council, because we would really like, and there's a huge demand among the community. This has been an ongoing request for several years now by people of diverse ethnic communities for a multicultural hub that contains a performance space, rehearsal space, meeting rooms, function rooms that we can use for training, board meetings or meetings of ethnic community groups, and build the organizational capacity of the local communities. So we're proposing a multicultural hub that is similar to things that have been adopted at other councils around the country right now. And we have proposed that TDC and NCC work together to support such a project. We also would like to urge TDC to continue support of the Welcoming Communities Officer role, and our community support coordinator, that's our employee based in Motueka. We're only able to provide that service on 2 days a week in Community House in Motueka. So ideally, if there was any support to be had from TDC to expand that role, that would actually mean serving your community even better. Why are we asking this? Well, 22% of the residents of this region were born overseas, and Tasman's population includes more than 100 ethnic and national heritages. Tasman is a very highly diverse region, but it often does not identify itself as such. Immigrants are vital to our region's health and economy. Our healthcare and primary industries in particular rely heavily on migrant workers. And as you all know, Tasman is an aging population, and that is going to require an increased need for health workers, and the majority of those health workers will be immigrants. I think that now is the time for TDC to invest in economic growth, and part of economic growth is making this region a more welcoming region for immigrants. Immigrants who come to New Zealand have choices, and they have choices of all different kinds of towns and cities around New Zealand. So we want it to be actually attractive for them to stay here, not to mention Australia. So for us to really be competitive in this environment, we think that now is the time for TDC to invest rather than pull back funds at this time. We understand that this is a very tough economic climate for council, but we think that this will actually result in massive return on investment if we invest in being a truly welcoming and inclusive community. Thanks.
Just quickly, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Marie toko ingoa, and thank you very much for having us today. And I do salute TDC for that welcoming communities charter, but also we can't emphasize enough that we are in the economy. We contribute highly to the economy. We're in the blue, the brown, the primary industries, healthcare, dairy, farms, your orchards. We are everywhere. So your support, the equitable access to the funding, to the support that Tasman District and all of you here at the Tasman District area and beyond. It's a strong community of Filipinos and Indians in Motueka. And recently we just had at the Headingley Lane, our cultural show. A lot of our healthcare workers are living and buying houses in Berryfield. So that's just pretty much a few examples of that, how we're contributing to the progress of Tasman District and beyond. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is one very quick question, but I suspect there probably isn't, given the submission was very clear, very well laid out, and the presentation excellent again. So well done. And thanks to all of you and the role that you play. As you point out, it is a key part of our community across so many different sectors, and you do a great job with the limited funding that we provide. So thank you very much for coming in and making a submission.
And just like that, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right. Next up, we have Kevin McManus on behalf of the Motueka Era Club. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you, Nick. My submission is on behalf of the Management Committee of the Motueka Era Club. And our submission is about the proposed, can I say, drastic increase in charges at Motueka Aerodrome. I'm not sure. I won't read out the submission. You've got that in front of you. But just as background, I mean, the current landing fees are $10 a landing. The proposal is to increase that to $30, some exceptions. That's, however you count it, a 200 or 300% increase. And quite frankly, you know, we were shocked. And I have to say, on behalf of the committee, somewhat angry, because the Motueka Era Club has been there for 90 years at the Motueka Aerodrome. It's run entirely by voluntary efforts. You know, we all put in long hours running the club. The main beneficiaries of that are the young people of the district who aspire to learn to fly and have a career in aviation. And we just feel this is really pulling the rug out from underneath us. Can I say that? I don't really understand where it's come from. We've done a survey, well, national body has done a survey. The median landing fee for similar aerodromes around New Zealand is $10, some variations. Some local examples, Omaka, which is at Blenheim, which is actually owned and operated by the Marlborough Aero Club, a bit more financial than us. They have 3 runways there. It's a big operation. They've got Peter Jackson's museum there. Their landing fee is $10. If you go over to Westport, it's $5. Just as by way of example, it means a short flight, local flight, let's say from Motueka to Takaka, which is also affected, would cost $60 in landing fees. This is just unrealistic, I think. So, I mean, there's really not, even Nelson Airport, which is hardly comparable to Motueka Aerodrome, The landing fees there are weight-based, but for a typical training aircraft, Cessna 152 Piper, such as, the main traffic at Motueka, the landing fee at Nelson's $15. We just don't understand where this has come from. And it's just, pulling the rug out from under it. I mean, we're quite happy to try and work with council to come up with some solutions. We don't understand where the costs lie that would require such a big increase. The council provides no amenities other than mowing the grass, as far as we can see. And it's collecting quite a lot of money on ground rentals from people who own hangars there and so forth. Council collects quite a lot of money off us, about $5,000 a year in rates, ground lease, landing fees. We're just a bit shocked and confused. So really, I'd be glad to hear your questions, actually.
Okay, I think so. You're about, I think, the third or fourth person who spoke on this today. So a number of questions have been asked and answered. So if there are not so many again, that may be why. But we are fairly clear on the issues that have been raised with us by both yourself and a number of other submitters prior to you speaking. So I will open it up for questions. Does anyone have any specific questions?
Can I offer, a couple of thoughts that have occurred to us, to try and help the council reduce costs? For example, there's the mowing of the grass that needs to be done. There are no other amenities there. There's no toilets. We're the only people who provide toilets to users of the airfield at our cost. There's presumably cost in maintaining the pavement there on the runway, but we don't need the pavement. Take it away. For instance, Omarko, which is a much busier aerodrome, it's quite normal for these kind of aerodromes not to have pavement. It's quite satisfactory to land on grass. Just not sure. There's some other features too, which are quite incredible to us. For instance, the proposal. First of all, they're going to take away the facility to pay cash, on an envelope and an honesty box. It's pretty common. They're removing that, which is so. But then there's a proposal to add a $150 administration fee if you don't pay on the day. Some of the stuff is really onerous. It's normal to add an administration fee at other aerodromes if you don't pay on the day. Sometimes it's just not possible. That fee would normally be $20, which is fair enough. And then all this talk about, calling in debt collectors and that. It just seems rather over the top, can I say that? But like I say, we're open to trying to work with council to help sort out if there's some particular cost pressure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking into your submission. And as I say, you're one of many who have spoken on this topic today. So I'm sure there'll be some discussion and feedback to you in due course.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So next up, I see Mason has arrived. So Mason, you're next up on the list. And then Timo's also here. So following Mason, we'll come to Timo.
Still warm. So.
It's the advantage of 5 minutes. You see the seat remains nice and warm. Mason, over to you. So 5 minutes. Submission's been received, obviously summarised and read. So over to you how you use that 5 minutes to add to or emphasise anything in your submission. If you want to leave some time for questions, then leave it within the 5 minutes, and I'll give you this little dingy thing at 4.5 if you happen to still be talking at that point.
Okay, fair call. Oh, look, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I think this is a really good format. I'm assuming you've had a whole mix of passionate people. I live in Mapua, not to be confused with some of the whinging ones from Mapua. I thought I'd put that out there for a start. Just to clear the ground for a moment. Okay, so don't time me with that group. But in all seriousness, so I'm here on behalf of the Kaituti Recreation Reserve to talk about a couple of things, particularly around transport, but also sort of as a concerned ratepayer. I'm just keen to hear a couple of different things, probably more personally. So I thought I'd start with maybe the rate and increase portion. when I look across all the different councils, I think what's proposed at the moment is actually relatively reasonable. And I noticed there's also an increase, maybe 2 to 3% that's moved since that update. Still puts us, say, 10 or 13%, which is not overly, I don't think it's actually that over the top when you look at around other councils and where we sit on average. My first question around that was, over the last few years, I think we've used the depreciation portion that would set aside for cash flow for future asset maintenance, would offset increases in prior years, which we previously used to lower the rate increases for ratepayers. Am I correct in thinking that's sort of the approach taken in prior years through COVID to lower the effect for?
There have been surpluses in closed accounts, not all associated with depreciation, but
that was the approach to helping it. Okay. So there's probably, I'm just getting in my head, there's probably quite a potential that the increases proposed and probably nicely catch up to where we would have or could have been. One question on the depreciation piece, it talked about a fully funded depreciation model in years to come. That was maybe 3 or 4 to 5 years away. Is there any idea of what percentage that would mean tacked on top of rates as a yearly number?
I can't give it to you.
Putting you on the spot.
But basically it is included in the out years of the 10-year plan.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Right.
Yeah, spread over that latter 5 years.
Okay, so still within that forecast of 4.65% within that period. Right, that's impressive. Okay. I have a question on the climate change piece and then I've got transport. One question around the spend. So 69.1 million over the 10-year plan. It's very hard to know on the submissions, although they're very detailed in the information on the websites. I wasn't quite sure how that spend was split up. And I wondered if there was a percentage of that spend that was essential that couldn't be chosen to be spared or not versus the opportunistic moving forward, taking a leading approach as a council to combat climate change. Those are the two bits I didn't quite understand. Is there a round figure to say to that 69.1? It felt as though we've got a few cost saving initiatives, but one of the biggest buckets of spend over that 10 years was in that category. I was interested to know if there was a breakdown of necessity versus opportunity.
I think it's something we can provide in response to your submission at a later date. So the question will be noted. And
thank you. Brings me to the most exciting piece, which is transport, parking. Those of you that are familiar with the Kaituti Recreation Reserve over the hill, we have a pretty unique structure. It's a Crown-owned entity, 250 hectares of land. We have an influx, thousands of visitors over the summer periods flock to this area. We're quite unique. We don't pay rates as an organisation, but we handle all of the infrastructure, the car parking, the water, the maintenance, the grounds, the whole wider area. But we take a lot of heat from the locals because they assume we're just part of a council extension. You'll no doubt know about all the car parking issues that happen around Little Kaiteri, the boats, the traffic, everything that exists. Our biggest win would be to have a bus service in summer, an extension of the bus if possible, to get customers in and out and reduce that traffic impact. As I understand, this year was one of the worst years for traffic infringements on Martin Farm Road with 300 plus infringements issued. I don't want to take credit for all of those for the reserve, but we're probably a large portion. But to give you an indication, you may have seen the Wipeout Waterworld structure we had at Kaiteri over the summer. That brought in 14,000 visitors alone, just that used that. And that's over an 8-week period. We have probably we've estimated around 60,000 visitors over the summer period. So it's a huge influx of people, a lot parking down the Bay to the Able Tasman. Any kind of collaboration, we're willing to help out financially. We run a bus service on our own cost last year. We had about 300 people take that service. It wasn't widely sort of pushed, but I think it's definitely an area that we could improve and help the wider Kaituti area and that link through Motueka. I'm totally aware of the challenge there is and the cost there is to extend those services, but I think the point I put on option A, a brilliant idea to keep the same and maybe try and grow and expand, given how popular and how successful the trial's been. So that was my request. Happy to help out in any way that we could as well.
Okay, thanks, Mason. So time for a couple of very quick questions. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in part, you've already answered saying you're willing to help financially towards the bus. Have you had any discussion around staff or the operator? Would the times that the bus runs out to Motueka work for extending it out to Kaiteri in return? Have you looked into that at all?
We have, great question. We actually started a bus service directly with Nelson Coach Lines last year to trial it. Initially didn't have a Motueka link, and then we managed to pull it in later in the period. So it does work with timing. It left here at 9 o'clock in the morning, passed through Motueka around that 10 o'clock period, and then it was in Kaiteri and then back again in the afternoon by 5 o'clock. Only one bus with 52 odd seats. So more scale would be great. That cost us about 20 grand for that period to run it.
Right, so would more bus services do the day, would it necessarily be better? Just those beginning and end of day for the one?
Good question. I think the link was our problem. So we have a standalone on the weekend that we ran. So we ran a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The bus service at the moment is only during the week. And the biggest hurdle is that weekend connecting everything through. Most people travel out to us on the weekends. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chris, Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Dowler, brief questions, brief answers.
I can talk about it because I got my book in yesterday, but
congratulations.
Good to put in a new website. So I guess my question is, 14,000 visitors with Wipeout World. So in actual fact, we want to provide the buses to reduce, parking problems and all the rest of it. I understand all of that. What thinking does the board give to, at what point do we reach peak capacity in terms of, people's social enjoyment or impacts on the natural environment? How does the board consider when we're at peak capacity?
It's a very, very good question. So we are governed effectively by the overarching principles of DOC. So everything that we have on the reserve, including all the movements across the foreshore. So we have a limit of 1,852. That's how exact it is per day that can cross the foreshore to mitigate that impact. The challenge we have is you could bring all of those customers in and off the foreshore down the Abel Tasman via bus, which would have very little impact to the area. At the moment, a lot of them come by car, they park in any spot they can find, and then they head down the bay. Same with everything that we do in the reserve, day trips. Most of our campers that come are all housed within the campground. It's the day trips and the Abel Tasman. So it's quite hard to manage. At the moment, we haven't moved that number for probably since its existence, so in the last 10, 15 years. If we were to increase it, all of those things come into account. And we have a lot of pressure to increase that at the moment.
Councillor Dowler, very briefly.
I assume there's been discussions between the board and Abel Tasman Sea Shuttle and Wilson's with their buses that they use.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mason. Thanks for coming in and presenting and answering questions. Next up, we've got Timo. Hello, Timo. You probably observed enough to see roughly what the drill is. So 5 minutes, submissions being received, emphasise, add to as you wish. If you want to leave room for questions, do so, and I'll give you this little dinger at 4.5 minutes.
Fantastic. I was a little bit worried to come in earlier. I thought you might all be out for lunch at the time, so it's great to see you all. So I'm Timo Noble. I'm a local urban designer and business owner, just for those who don't know me. I have no vested interest other than wanting to see the district thrive, as I'm sure all of you will do as well. Some of you might have seen my latest newspaper article, my opinion piece, that take that as my long form submission. I'll put my real submission in at 11:45 p.m. on the Sunday after a fishing trip. So I thought I'd speak to it to put a bit more cohesion around it. So in short, what I would like TDC to focus on is long-term investment efficiency. I understand some of you might feel stung by unexpected water services maintenance costs, things that you had nothing to do with. It could be that, what you're imposing on future generations through this 10-year plan is exactly that. I would really like you to appreciate the long-term impact of your investment decisions. Think 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. Think in perpetuity from now, because that is basically what the council is in for. It's not just about the level of rate rises this year or next. Your goal must be to aim for lower operational expenses per capita in perpetuity. And your planning decisions, how we provide for growth in the district, is critical for TDC's bottom line because our settlement patterns determine the health of your books. Some of you might be aware of the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission's report, How Will We Pay for New Zealand's Infrastructure Challenges, from April this year. It provides evidence that New Zealand's sprawl model is failing everywhere in this country. Urban sprawl is expensive. There's a lot of infrastructure to maintain and to renew, and there are not many ratepayers that pay for it. On the contrary, if you have many ratepayers sharing shorter lengths of pipes or streets, you have lower operational expenses per capita. That's good for the council's books. I'd call it intensification, you can call it urban renewal, revitalisation, regeneration, you name it. We need to make better use and maintain and upgrade our existing infrastructure in our existing urban areas. You'll be saying, sure, some of you, we're doing that already. Look at the Richmond Spatial Plan, look at our walking and cycling strategy, look at Plan Change 81, look at Mapua Master Plan. Not quite. If I can take us back to our future development strategy, what is the percentage of new greenfield development allowed for in that? This is a rhetorical question. And following on from that, in your implementation plan, it includes sprawl in Richmond South, sprawl in Seaton Valley, sprawl in Brightwater, sprawl in Wakefield. It includes a commercial strip mall along Gladstone Road. I guess these are the projects you had in mind, Your Worship, when you lobbied Chris Bishop to fast-track land zoning in Tasman. There's also the Hope Flyover, of course. All of these are drivers of more expensive urban sprawl. I don't think anybody in this room will be surprised at my advice. Don't do it. Focus whatever means of capital investment you've got left on well-designed intensification. Turn the ship around, put TDC's long-term finances on a healthier footing. However, if you must provide for new greenfield development because you feel that's what people want, or that's where economists or our new coalition government tells you house prices are going to go up if you don't do it, then be honest about the real cost of sprawl, including the long-term infrastructure maintenance and renewal, car dependency, congestion, loss of productivity, obesity and other health costs, pollution, the loss of prime farmland, the loss of natural spaces, biodiversity, natural flood control, and not least the cost of greenhouse gas emissions. You can do that. You can raise the development contributions for new greenfield developments, and you can also, and this would work in perpetuity, perfect timing, you can also impose targeted rates for areas that would otherwise impose additional costs on our community. And that's me.
Thank you. You've probably got time for one question, should there be one. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yes, I do. Thanks, Timo, for coming along. I'm going to ask you a slightly provocative question, actually, because in your submission, you talk about under community facilities that TDC needs to focus its civic investments primarily in Richmond, I guess, to support brownfield intensification. So you're dismissing other communities like Wakefield, Tapawera and Brightwater. So where you have these communities that have existed in those places for hundreds of years, in fact, Wakefield, of course, we know has got the oldest church and school. So what, you just want to leave those communities with nothing in terms of civic community facilities?
Nice succinct question.
I appreciate that question, Councillor Mackenzie. May I correct you that I actually included new or supported new community facilities in Murchison. I think TDC only has limited funds. Of course, you would like to support everyone and everywhere, but you need to really focus on where you want to see growth supported, and civic investment signals to private investors this is a good place to invest. So if I'm thinking about investments in Brightwater or Wakefield or Tapawera maybe, I'm thinking, do we need the growth there? Do they have the employment? Where are they going to go? Is that only going to add to our traffic problems? Are those people only going to commute into Nelson in order to do their job and come back? Is that actually going to make our problems worse?
Okay, yes, I'm sure you could have a long conversation about the different perspectives about this, but we don't have time to do that today. Thanks very much, Timo. Thanks for your submission and for coming in and speaking to it and being available for the questions. Thank you. Next up, we've got Dr. James Griffiths. And then we've got Matthias Schaffner, and then we have, who's slightly lower down the list, but is in Sky Davies on behalf of the Tasman Environment Trust. James, over to you.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon. My name's James Griffiths. I work as a scientist for the Department of Conservation, but this afternoon I'm presenting in a private capacity as a ratepayer who lives in the Tasman, in the Graham Valley off the Motueka Valley. My submission focused on a number of things. I touch off the high level stuff first. I'd really like to see and encourage the council as a ratepayer to invest in climate adaptation and mitigation. So I thoroughly endorse investment in those areas, and happy for my rates to increase to allow that to happen. I'd also like to see more investment in environmental initiatives within the region. I think they're a big draw card, the environmental sort of assets we have as far as tourism is concerned, and so more investment in those areas is most welcome. And finally, on the high level stuff, very much keen to see a park and ride system between Richmond and Nelson. If that could be engineered with Nelson City Council, that would be fabulous. Huge amount of traffic on the road in the mornings between here and there. I think that would be a neat initiative to push forward. But what I really want to talk about today is the management of forestry in the TDC's region. As you'll all be aware, you have responsibilities for the sustainable management of lands and to mitigate the negative impacts of land use on freshwater and coastal marine areas. There's a substantial body of evidence that shows that Clearvale harvest of forestry on fragile lithologies like separation point granite is likely to increase the occurrence of landslides, which generates a huge amount of sediment, which ends up in freshwater and marine areas and causes impacts. The TDC's long understood this, and in fact, prior to the enactment of the NESPF, argued strongly for separation point granites to be managed not as red zone as proposed initially, but as orange zone to allow the TDC to exert greater stringency over the management of those lands. Under a red zoning, under strict restrictions on the amount of harvest per annum, et cetera, under orange zone, those activities, forestry activities, are for the most part permitted, and so it's carte blanche, with the exception of roading and some other infrastructure that does get triggered by the orange zone. So the TDC engineered the ability to apply greater stringency to the management of those lands, but it's not yet done. And as a ratepayer, I very much would like to see investment in the development of a good rule set for the management of forestry on those separation point granites. I would like to see investment in the modelling of land risk, of land slope failure risk on those lands, investment in the enforcement of rules relating to forestry on those lands, and investment in prosecution where necessary to see those rules are adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Time for maybe a couple of quick questions. Councillor Butler.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So I just wanted to go to a specific situation, which is the Clearfield logging on the Takaka Hill at the moment. And is that actually separation point granite?
I don't know the specifics of that operation, sorry. But what I can tell you is if you take all of the trends off separation point granite over large areas, the likelihood of landslides is very high.
Right. So, okay. We'll have to find that out in-house then, what?
Yeah, well, I
what
guess,
that, 'cause that, you know, when you're driving over the hill.
yes.
Yeah, all below you on this side has
Yeah.
all been logged. Clearfield.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but what I will
Oh,
say
right.
is that the mapping of separation point granite and the modelling of the likelihood of those lands to be more or less vulnerable is very imperfect, and investment in that would put the council in a position of being information rich and being able to manage those lands more effectively.
Thank you.
I think you should be able, they will have had to submit a harvest management plan, which will be in here somewhere, and there will and should be conditions that apply under the NES and our own rules. So I think you can certainly find out that information on the particular location in-house.
Yeah, I guess the point is, Tim, that at the scale of forestry operations, it's quite unclear where the highest risk on that land lies. The NES gives you an orange for all of that area, which is a fairly broad brush crude instrument, eh?
No, you are quite correct. All right, any further very, very quickly?
Thanks, Jane. So, I mean, from memory, there were some workshops and discussions going on between you and other parties and the council planning staff. So have those talks stalled, or are you in ongoing discussions with the council staff?
I'm not personally, but and we had some feedback about a year ago, and since then avoid. So
okay,
I don't know what the latest is on that, but just trying to encourage the council to make it a priority.
Yeah,
it's been on the agenda for quite a while.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, James. Thanks for coming in. Written submission and also speaking to it today. Next up, we've got Matthias Schaffner, followed by Sky Davies. Welcome, Matthias. So again, 5 minutes. I'll give you the dinger at 4.5. If you want to leave time for questions, then please do so in the time provided.
Okay.
Over to you.
Good afternoon. In your consultation document, we can read financial sustainability means finding a balance between the services we provide and the cost to the community. Many people value those services, and investing less would mean passing on extra cost to future generations, quote end. But investing more also means passing on extra cost to future generations in form of debt. The Oxford English Dictionary offers a definition for sustainability. It's the ability to maintain something at a certain rate or level. But in your 10-year plan, the debt increases every single year. Rates increase every single year. I fail to see how this can be called financially sustainable. I fail to see how this can be in line with Section 10 of the Local Government Act, especially the economic well-being of the community, when there's no clear path provided how to pay back debt, or at least some guidance when rates will come down again. I fail to see how council performed the risk and benefit analysis to evaluate if the public can actually afford these proposed rates increases, or if they will cause financial hardship for a significant amount of people. Interest rates on home loans are extremely high, rent is through the roof, and food prices are at insane levels. These are basic needs, and people are struggling to afford them. People are struggling to pay for food and shelter right now, right here in our district. Just look around. People are concerned, and it affects their well-being. But in your consultation paper, you say, we are balancing expenditure and rating demands with the impact this has on community well-being, quote end. Question, what is the impact on the well-being of the community? How do you measure this? Answer, you don't. You do not quantify the impact. With your 10-year plan, we could ask, for example, how many people would have to sell their property because their rates will be too high? Or another question would be, how does your plan affect the number of homeless people? It's not in there. In a paper called Public Sector Financial Sustainability from the Auditor General presented to Parliament, we can read increasing income inequality and some disturbing social trends. New Zealand has moved from being one of the most equal countries in the OECD in terms of market income 30 years ago to being one of the least equal today. There also appears to be an increasing range of at-risk groups centered mainly on youth, as shown, for example, by high youth suicide and unemployment rates. That's the group that need to pay back your debt in 10 or 20 years. They are already under pressure, and you want to put even more weight on their shoulders, as heavy as 400 million. A few weeks ago, the group manager finance commented on the financial position on council. He said, "I am concerned." When the person with the most insight into the financial position says, "I am concerned," then we all need to be concerned. And then we need to be absolutely transparent to each other. Yes, we can read next year rates will increase by 9%, or we heard maybe a bit more. Yeah, that's okay. But transparency would mean to say, over the next 10 years, rates will increase by 56%. That's the number people need to see. But you don't write this number down. Mr. Mayor, do you remember what you did on the 30th of November 2018? You moved the motion to build a dam for a total cost of 106 million. It turns out it's now at 200 million. Transparency would mean to include these kind of facts in the consultation document so that the people understand why we are in this severe financial position right now. Transparency would mean that you tell the people that the debt of this council was around 150 million for many, many, many years. But in 2019, you became the mayor, Mr. Mayor. And since then, the debt has exploded from 150 million to over 250 million now. But instead of stopping here, you just continue. Councillor Mackenzie, last week you said you were horrified about the 1 million overspent on the bus service. I am horrified about this 10-year plan. And it doesn't matter if we go for option A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or whatever. All these options have the same issue. They are all not financially sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. And there's room probably for one question, should there be one? If there is not, thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission. Sky Davies on behalf of the
Kia ora koutou.
So yeah, over to you, 5 minutes, and I'll give you a little ding. I know you've got a presentation to go through as well, so
Sure. Yep. Great. In the rush to get here earlier, I've printed off my presentation without notes, so but we can go for it. So Tasman Environmental Trust, I think many of you will be familiar with us, hopefully most. Been around since 2000 with a really strong partnership with Tasman District Council. We're focused on restoration of natural environments in the Tasman and Nelson region. Our vision is to see healthy, diverse ecosystems woven through the landscape, and our mission is to connect communities with nature restoration. Yes. So to achieve that, we've developed a hub model where we can support community conservation projects to achieve environmental outcomes. We're a team of 8 people in the hub, approximately 4 full-time equivalents, that provide the back office support that supports volunteer groups to get work done on the ground. So in our team, we've got skills around managing finances, fundraising, reporting, health and safety, planning, all of that sort of thing. That's quite a big burden on a volunteer group. We currently support over 25 projects. This is a little out of date now, right across the region. That just gives an indication of the scale and the scope that we operate in. We manage funding from a wide range of sources on behalf of the projects that we support. A lot of that, as you'll see, has come from the central government through Jobs for Nature projects, especially over the last few years. But this has proved a really useful model for supporting investment into our region from outside the region. One of the focus areas for us this year, noting Jobs for Nature projects coming to an end, is looking for new funding streams to maintain some of the really inspiring momentum that's been achieved. For example, through the Moutere catchment, where they're working with over 200 landowners to do riparian restoration. There's a really activated community through there who have collectively planted about 500,000 trees and fenced off it and protected a whole lot of riparian area. They want to do that a similar amount again. So now we would like to be able to support them to continue that type of work and in other areas in the region. We try to keep our overheads low and make sure that most of the, as much funding as possible goes directly into the projects and the work on the ground. And we also, in addition to those dollar values that were up there before, there's the in-kind contributions that come into projects is really significant. So last year it was over $800,000 worth of in-kind contribution, which included volunteer time and goods. For example, Waimea Nursery support planting projects with their stakes that have been used in their nursery operation. And then also professional services. We've had support from Cawthron Institute into projects, Becca and other professionals. And then I just wanted to talk about how working together for a partnership between TET and Tasman District Council supports your objectives. So thinking about this place, Tasman District is known as a biodiversity hotspot. We work really closely with TDC staff and have been very involved in planning processes. And we seek ways for the grassroots to support outcomes that are important to us as a region. We also work really hard to build positive community connections. Got hundreds of volunteers coming into activities, learning about these special environments and helping to make a positive change. And I also just wanted to talk about our expertise as project managers. And this is perhaps, in addition to the submission that I've made, is thinking about TET as a delivery partner with TDC and opportunities for us to come in alongside and on priority projects with our team and our expertise to help deliver impressive outcomes on the ground. We have done this with some significant projects, for example, around the Waimea Inlet, where we're able to over-deliver and budget because we're creating those really strong links with community. And another point I wanted to make on this was around the track record that we've built with some of the major funders. For example, MPI recently asked that we partner with the Farmers Across Marble Aquifer Group in the Tākaka catchment to support them in helping to achieve the outcomes required of them under the Water Conservation Order. So my main point being, we really appreciate Tasman District Council's support. Times are going to get tighter in the coming years. I have asked for a small increase in your support to Tasman Environmental Trust. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Sky. Thanks for coming in and presenting, providing the presentation and obviously the written submission as well. Is there one very short question? If not, probably indicates your submission was very clear and the presentation. So thank you very much for coming in and speaking to it. Next up, we've got Bruno Bosnan on behalf of Fulton Hogan. Welcome, Bruno. So again, submissions obviously been circulated and read and summarised. So how you use the 5 minutes over to you. If you want to leave time for questions, please do so, and I'll give you a little dinger at 4.5 minutes.
Ina mana, ina rio, I rau, ringa rangatira mā, kanui te mihi. Fulton Hogan has submitted on 2 issues that cut across a number of the documents under consultation, but the main points are the increasing the cost of gravel extraction and the management of soil. In terms of gravel extraction, Fulton Hogan is one of 6 processors within the Tasman region. On average, we process 200,000 tonnes of alluvial material to produce high-quality concrete ags and high-end road spec materials. The vast majority of our products are consumed by the contract industry. Fulton Hogan has 5 resource consents to extract alluvial material from the Boomlands. Currently, 100% of our alluvial material is sourced from the Boomlands. With a reduction in gravel permits being issued to extract material directly from the river, it is likely that Boomland extractions will be the only option to access alluvial material, which is demanded by the concrete market. TDC proposed to rationalise the gravel extraction fees to a flat rate for any extraction between the stop banks. We submit that this change is neither logical nor practical. Boomland material requires significantly more effort and investment than river source material. Gravel extracted directly from the river is cleaner, of a higher quality, and no rehabilitation is required. Gravel extracted from the Boomland requires considerably more investment in time, effort, money, and plant, and sites must be rehabilitated after works. Hence, the flat rate does not fairly reflect the effort or costs involved. TDC's gravel rates are already the highest in the country, with a proposal to looking to double the current rate. This increase will not be held by the contractors and will pass through the supply chain, ultimately impacting on the ratepayer, with council and private projects costing more. A rough estimate of the impact on the cost of concrete would see a rise of 5% on today's price over and above any other costs. The relief we seek is that the council to consider whether the single rate approach is reasonable and reflects the effects of gravel extraction in riverbeds when compared to the areas adjacent but outside rivers. Council should reconsider whether the extension of the annual flood area to the 10-year flood area is reasonable when considering the effects that could potentially occur and the burden placed on users of aggregate. In terms of management of waste, Fulton Hogan on average generates roughly 170,000 cubic metres of material. Of this, 56,000 cubes would normally be taken to York as class 1 and 2. With the remainder being classified as clean fill and able to be placed in various quarry pits and developments around the region. TDC has recently reviewed the clean fill criteria for the region and set new levels for key constituents, which are below those which previously existed. This was in response to central government policy, which had the stated purpose of diverting waste material from landfill. This change has resulted in the opposite effect on what was intended by central government, with more material going to landfill. The changes have created a class system whereby material that was previously classified as clean fill is now a waste that must be placed in an appropriately classified receptacle. Currently, our region only has one class 1 receiver. There are no other class receivers. Fulton Hogan produces on average 100,000 cubic metres of class 3/4 material. Previously, a large proportion of this material was classified as clean fill. It could be used as base course, fill, or rehab material. Now this material is classified as waste and must be taken to York landfill. The cost and tipping fees alone have gone from an average of $20 per tonne to $250 per tonne, let alone the associated transport costs from Golden Bay and Murchison. For Fulton Hogan, this means a change of $3.6 million to $45 million. Again, this cost will not be held by contractors and will be passed through the supply chain, ultimately impacting on the ratepayer, with council and private projects costing more. We submit the approach of TDC has been piecemeal. The waste minimisation policy was meant as a package. By releasing or imposing one aspect of that package, it has created a counteractive result whereby waste has not been minimised, it has been amplified. Considering this change in combination with raw material fees for development, these proposed changes have the potential to significantly impact development within the region and growth. The double whammy of cost change will not promote development, and ratepayers will be needing to pay more for less. Again, the relief we seek is, in terms of the waste management and minimisation activity management plan, Council reconsiders the recently adopted natural background concentrations for the region to ensure that they are scientifically robust and not resulting in soil being unnecessarily being considered as waste. Either confirm this is open to change or not, and ensure that any council regulation on this matter is matched with an accessible and compliant disposal options. Further, council should commit funds to investigating this issue and providing solutions for disposal of soil that fits the clean fill and management fill categories to avoid it taking up valuable and finite space in the York Valley landfill. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Bruno, are there any or time for one question?
Actually, had two.
Well, you'll get one out.
Bruno, just in relation to the gravel extraction firstly, in the Akamocha Wafer, there's been quite a lot of gravel extracted, but you're saying that's Alden Hogan hasn't been part of that, or?
No, it hasn't. No, sorry, I think that might be.
Is there a reason for that?
Probably distance to processing. So processing plants and more Motueka would be more likely to take that material. It's the cost of cartage that breaks the back.
Since it's okay, that's the next one.
Okay. Yeah,
I wish I asked this one the other day, actually. Just in relation, you've suggested that council should provide funds to open a new and sustainable disposal area so that the existing landfill is not filled up unnecessarily. But wouldn't we just then be filling up two landfills? When you talk about a sustainable area, what are you referring to there?
It's probably broader than just like Eves Valley or York. It's looking at the rules to look at what status a class 4 or 3 landfill would look like and where. If we are, I know that there's additional cells up at York where they could be opened and class 3 or 4 material could be processed. Fulton Hogan itself is starting a soil washing plant in Christchurch, so that might be an option. So it's not merely just continually filling up. We understand that the direction is waste minimisation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Providing a solution to a problem we shouldn't necessarily have if we get the actual classification right. That's now a bit of a weird way to go about it, but I guess we'll cover that when we look at the solutions. Right, thank you. Thanks for coming in and speaking. Next up, we have Roger Batt. Speaking on behalf of Waimea South Historical Society. Righto, Roger. Over to you. So submission has been received and read. How you use the 5 minutes, over to you. I'll give you the little dinger at 4 minutes 30. And if you want to leave some time for questions, please do.
I was just going back to the front. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to speak to you on behalf of the Waimea South Historical Society, as you see, incorporated in 1981. I am supported today by our committee members. We have Warwick Johnson here on my left. We have Yvonne, no, we don't have Yotai, she's not able to come. And we have our treasurer, Margaret Clark, here as well. As well as the outline of our submission, which you have in front of you, you should take away, because I don't think you have had time to be given it, have they?
No, you want me to give them every some?
Well, they need to have
Have they
that.
been good enough?
Yeah, I think so. They need to have it with them now. Thank you, Warwick. Thank you, Warwick. So you've got the submission in front of you on 2 pages, and I am going to give you in a little while some of the houses and buildings that are important to us in Wakefield. The sheet you've just been given, you will note later on when you compare it with what you have already in the long-term plan, not the long-term plan, the Tasman resource management plan. This list of 25 extra places are right across Tasman District, are really essential buildings and structures that have not yet been listed on your plan. For example, you'll note that Johnson Saddlery Arca Sweet Bites is not on the list, the shop that was sawn down the boundary line, or Andrew Goldbaz's blacksmith shop standing beside the maid road at Fox Hill, south of the former Fox Hill School. I asked a council staff member when the additional list that we've just handed out would get into your existing list. I said weeks, months, perhaps years, and there was some agreement with that. I hoped that person really meant only 1 or 2 years, but it seems to me a very long time for a list of what would appear to be, to people who know the district, very obvious needed to additions to the existing list. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that we, after the community discussion document, Managing Tasman Environment and Development on 12th of December 2022, we made quite a long submission to the council, and there were places there mentioned which didn't seem to appear later on at all. Where in the 10-year plan is heritage or heritage values mentioned? Well, on page 4, under where we are headed, it says we are contributing to being good ancestors, and below that, contributing to celebrating our culture and heritage. But this rather begs the question as to how this is happening. And it raises the question of what is our heritage. Now, there will be buildings on this list that you might consider not worthy of remaining there, and probably wouldn't mind if someone came along and offered the owners a nice package to knock them down and build townhouses or whatever else they fancied. But that would be a bit sweeping, I feel. For example, there is the top one, an Art Deco building, probably at the beginning of the 50s, still in Arrow Street, but quite altered now. But you could, if you saw it today, some of you may know it, it was. And his wife, who worked in Hodson's, you would recognize it today quite easily, and that's an early photo of it. The one below it is the Bluebird Tea Rooms that was moved from in front of the existing hall to that site, which is on the end of too along from the old picture theatre. There is an interesting contrast. It's a very good contrast between a early settlers cottage built in, well, it wasn't exactly built in Arrow Street because it was part of a hall shifted from Waihiti to Arrow Street after it's been cut in half. And the other half of the cottage, which was sitting in the way of Baston's Terrace, was moved. Whatever happened to that, I don't know, to allow for the Baston Terrace Road to go up to Baston Terrace. But there is Canicott Cottage in Arrow Street, and that's quite an historic building. The one below, of course, by contrast, a very elaborate villa, used to belong to the Douglas family, and it's now in the hands of someone who really treasures old buildings because we have been.
So, Roger, just you are kind of at 7 minutes. Given there was a bit of hesitation in the middle while you're handing it around, I'll cut you some slack, but probably need to wrap up.
Okay, I will wrap up by talking about just quickly. The other thing on our list was the need for a heritage advisor. And we feel that the whole district would benefit from having a heritage advisor, as Tom Ransom works for the Nelson City Council. And the benefits of that would be that he would oversee and look after all questions to do with, he or she would look after all questions to do with heritage. And so there would be a bit of a safeguard there. The other thing is some councils have, members have indicated that the 5,000 grant that can now at the moment be obtained by people who want to renovate or restore heritage buildings is a bit inadequate and should be increased.
Excellent. I think that's probably a good point to probably draw it to a conclusion, Roger.
So I wrap up with this thought.
Okay.
We should be able, knowing all the other demands that the council has, on a fair share of the pie, and that's all that we can depend on. But it depends on how much the council values heritage. If you do, then we can expect something reasonable. In the words of a well-known public figure in another country who said, "I knew that it wouldn't be easy, but I thought it would be fair." And I just hope that you consider that when you're thinking of valuing heritage properties in Wakefield.
Thank you very much, Roger. Thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission and sharing with us the pictures and the list of buildings.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Emma McCashin. Welcome, Emma.
Thank you.
Notwithstanding the previous 5 minutes, I'll give you a little ding at 4.5. The submission will have been received, it's been summarised, it should have been read. So how you use the 5 minutes over to you. If you want to emphasise or add anything, if you want to leave some time for questions, then leave some in the time. And I'll give you the ding at 4.5.
Great. I really just wanted to talk about the poor timing of this proposal. Bit of background. So I guess I'm at the coalface in terms of selling sections. My other hat, apart from property development, is a real estate agent. I would say I've got the most section listings out of anyone in Nelson, Tasman. And it is really hard out there. Sales are slow. So property market, at the moment, there's less properties selling than there were in the GFC. So that's actual
property numbers, not percentages. So when you think about the fact that since 2008-9, you know, the property pool has increased, but yet we're selling less properties. This is even worse for sections. It's ground to a halt. A lot of sections are reaching their 1 year plus anniversary on the market, and developers and owners of those sections had to drop the prices substantially to try and meet the market and sell those. They're also offering builders terms and all sorts of other things to try and sweeten those sales. So just to give you an idea, I did a wee printout of actual section sales in the last 3 months in Tasman, and there were 4. They ranged in price, one in Pioneer Heights for about 610,000. The others were around the $350,000 mark. The last sections I've sold have been in Heart Rise, ranging between 329 and 379,000. So when you think about the total costs of the development impact levies plus the reserves, you're looking at $80,000 of that alone going forward would be straight to council, plus the costs of developing those, resource consents, all that sort of thing. I know everyone's thinking, well, developers have had it good in the past, you know, sales have been pretty good for a long time. The reality is that the developers get their pre-sales, and often at a much lower sales figure, and it's other people in the market who have been you know, clipping the ticket along the way, getting those higher section prices as the market went up. Something else that we're seeing has become a lot more prevalent is the requirement of on-site stormwater detention. So Heart Rise, we've had a purchaser come back to us saying it's going to cost $16,000 for the stormwater detention tanks on their property. They're building 180 squares plus room for a boat. And so the hard stand plus the size of the house has meant the cost of that stormwater detention is $16,000. So that's over and above the cost of the section and high build costs at the moment. I am dealing with a property developer in Christchurch at the moment. He has a section in Oxford Street under offer to do Kianga Ora units. Obviously that's all on hold at the moment, but he was pretty shocked when I mentioned to him about these proposed price increases on the levies. He said in Christchurch, the brownfield sites, $10,000 to the council for your development contributions. So the fact that there are no brownfields options here is definitely concerning for those inner city, you know, supposedly small size lot developments. So I guess the point I'm making is it's getting really tough out there. An example is a subdivision I'm doing myself. We've got resource consent in at the moment, so not affected by this proposal, but it's got to the stage where these are sections we're looking to sell for $200,000 each, low cost housing. It's the balance of land up at Catania Heights, and we've got all the quotes back, the extra stuff we're having to do to keep council, you know, to get the resource consent issued, is meaning that resource consent is not looking like it's going to be worth going ahead with. We're actually looking at options of selling off the land to each of the adjoining neighbours, and we'll make more out of that than we will actually out of developing that. And that is before these price increases actually come into place. Then there's the fact that we've Fairmont View, who I'm speaking on behalf, have bought land a couple of years ago. They've done all their cash flow forecasts based on a certain amount of fees. And yes, there's an expected increase in those fees over time, but to have a $20,000 increase in one hit just makes it really, really difficult with prices, the end prices being so low. And I guess what we would like to see is that this is staged over 3 years so that people can actually get some consents in and underway, and it's not such a big shock to the end cost of the section.
Okay, thanks, Emma. Probably time for a question. If there isn't another one. In terms of how to reduce them or bring them in over time, one of the options is to actually do less projects, so just push out projects. We heard from a previous submitter this morning that actually it's a very good time to be doing projects because actually the cost of contract is very competitive market, so you actually get good value for money. And also the risk of pushing projects out is that if developers do want to develop and suddenly over time the market improves, we get into the situation we've been in previously where we actually don't have the infrastructure to enable the development, and then we get criticised in the reverse. So what would be your preference for how to spread out the cost over time?
Well, I guess it's just to spread it out, to give developers enough warning so that they can budget for it, so that anyone going out shopping for a section, a development piece of land, knows what they can expect to pay over the next 3 years, 10 years, because this has certainly come as quite a big shock. I mean, in terms of our costs, we've got 70 sections that we haven't yet lodged for resource consent. That's another $1.32 million worth of costs. It's quite a substantial amount to take in one go. Doesn't really answer your question.
No, not really. No, but look, I get the point. I understand, and there's been a number of other requests. But it's how we do it is.
And I guess, I mean, the other thing that we are looking to have to do is actually put in some of that infrastructure ourselves. So there's a big capital cost in that as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your submission and for coming in and speaking to it. Next up, we've got Scott Burnett. Welcome, Scott. So you probably got the general drift. 5 minutes. I'll give you a dinger at 4.5. All good.
Thanks very much. Acknowledging Mayor Tim, councillors, staff, thank you for letting me come in and speak. We made a submission on a number of matters, and I'd just like to highlight a few of those related to what we think are the greatest threats to Tasman's ecosystems and biodiversity, and that's climate change, sedimentation impacts in our estuaries and coastal marine environments, invasive species, browsers, predators, weeds, and then the growing disconnect from people with the natural world. Under climate change, we really appreciate the work that's going into the climate response strategy and action plan. We've put in a detailed submission on that, and we hope that it's able to be implemented. In terms of sedimentation, we'd like to really see stronger rules in place to limit sedimentation impacts, perhaps through the creation of a sediment management plan that would inform planning rules and activity management plans. And we'd like to see more focused monitoring and enforcement in relation to sedimentation. Commercial forestry is a contributor to sedimentation, and I don't want to sort of give the impression that we think it's the only contributor, but we'd really like TDC to adopt stronger rules for commercial forestry to manage sedimentation risks. We'd like to see a catchment approach taken to harvesting, where only a percentage of the catchment is denuded at a time, so that in the event of a severe weather event, the erosion risk is dramatically reduced. Moving on to invasive species, we're really happy that TDC and Nelson City Council have included feral cats in the regional pest management strategy and are working on a bylaw. We know it's not a done deal, but we hope that TDC makes provision in the LTP for funding the implementation of a bylaw. Shorebirds. Our shorebird populations are declining rapidly around the country. It's due to predation, pollution, less food availability from fishing, overfishing and coastal sedimentation, human disturbance and climate impacts. TDC can help with the human disturbance piece, and we'd really love to see TDC better manage the impacts of dogs on beaches and vehicles around our important shorebird nesting sites. With the disconnect of people to nature, Forest and Bird would like to see provision made through the LTP for the implementation of the Tasman Biodiversity Strategy. We're not clear if that's factored in or not, as we think this will ultimately help connect people to nature and help those involved in mahi connect their efforts at a local level to the broader goals of the strategy and help ensure that effort is put into the right activities. We'd also like to see community funding maintained. And one thing we forgot to include in our submission, but we think the Nelson City Council's Adopt a Spot program is working well. And that's maybe TDC could consider something similar to get Tasman communities more engaged in caring for their places. Finally, we support the funding that TDC provides to the Tasman Environment Trust in support of the Kotahi Tangamoti Taio Alliance, and encourage TDC to continue that. And the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, sorry. I'd just like to wrap up by acknowledging the fantastic TDC staff that I interact with, and the hard work that all of you elected members do. Thank you very much. And please, any questions?
Thanks, Scott. It's probably time for one question. Anyone has one? If not, thanks very much for coming in and for providing a comprehensive written submission as well. So I appreciate the time that you've taken. Next up, we have Colin Garnett. So we've got Colin Garnett, I see in the background where we've got Leeson Baldy, Mark Morris, Tony Limbom, and Graham Dick. So Colin, over to you.
Thank you.
So 5 minutes, so I'll give you the dinger at 4.5. Submission has been circulated, so over to you how you want to fill in your 5 minutes.
I feel like I'm here, the blind leading the blind. After the announcement on Monday, I'm wondering if any provision is going to be made for us to tell us what the true situation of the books are. It would be nice to be commenting rather in the light rather than the dark. I'm here basically to talk about debt and a few other things. Do I need to lean forward or you can hear me okay? Good. If you've read my report, you'll see we are well over, 2 to 3 times more indebted than any of our neighbours, and none of them are that healthy either. And what's rather shocking to me is that you now propose in the long-term plan to basically double that debt again. Now, while I was looking at what had been cleared off your website today, I hopped back to the 2021 to the 31 10-year plan and just had a look. And we had debt cap there at about 250 million. And we were told when the dam was going to be built that that would be what it would be for 10 years out. So I'd just like to ask you to hold yourselves to it. Pretty simple. Don't go to all these fancy debt cap movings. Just set the debt at 250 million and stick to it. Now, that would be simple if the accounts show the full story, but I don't think they do. I can't actually find how much of dam debt is there on council books. I'm guessing it's about 50 million. That might be too high. But the trouble is, the TDC is also guarantor for all the dam debts under Waimea Water Limited, which at my last count was 90 million. Now that isn't deemed to be council debt as such, and it doesn't appear on your books. So that gives you a false impression. Well, I believe it's a false impression as to where we're at. And given the note that actually loans and debts are one of the key bullet points that are not quite accurate, so I'm actually commenting pretty much in the dark here. But I really am suggesting that we're at the limit of what we can afford. We're paying 11, 12, 13, 14 million bucks a year just in interest payments. That's going to go up with interest rates having gone up. That's not going to come down. A lot of the dam debts, there's about 6 or 7 of them. Some of them are interest free at the moment. All that's going to start hitting, all going to come in. We've got costs that are going to hit us, ongoing costs for running the place. So we have the dam to thank for the position we're in with the debt situation. And I really would like to see the full situation explained as to how it is that we're security to Waimea Water Limited, and yet that debt up to 90 million doesn't appear on our books. Because if everything turns to dust, comes back to bite us. If you look on 2019, Waimea Irrigators Limited, the audit wouldn't even confirm that they were a going concern, but they put reservations there. And they've only got a good balance sheet because another 2 million came in their last annual report. So I'm asking that we don't go to a moving cap debt limit. We maintain a static debt limit of 25 million. Now, on the matter of the dams, I've had a little look at what's happened when the dam releases happened, and sure, the dam water coming out when it's dry puts water into the river, but it hasn't increased the well levels. So I think it's about time we revisited why every property in the place is paying 65 bucks a year. It's probably up a whole lot more now. Where I really can't see the benefit that's coming to the whole of the community, so the people in Takaka, the people in Murchison, for that targeted rate, and there's the one for the zone of benefit. Now, that's problematic too, because there are people out there on the plains. As far as I can see, a release of 6 cubics, that's happened when they started emptying the dam, gave effect perhaps out as far as 500 or 600 metres from the river. It recharged wells out to there perhaps. Struggled to get to CW2, which is 1 point something. So it would appear that rather than the effect of something like 3 kilometres as these scientific people told us that the dam would recharge to, it's barely making an effect. Therefore, you might also need, if you're responsible, to revisit the zone of benefit as to who's benefiting there. Be it noted that Wakefield also grabbed water out of the Waimea through the use of the pumps from Brightwater just recently when they had trouble. They are not deemed to be part of the zone of benefit, nor are our neighbours, Nelson, who are getting water from us and don't appear under that zone. You have the option to make provision for bad debts, and none have been made for the dam or the costs overrun with the contractors' issues. That, to me, is negligence on behalf of council in their long-term plan. And I'll stop there if you like.
Thank you, Colin. You've pretty much done your 5 and nearly 6 minutes actually. So thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission. Next up we have Leeson Baldy. Leeson speaking on behalf of Warmer Healthier Homes, Te Tau Ihu Charitable Trust. Welcome, Leeson.
Afternoon, Mayor, councillors, staff. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all your hard work. I'm here to speak to the submission for Warm Healthier Homes Te Tau Ihu Charitable Trust. My name's Leeson Baldy and I've chaired the organisation for the past 6.5 years. Initially, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we do for those who aren't familiar with our program. We've been supporting families in the top of the South region for the last 10 years. We provide retrofitted insulation, ceiling and roof to low-income families, deprived families and families with health-related issues. We work in partnership with health, with central government and with local government across the top of the South. We have well-established governance, reporting and health and safety processes in place, and we've assisted over 3,500 households in the top of the South region, with 800 of those in Tasman. In most instances, the cost of installation to the family is free. And TDC have partnered with our program for the last 4 years. What the benefits we provide to the community are multifaceted. We provide community and social benefit through improved productivity of the family, through healthier living, less children off sick, less parents off work looking after sick children, less sick parents. There's an Otago University research paper that shows there's a 6-to-1 cost to benefit ratio for insulation, which was done during EECA's early Warm Up New Zealand program of 4,500 or 45,000, participants. We also provide environmental benefits. We help to reduce air particle contaminants through warmer housing, and we reduce energy consumption. We provide the collaborative benefit of working across multiple organisations of health, central and local government, and we have the power of leverage. For every dollar that the council invests into our program, we leverage $9 out of central government. The improvements also have a long life. So not only one family gets the benefit of our program and what we do, but as properties change hands, many families get the benefit of what we do. 3,500 homes to date. So what we'd like to ask of the council is to continue to support our program in partnership with us through annual funding of $20,000 for at least the next 3 years. We'd also like to ask you to allow us to continue to work with your staff who have provided valuable resources and skills in accessing TDC residents to be recipients of this program. And the rest I've left open for questions.
Thank you very much. There is time for a couple of questions. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. How far out around the district do you get? We've got a pretty big area, don't we?
Yep. So we go all through Tasman. So we're across Golden Bay, out through Murchison, in terms of the Tasman region. Yep.
Mayor Bryant.
Thank you, Lisa, and thanks for the submission through the mayor. Yeah, and you've been doing this for a number of years, so surely we must be getting quite a number of houses done. Have you seen any slowing down in demand?
So yeah, good question. So we have seen a slight slowdown in demand. It's quite interesting working alongside EECA. They have a clear desire to continue to support this program, or central government has to date. And as the program has rolled out, they have changed their criteria, which we align our criteria with for consistency. So I guess to answer your question more succinctly, yes, we are seeing a slowdown, but EECA are also opening up more deprivation areas to support families in need.
So how many houses a year would slow down be?
So last year, on average, we do 350 homes a year, I would say. And in our busiest year, which was probably 4 years ago, we did 500.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very short.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 9-to-1 leverage, that's awesome. Is there any indication with a change of government, has government policy changed in any way that might impact on that 9-to-1 leverage?
So the information we've had out of EECA is that the national government continue to support the program. They have been a supporter of the program under their tenure. Every year, there's uncertainty as we lead into the budget as to what the program will look like, and there has been change. In the last 3 years, it has moved from 80 to 90. It's difficult to say, and I can't say with any certainty what the new government will do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for coming in and speaking to your submission. So next up, we've got Mark Morris. So then we've got Tony Limborn, Graham Dick, Kate Malcolm, Nikki Burkett, and Julie Catchpole. Thank you. That's right. I'll just send it around. Is it one page or two? One.
Richard. Okay.
Right, Mark, over to you. 5 minutes. I'll give you the dinger at 4.5.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Mark Morris. I'm a senior planner at Davis Ogilvy and Associates. And my main part of my submission is I want to speak to one aspect only of the 10-year plan, and that is the environment and planning, called EMP component of the council spend over the next 10 years, which comes to 22%, according to page 27 of the consultation document. I've been looking at the former TDC 10-year plan documents, and in 2009-10, the proportion was 14%. In 2015, it actually went down to 11%. Yes, I believe there's been lots of legislative changes that have added to the MP workload, but I believe something is seriously wrong with the EMP system that has become a bloated, inefficient system that frustrates developers, frustrates consultants, and more importantly, frustrates the public because it ends up costing the TDC ratepayer more and more money as the EMP proportion of the total spend gets bigger and bigger. We need to take a serious look at the EMP spending and look at what 15% of total spending looks like while fulfilling the statutory requirements, or at least start the hard conversation of how we get there. By way of background, I worked for 21 years at TDC as a consent planner with our 10 years as a team lead on the subdivision consents team, so I know a fair bit about the RMA consent process. Since 2017, I've worked as a private consultant and interacting with TDC consents team on a daily basis. And I believe I have a good understanding of how the planning consents system works, or correctly how it doesn't work. Now, I believe there are some great consent planners in the council, and I'm not faulting them, but we have a systemic problem in our planning consent system that is causing so much frustration and angst and ultimately costing ratepayer. The nub of the problem is the AEE, or the Assessment of Environmental Effects. Back in 1991, when the RMA was being developed, some bright spark came up with the idea that with planning consents under the RMA, that it should be the applicant that assesses all the effects and not the council. And I believe that was a disastrous decision that has ultimately cost our country and our economy billions of dollars. And I don't know how big the AE industry is, but it runs into billions of dollars per year. A report from the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission in 2021 found that consent costs for infrastructure projects averaged out at 5.5% of the total project cost, with a proportion significantly higher for smaller projects under 200K, going up to 15.9% of the total spend. This compares with 0.5% in the EEC for what they call environmental impact assessment for typical infrastructure projects, much lower. Anyway, getting back to the AE and the RMA, first 23 years of the RMA up to 2014, councils generally took a more pragmatic approach to consenting, with an emphasis on understanding the application and setting conditions to mitigate adverse effects, and generally getting a consent decision quickly and efficiently and cost effectively. After 2014, everything changed, and basically the emphasis started at the application itself and whether it covered every policy and objective and every possible effect that had been covered, rather than the overall outcome, i.e. the process became more important than the outcome. I liken the change to a planner in a closed room syndrome, where the planner could not be allowed to see for themselves the effects of the proposal. Instead, the applicant has to assess every effect possible, and even those obvious to the planner themselves, but because they saw their role as assessing the assessment, and that it all had to come from the applicant, which is a frustrating situation. So you have these pointless further information requests, which are more about ticking each boxes with matters like policies and objectives, and matters that should be self-explanatory to the average person and doesn't really change the overall outcome. It takes up time and money. The other matter is that council decision documents, even for relatively minor consents, are getting bigger and bigger. They used to be a very simple matter, no more than 3 pages. Now they run up to 25 pages, which adds to the consent cost and the peer review cost. Section 1134 states that every non-notified decision requires only 2 things: one, that it's in writing, and two reasons for the decision. Why has it become so complicated? And I've just set out some ways that we can look at we need to have a serious look at the consent process and how we can improve it and it become more efficient. Basically, it's about it becoming a more pragmatic process rather than getting so fixated about the AEE. And so I've got some suggestions there. A lot of it's to do with reducing the interactions in the process, because every interaction costs time and money, and if you can reduce that, then you're going to save money and have a more efficient process. And I believe you can get consents processed in 10 working days, but you've got to have a radical rethink at the system of how you're processing them. And so
speaking of streamlining and timeframes, you've slightly exceeded yours. So unfortunately, there's no time for questions. But thank you for.
You could have given me 20 working days.
I could do. All right. But thank you for your submission and the written submission, which does contain a number of suggestions around how you believe we can improve the consent processing process. So thanks for coming and speaking to it as well.
Thank you. All right.
Right. So again, next up, we've got Tony Lindbaum. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you.
So
Afternoon all.
again, number 5 minutes, Dinger 4.5. Submission will have been received, read. So how you spend that 5 minutes, over to you. I'll leave time for questions. Please do.
Very good. Thank you. I'm Tony Lindbaum of Davis Ogilvy. We do a lot of land development work around the place. Thanks for the opportunity. I was compelled to make a submission when I saw the development contribution amounts jump up such a big amount. Usually a few grand a year, and people live with that. But we act for several developers and other members of the public to do subdivisions, and this huge increase will have a pretty significant effect on development. We understand the money's got to come from somewhere to upgrade the services, but to hit developers with a huge increase in one hit with relatively little warning is going to have a big effect on it. Times are tough in the development world at present, and sections are not selling well, as you've heard. More housing is required, and the major increases will make the costs worse, especially for the lower price sections where affordable sections are really needed. We do support the discounts that you're offering for the 1 and 2 bedroom houses for the development levies. That's a good idea, and for the non-profit organisations to get rid of the levies is also very good. Infill development was supposed to be aided with the introduction of the intensive development area, the RIDER, in Richmond, but there's still other obstacles in the way there. We've recently had to now put in sewer pump stations when there's a perfectly good gravity system because the downstream sewer can't cope. So developers got to spend another 10 grand on a pump for each individual lot. That money could be well spent better doing work downstream on the system rather than this 10 grand that's not really much use. So the development levies are going up to 56 grand, and then you've got your reserve fund contribution on top of that. So it's making things pretty hard. Developers have had their subdivision applications accepted before the 1st of July. We'll get their development levies at the current rate. That means we've got to get a whole heap of applications in before the 1st, and they've got to be accepted. If they're not accepted, then the rate goes up. So there's going to be a lot of unhappy people, and it's going to put huge pressure on your planners here and huge pressure on us as well to get these things in. So my suggestion is to delay the increase, give people a bit of warning that a big increase is coming. So sure, it can happen later, but to just jump it on at such a short notice is not a good idea. So thank you.
Coming to the last point first, as you say, developers can smash in their consents, you know, and beat the price rise, yeah, 100%, and I'm sure they will. If the council was to consider spreading it over time, would you support it actually applying at the time of the development to avoid the risk that the council delays, let's say they delay the introduction by 3 years or over 3 years, and developers all race in and get their consents in the first year to try and avoid the next 2 years of increases? So if there was a consideration of smoothing it out to address the issue you've raised, would it be feasible to actually apply it at the time of development to avoid two things? One is the rush of consents, which puts the consent department under pressure, as we've just heard from the previous gentleman. That's a challenge. But also to make it timed more closely to the actual development as opposed to just the issue of a consent.
The thing is, if developers know it's coming, then they can allow for that. So they need to know it in
So you don't think they'll put the consents in early to try and avoid?
Oh, they will.
Yeah, that's what I know.
They have to this time, but if they knew it was coming down the track, then they could put that into their calculations, perhaps. But make allowance for it. Just having to get these in such a hurry is going to be a real hassle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions? If not, thank you. Next up, we have Sam Chidley. Yeah, Sam speaking on behalf. Oh, Graham, you're speaking on behalf of yourself. Excellent.
Thank you for the opportunity of speaking here for 5 minutes.
So because we, again, challenge of timing, so trying to get people to come forward because we were a long way ahead. So now we have people slightly out of order because the people who are rung who could come earlier may not necessarily have been the same people that were in the same list on the list. So apologies, but that is just the challenge of managing the timeliness of a long list of people and being somewhat ahead of time. It is somewhat complicated. No, because this keeps updating. So the submission thing does keep updating, and when it updates, you can't actually, it takes a while for it to yeah. Fortunately, people were speaking to their submissions and they provide us with the information. Right, Graham, over to you. So again, 5 minutes and time for questions if you leave sometime in the 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. What you've got there is the submission. And if you turn to the projects and ventures is what I'm going to read through at the moment, which only take me a couple of minutes. And from there, we can have some questions. Council position is very tenuous over the next 3 to 5 years, whereby increases of levies of the size suggested currently, unless reviewed, will cause the TDC to fail to achieve a reasonable income flow from subdivisional development via levy settlements. This could be reduced by as much as 80% or more from current income levels you have. Council's income from Richmond West alone has been huge and is coming to an end. Developments being started and completed within the next 3 to 5 years will be very much reduced in numbers. Richmond South is still some time off from achieving any volume of levy settlements, as is Brightwater and Wakefield. Concentrating on DC increase in Waimea, you are now proposing an 18.5k increase per title site. The flow and effect of this rise could be a combination of factors affecting the lower and middle market section sales as follows. Assume we purchase a 1 hectare of development land anticipating a potential residential development, still requiring a plan change and resource consents for say 600,000 per hectare. The yield range is somewhere between 12 and 22 sites. So I'll use 15 sites, which is conservative, as the yield. 15 sites times that gives us 277k, say 280k, which equals 47% of the purchase value per hectare. The question is, will land purchase values reduce over the next 12 to 24 months by 40 to 50%? The answer is, I believe, is no. Unless the landowner is financially stretched, the landowner, however, will hold the land and not sell until the market value rises in a further 2 or 3 years' time. The result is potential land for development will be delayed by 3 to 5 years in terms of land purchase of those lower middle value future sections. Buying land, developers will be forced to land bank purchases until section sale values improve to allow for a reasonable profitable return. This will not help fund levies. Purchasers will have to pay a higher price for sites to build on if this happens. There is most likely to be a reaction of a very large reduced pool of purchasers over the next 3 to 5 years, resulting in the slowdown in sales. This assumes a continued steady required flow of title sections coming onto the market annually. This will not be happening due to either or both of these scenarios just mentioned: a reduction in land value or purchasers being prepared to pay a lot more for sections. The majority slowdown will happen over the next 3 to 5 years due to the following: lack of infrastructural investment now, e.g. Wakefield to Brightwater wastewater and water upgrade, existing development already to current capacity levels, lack of council funding, lack of subdivisional resource consent applications due to infrastructural investment timeframes being pushed out. When resource consents are lodged, the time taken to process them is now beyond 18 to 24 months to achieve final consents and or variations. Unless you have resource consents issued, you cannot place contractors on site to develop. Plus, first stage section development takes 10 to 12 months for titles to be issued, all pushing out time. We are really in a development crisis solely related to infrastructural investment or lack thereof over the last 4 decades, and councils, both past and present, not planning adequately. And I mean 50 to 80 years. And I've said this on several times over the last decade or so. What you need to do for long-term planning is a topic for another day, being a much longer and harder discussion with a paradigm shift required by council. The solution is to get council to revise this problematic proposal and the direction it wishes to take by, avoiding the outcomes we have indicated will happen, trying to ease this outcome council wishes to achieve, which is obviously levy income, so that a lesser impact will occur over the next 3 to 5 years or so. Suggested solution is outlined as in my submission 7, 8, 9 and 12. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Graham. There's probably time for a question. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in and speaking.
Can I make a brief comment?
You've got 30 seconds.
The issue for council is, if this comes on, the levies that you have been getting is going to slow down. You're not going to be able to invest in your infrastructural requirements to the level you're going to require, and therefore time is going to be pushed out. The issue is more what is going to happen to council or by council or floor council in trying to achieve what is right. I'm not objecting to the levels that you're trying to achieve, but I am saying you're going to have great difficulty in achieving it by having levy incomes per annum being drastically reduced from what you've been used to? Thank you.
Graham. I suspect the slowdown we've seen means even if the levels stayed as they were today, we'd get a dramatic reduction in income over the next 12 months. So it is a very challenging environment in which to invest in infrastructure. So we'll obviously have to consider that through the submissions process. Right, next up, we've got Kate.
Tēnā koutou katoa. We are representing, this is Pam Henson, our secretary. We're representing NELSAST, a community group that's committed to sustainable transport and climate action. In our written submission, we drew attention to the distinction between catering for demand and managing demand. That is the difference between following and leading public opinion. The leadership role becomes more important, we suggest, in times of rapid change or crisis, as now. Anyway, we're delighted with what you've done on creating safe cycleways around Richmond, Mapua, and other townships. You've stayed staunch in the face of fierce criticism. You have acted quickly enough to get government funding. As a result, my grandsons and their friends can now bike safely to school. Thank you. In the matter of housing, we'd like to see a similar proactive approach. You can lead by giving consents only to residential developments that are to be sited within current built-up areas. You can encourage higher density housing in the interests of lower carbon emissions by refusing any more consents for greenfields subdivision. When preparing our submission, we found it very helpful to have the options laid out for us to choose from. We appreciate the work that went into making the... We generally chose option B because we want quicker results than your own preference. Under the heading Hope Bypass, you mentioned the problematic intersection of Queen Street with Gladstone Road. But seeing this as a government project, a state highway, you weren't in a position to give us options. As a community group, though, NELSAST has no such restraints. And we now present for your consideration option A and option B for that intersection. Option A, as we understand it, is a 4-lane overpass for straight ahead north-south traffic between the Railway Reserve and the Richmond deviation. That is State Highway 6 bypassing Richmond. The cost in dollars, 250 million plus. The cost in carbon emissions of that building that structure, huge. Time frame, 6 years before design even starts. Probably another 10 years before completion. So perhaps 16 years before we see a final result. And that result is more cars on our roads, overall increased noise, increased congestion, and increased traffic emissions. Option B, a large 2-lane roundabout at ground level, catering for all cars and trucks entering the intersection, using the public land currently occupied by a car yard. Above that, a suspended, elevated, circular cycle and walkway, providing safe crossing for all open-air travellers. Ramps up at a gradient of no steeper than 1 in 12. Cost, much cheaper. Time frame, much quicker. Result, more people coming into Richmond by bike and on foot, lower emissions, less congestions, and a unique and amazing feature on the Great Taste Trail. We understand that option A is currently your preferred choice. But just as you had us looking at all options in order to make a considered submission, we ask that you also look at every option, every possible way to cheer up this most unhappy intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a bit of time for a couple of questions if people have them. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Have you made a presentation to the Joint Transport Committee on your
We
option
have.
B?
We have.
Right, okay.
Our convener, Peter, has wished to talk more directly with your mayor, and we would still like to do that.
I mean, I guess to consider, given the time frame is pushed out and out and out and out, we
Why
should be
not?
thinking of
Why
alternatives.
not? Why not? You've got time to.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? If not, thank you very much, firstly, for your written submission and also for coming in and speaking to it and being available to answer questions.
Thank you.
So just next up, I've got Nikki Burkett, then Julie Catchpole, and then we've got Tita Ihu o Te Waka a Maui Māori Cultural Council, a number of whom are here, so we'll take them in that order. And then at that point, we might break briefly for a cup of tea, so we're now working through. Welcome, Nikki.
Hi, thank you for having me here. This is a little bit left field. I realise it wasn't in your plan, but I became aware that in Nelson's draft plan, there was a provision to investigate building an inclusive playground. We don't have an inclusive playground. Saxonsfield is the proposed place. Saxonsfield is a fantastic facility that we have. It's used by hundreds of people every day, walking, biking, picnicking, sports on the weekend, not even included. It's an amazing facility and it is contributed by both councils. So I just thought I'd come and have a chat and make you aware that we are proposing and investigating making an inclusive playground. Why we need an inclusive playground is that we have hundreds and hundreds of children in the region that cannot access any of our play spaces. They have one piece of equipment in Tahuna they can access, none in Sextons, none in Marco Street, one at Alioki. Actually, I found out by accident the other day. To have an inclusive space and inclusive equipment that every child, young person can have access to play, to have fun, to interact with their siblings, with their nanas, something wheelchair accessible, walker accessible, it would be magic. It would change so many lives. I work with, I coordinate a playgroup for preschoolers with disabilities. I've done it for 21 years. So I know that there are hundreds of families out there that don't go anywhere because they can't go anywhere. I have one family at the moment who has a 10-year-old wheelchair user who cannot move herself, a 7-year-old sibling with no disabilities, and a 3-year-old autistic sibling who's a runner, and there is not one place in Nelson that mother can take all 3 children and know that they are safe and they can all have fun. On my other hat is my daughter's 30 and she's in a wheelchair and we live by Sextons. And we have 3 grandchildren that we take over to the playground and she sits in her mobility scooter and watches them play. They call to her to come and play and she crawls through the bark to sit on a swing. Like it's not dignified. I think we can do better. I realise it's not on your radar. And I also know that there are joint committees. I think there's a new one. Quote me if I'm wrong. There's a joint venture between NCC and TDC, an accessibility for all forum, and their ambition is to ensure facilities and activities are inclusive. I think, I think we can do better for our young people, and our young adults and our families. And I think this would bring a huge amount of joy. And there's a huge amount of support out there for it. As I said, I live at Saxton, so I'm out there with my dogs and my daughter every day. And there's a lot of people out there, a lot of people from the rest home sitting, watching kids playing as well. I think it'll be really well used and hugely appreciated. Thank you for listening. Any
Thank
questions?
you, Nikki. And I think I am aware that this has been a topic of conversation, so I will come across to Brent / Joe to just comment on where it's at, because I think there is a joined up conversation happening. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So can I introduce you, Councillor Joe Ellis? So the reason it's ended up on Nelson City Council's long-term plan is because Councillor Ellis brought that concept to the joint committee.
Right.
So the joint committee is absolutely aware, and Councillor Ellis is championing that playground, and Councillor Davey has also got a big interest in that. So it is certainly on our joint Saxon Field committee.
Right. Good to know. I thought it would be, but I just wasn't aware. So thought I'd come and say hi.
okay, thank you very much, Nikki, for the presentation. And because it is part of that conversation, I'm sure it will be picked up through the balance of the process on the long-term plan. So thank you for taking your time coming in and submitting today.
Thank you.
So apologies to mate Shane and your team. So not here for but here for the item relating with Lee Manson in relation to the establishment of a regional community development agency. So I will come to you next, followed by Julie Catchpole and then Toby Beasley on behalf of the PSA. And that will get us to the point where we can break for a cup of tea. So apologies for the incorrect assumption. And I did wonder why Jane wasn't sitting there, but Shane, you're more than welcome anyway.
Kia ora. Ko Lee Manson tōku ingoa. Thank you for having us here today and giving us this opportunity to talk to our submission. So you would have seen the submission there supported by the 8 iwi of our region. In addition to the 4 purpose organisations listed in the submission, we have subsequently received written confirmation from the following 4 purpose organisations: Ka Mahi Trust, Project Divine Environmental Trust, St Mary's Preschool, Mohua Social Services, Wai Nelson, Maranga Rise Up, White House, Whenua Iti, and Volunteer Nelson. We are not asking Council to do anything that you have not already agreed to more than once. In 2020, Council committed itself to Te Tau Ihu intergenerational strategy together with the other 2 councils, the 8 iwi, and other stakeholders across the region. One of the actions in that strategy under strengthening our regional economy is to review and renew the NGO sector as a key contributor to our region's economy and well-being. The commitment to work collaboratively and progress the intergenerational strategy was reiterated through the signing of Together Te Tau Ihu by the 3 councils and 8 iwi late last year, with the vision to care for the health and well-being of the people and places of this region. Council's own vision, purpose, and priorities are all dependent on a strong for-purpose sector. Our agency, by the for-purpose sector, for the for-purpose sector, it's a lot of fours, has been created to respond to the call for the review and renew of the NGO sector, and more urgently to respond to a sector in crisis. The urgent need for sector support and collective action was again a very clear and strong theme that came through the 2023 Strengthening the Sector Survey and the community conversations we had with 41 for-purpose organisations across the region in February and March of this year. There is a perfect storm brewing in the sector. There's less funding, the cost of living is impacting not only on the cost of running a for-purpose organisation, but also resulting in an increasing need for people living here. There's increased complexity in running for-purpose organisations, a decrease and shift in volunteerism, which is impacting on our ability to deliver and on succession planning. And we have a government, the current central government, with unhelpful new priorities. But there is light in this tunnel, because we also heard there is an appetite for doing things differently. We have heard loud and clear that for the purpose organisations want support. They want to work together more, and they want to continue to do important work they do to make this an awesome place to live, play, and work. They're looking to this agency to support that. We are seeing for-purpose organisations struggling, and some are closing their doors, which you will be aware of. Without support, this will continue and may in fact pick up pace. we have an opportunity to act now before that happens, to not only support, but to grow and maximize the impact the sector can have. So our agency will ensure that we have a clear strategic direction for the sector. Our agency will ensure we're working together for purpose organizations, central, local government, iwi as well as business, to ensure that we have a strong, resilient and inclusive community. It will ensure collectively maximizing the impact we have for the resource that's available. So why are we standing here today or sitting here before you? We're asking council to step up, to demonstrate their commitment to the intergenerational strategy, the Together Te Tau Iho Agreement and the 4 Wellbeings, to reflect that commitment in the long-term plan and to demonstrate it through providing funding to support the activities of our regional agency in this district. We've put this call out to all councils across Te Tau Ihu to collectively support the agency. The $100,000 we are asking for from each of the councils per annum is a small contribution when compared to the funding that flows into sports, infrastructure, the arts and other economic development activities. This contribution to our agency will support hundreds of for-purpose organizations to build their capability, increase their capacity to face the sector's challenges, to collaborate and to build social cohesion and community resilience. So we are best placed to face the future, including responding to the next natural disaster. The funding contribution will be used to support for-purpose organizations in this district, to catalyze collaboration locally, and to support the regional activities and initiatives of this agency for the benefit of for-purpose organizations across Te Tau Ihu. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Lee. Open for questions, time for a couple. Or not. I take it, as you mentioned, you've submitted, so you were submitting to Nelson City or have already done so potentially, and to Marlborough.
Marlborough by
as
the
well.
16th of May. They've got a slightly longer timeframe.
Just in terms, so one question, I noted some of the commentary around, and I assume a lot of these entities or organisations fulfil roles that reflect central government's priorities, health, education, etc. Central government's contribution to the coordination of NGOs and partnership with?
So
Open question.
Absolutely. So currently $75,000 that has gone towards the establishment of the agency has come from DIA. We're in conversation with DIA and RATA to continue and increase the funding for the agency going forward.
Just a comment, Tim, kia ora, tātou. On behalf of the iwi who are providing a strategic overview of this initiative and are highly supportive of it. That money from DIA came from lotteries, which isn't technically government money. So just like to note that. But also in terms of the decisions around supporting the RCDA moving forward, and the lottery committee, regional one that chose to downgrade the initial application to a lower application for 1,400 community organisations. Otherwise outrageous. So that committee needs to have a good look at itself. So in terms of just supporting the application from a point of view, absolutely. Why? That we call for when things are tough in our communities, our community organisations, our firemen, our cancer societies, our Alzheimer's groups, we're all part of in some way or another. Our RDAs, they were in trouble and they need support in the hand. We help organise them, get them behaving in a way that allows them to be available to receive support and with confidence. And I do note that the regional economic and Nelson Economic Development Agency is also supporting and providing operational support now moving forward from Ali and that team. So, kia ora, happy to take any other questions.
Thanks, Shane. Any other questions? If not, thanks very much for coming in. Apologies for the wait and making your submission, as well as providing the comprehensive written submission as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have Julie Catchpole. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Julie Catchpole, then Toby Beasley, and then we're breaking briefly. So Julie, on behalf of the suitor, and Judy.
Thank you.
Welcome, Judy as well. You've probably followed the 5-minute thingy, so 5 minutes, submission being circulated and read. Over to you how you utilise that. If you want to add information, speak to your presentation, obviously, and then if you leave time for some questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. Yeah, how do I make this go forward? Thank you. Next slide. So one of our big concerns is generating and ensuring a sustainable future for the sector, which includes having sufficient operational funds to deliver services on and off site. Next slide, please. Challenges that are in front of us include some of our major operational grants that have had no increase over 9 to 10 years, which includes the one from TDC and the Ministry of Education. And of course, in that time, there's quite a lot of costs have increased. Next slide, please. Here's just a graphical presentation of some of those major expense areas. We didn't put personnel in here because it would have skewed the graph too much, but you can see on the blue columns are actual, and then the rate rises in costs. Next slide, please. Here's why. This is our expenses set out. This is what's in our statement of intent that's gone to the Nelson City Council, is because we're a CCO of them. Personnel is our biggest cost area. We only have 8 FTEs, and that hasn't changed over many, many years, but we are open 7 days a week. Next slide, please. This is just a presentation of some of those costs that have changed in the level that they've changed since 2014, when the grant was set from TDC for us at $87,000. And there's the Nelson City Council grant, which has actually increased over that time. Next slide, please. This is in our statement of intent supplied to the council as well, and this is our budgeted revenue, and yours is the green slice. Next slide, please. This is what we're trying to do ourselves to help our operational costs. We're trying to increase partner sponsors, generate more long-term benefactors, focus in this coming time on trying to obtain more grants and growing use of our different parts of our venue, including the theatre. And finally, of course, managing expenses. And one of those ways that we've been trying to manage expenses down is to close on more public holidays, which is a bit of a problem when you're running a tourist destination or visitor destination. Next slide, please. Small cartoon, hopefully, that sort of sums up the situation in the top corner. Our request is, could TDC please consider increasing the grant to the suitor from the 2024-25 financial year, i.e. the one we're just about to enter into, and adjust annually thereafter. Those other slides, images there is yours truly out at the library here the other day. There's one of our offsite services, and part of our art walk in Motueka on the bottom slide.
Oh, sure. Tasman Art Walk's been a great success, and I thank the councillors who have given so much support to those. And I'll just give you a rough idea of where we are now. It's a voluntary project. Gay and I have done it in our spare time, so it has taken a wee bit of time between vintages and grandchildren. But currently we have 11 artworks on the walls of Richmond, and there's one yet to be put up, so making a total of 12. Motueka, we've got 11 up. Motueka's been particularly successful, thank you. And Takaka, 7 are going up over the next month. And then we've got Murchison, which I've got 2 confirmed, but I'm hoping that Stuart can help me rustle up the other 3. That should totally be 5. It's been a hugely successful project and incredibly enjoyable. We thank Speedy Print for their work, and also for the support we've had. The community feedback is tremendous.
So if you can go out there and encourage other building owners, other people to get on board with the project.
Oh, yes,
We
and
can put
donations
more
are
out there.
welcome.
Donations already always gratefully received, I'm sure.
Always.
Utterly.
Thank you. So there is time for a question. Councillor Hill.
Thanks. When your revenue reduces or costs increase, what is it actually that starts not happening?
We start to consider not doing certain projects. We diminish things like our exhibitions, maybe just try and borrow things locally, put donation boxes out to just like that cartoon up there, where you have to trip over it to attend the event, which is otherwise would have been free. And try and look at any which way we can sort of reduce costs, but also do more fundraising, more creative ways to doing fundraising.
That's easy to say, but raising funds right now, as
It
everybody
is
will
hard.
know, is incredibly difficult.
Which is why so many people here are asking us for money.
That's right.
We are the default provider and for everything in times when everything else is difficult. Thank you very much both for coming in, for your written submission and also for coming in, speaking to it and being available to answer questions. So next up we've got Toby Beasley, and then we're breaking briefly for a cup of tea, and then we'll start with the last section of speakers, which will start with Michael Arbuckle.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Toby Tokuinga. I'm the organiser for the PSA, or one of the organisers for the PSA Public Services Association. I see I've got the slot of doom before you guys break, so hopefully there's still a bit of energy in the room. If you've read our submission, that will be pretty self-explanatory. I just wanted to talk to a couple of the points we've got there. For those of you who don't know who we are, the Public Services Association, the largest trade union in New Zealand, 75,000 members, including 10,000 members across local government. We represent 125 members approximately who work for Tasman District Council and its agencies, and we also represent hundreds of other members throughout other organisations through the region. All these members have a strong interest as residents of Tasman in the plan and its aspirations and intentions. Members employed by Tasman District Council, while they can interact directly with us, they have an additional interest in how the plan will affect their jobs, working conditions, and the important work they do for the benefit of their community. The first thing that we'd like to speak to is we're supportive of Plan A of Section 1 of the Financial Sustainability Proposal to continue to deliver current levels of service, respond to climate change, and invest in community facilities. We know the council wants to manage costs for ratepayers and deliver services efficiently, and we support that, but we don't support any cuts to library funding. The proposed cuts would reduce library resources by $500,000. We believe that's a short-sighted view, which would lead to a drastic cut in services and potentially a 4-day-per-week operation for libraries. This would have far-reaching impacts and exacerbate inequalities, reduce availability of books, limit access to technology, internet services, and programming. We've seen what increasing funding or facilities has done to Motueka's library and attendance there. So investment is what we're actually looking for in our local libraries. When public services are cut back or defunded, it's often the lowest income and most vulnerable people that suffer disproportionately. Some of the services facing cuts are the ones that make our communities resilient and connected. Libraries provide a forum for our community to flourish and provide access to services that can be expensive for pensioners and beneficiaries, like the internet, computers, and Wi-Fi. They're exactly what we need to respond to emergencies, such as extreme weather events, which are likely to increase. It's also worth pointing out that many services are so important that if the council cuts them now, it will need to bring them back eventually at a higher cost. Keeping employees, their institutional knowledge, and their organisational loyalty is vital to ensure that local government organisations can meet their responsibilities and continue to provide high levels of service to our communities. The second part we'd like to speak to is we do have, the PSA has an active pay equity claim to address gender-based pay undervaluation of library assistants working in New Zealand's 6 largest councils. which is a bit of a slow rolling project. It's been going since 2017. They're currently in the bargaining phase of the claim, and we're hopeful that that's going to be settled soon. Once the settlement is reached with the current 6 councils, discussions will need to be had with other councils on how to address the undervaluation for their library workers. We encourage Tasman District Council to ensure the long-term plan takes into consideration the potential need to fund pay increases for these workers in the future. It's important that the long-term plan accommodates fair pay and good working conditions for staff over time. That also means allocating enough resources and budgets to increase staff pay to keep up with the cost of living, making the council an attractive place to work. We support Tasman District Council's track record in paying the living wage. We encourage the council to seek accreditation as a living wage employer, joining at least 7 local government employers that are already accredited. Accreditation has an impact that goes beyond just the council in setting a benchmark for other local employers to follow. The PSA remain committed to working at all levels of government to ensure funding is adequate for the supply of social services. And as you'll know in the media, we're very active in advocating for increased funding of local government through central government mechanisms to support services that are vital to our local communities. Thank you for having me here to speak.
Thank you. There's 30 odd seconds. If there's a question, Councillor Murray.
Okay. Yeah, thank you through the mayor. So I just want to ask the question. So I get that don't cut services, which means higher rate increases, which means higher cost of living costs, but also a request for higher payment to your members, which are both on top of each other. So the compounding problem is, so what's your solution to meeting the extra costs of staff costs because the cost of living because of your proposal to support the high increases in rates?
Well, I think that
Just my final part is, outside of council, are you seeing similar pay increases for the rest of the rate paying base?
Can we use the mic, please? We're not hearing you.
Sorry. So outside of your membership and the wider community from the ratepayers across Tasman, are you seeing a 5% pay increase happening to mums and dads and the general community?
So you're talking about other sectors that we support. I mean, you'd be aware of some pay equity claims that are going through at the moment and for social workers and nurses, which is 20 to 30% in some cases, so much higher. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in, making your submission and being available for questions. So we'll break briefly, so 5 minutes, grab a cup or bring it back. And then the next up is Michael Arbour, 5 minutes. I'll give you a little ding at 4.5. And if you leave time for questions in the 5 minutes, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm here to talk on behalf of my wife and myself. We're trustee owners of a property on 60 Newdorf Road in the Mootery. The issue impacting us also impacts our next door neighbours on 88 Newdorf Road, and they've asked us to talk to them as well. We have a 10-hectare property. 4 hectares of that is in 400-year-old native bush, and that's protected by covenant and also in riparian plantings. We understand in the new revenue and expenditure policy that Wairua rates will be charged on capital value rather than on land value. That will increase our rates for river management from $150 to over $1,000. That's 700%. And fine, except for the fact that our property is not at risk from the river. Our property sits on a hill, at least 15 metres above the river plane, and indeed, if you calculate the amount of water that could flow past our property without touching it, you'd have to put about 5 Clutha rivers through there to do that. Our capital assets are not affected by that, and I think the policy states that that it's about protecting higher value capital assets, and indeed it's wrongly applied in our case. In practice, back in 2017, there was a big flood in the Moutere, you may recall, and the boundary of our property indeed did get some river work done to it. It didn't get any river work done on our side of the property because our property is on a ridge that is hard gravel. The river works were done to protect the hop farms on the silt plains next door. That is where the erosion risk is. So that underlines the poor and wrong application of the revenue policy to our property. And indeed, I'm not going into the policy itself, but do ask the council to consider exempting properties that are not affected in terms of their capital value from that rating scheme. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. It's a very specific submission, very clearly laid out in terms of your concerns and issues. Are there questions that people have? Okay. Councillor Hill.
Probably a question for our staff more really, but are you aware of other properties near you that would be affected similarly?
Yes, well, I talked to our next door neighbour at 88 Newdorf Road. Again, they've got a small toe of their property adjacent to the river, but their property sits way almost probably 500-600 metres up the hill back from the river. So it's affected exactly the same. Probably there are others, but I don't think many because it's an issue with the way the map's been drawn. It's a very narrow sort of area, and it kind of goes down the river plain edge, but captures some of the properties on the hill beside it as well.
Anything further? If not, thanks for the clear and concise submission and coming in and speaking to it today. Next up, Aaron Adcock. Welcome, Aaron.
Cool, thank you. I might get Gary to go first.
So there's three submissions in a row. So yeah, but Aaron, you're here.
I'll probably only speak. I'll just speak on one of them.
I won't start your time yet. So there are three submissions. So Aaron, Gary, and then Aaron on behalf of Kahatu Park. So and whichever order you'd like to take those, I'll work with that. So all right,
thank you. Thank you. I guess hopefully we'll catch you some time up by combining it. Mayor, honourable councillors, I'm sitting here today on behalf of Kahatu Park. Firstly, to thank the council for previous support in the early stages of getting the concept of Kahatu Park established, and with a plea for your future support with the inclusion of Kahatu Park in your long-term plans. Kahatu Park represents more than just a piece of land. It symbolises the epitome of community spirit, adventure and economic growth. As we navigate through the complexities of planning the district's future, which you're doing now, I think it's imperative you recognise the invaluable contribution Kahatu Park can make towards fostering a vibrant community and helping to sustain the local economy. This multifaceted motorsport and adventure tourism venue perfectly aligns with council vision of offering year-round attractions that will not only draw visitors from the South Island, but also invigorate local businesses and bolster the region's economy. Kahatu Park is more than just a motorsport venue. It's a space for diverse activities, catering for all age groups and interests, from the small beginnings which we have had going. We've got driver training and education, catering for youth, and then other activities catering for those at the other end of the ageing population. Accommodating the demand for recreational pursuits that are not accommodated elsewhere. So Kahatu Park stands ready to serve as a shared facility, enriching the lives of all Tasman District residents. However, the realisation of Kahari Park's full potential hinges on the unwavering support of both Tasman District and Nelson City Council. And we urge you to formally endorse the development of Kahari Park, not only to secure vital funding from other streams, but also to pave the way for essential infrastructure upgrades and facilities that the general public will get to use, which will ensure accessibility and inclusivity for all. By committing to include Kahari Park in your long-term plans, the TDC will not only demonstrate its commitment for supporting diverse sporting initiatives, but also pave the way for a brighter, more progressive future for our community. Kahari Park is not just asking for your support, it's asking for your partnership in creating a legacy that will endure for generations to come. In conclusion, I implore you as a council to stand with us and support Kahari Park, and together we can unlock its full potential and enrich the lives of residents and leave a long-lasting legacy for future generations. That's my bit. I think Aaron's got his now.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So just to carry on from Gary, well, as a board member of Kahari Park, I'm here to discuss a strategic partnership that sets the stage for continued growth and regional prosperity. Our previous collaboration on the Olivers Road Motueka Valley Highway intersection upgrade, which I'd like to thank you all again for the support there. Just as shows and as a testament to what we can achieve together. So originally that project was estimated at 760,000, and we completed this project under a public-private partnership for just 300,000. So this demonstrates the effectiveness and cost efficiency that we can achieve when working together towards a common goal. And it also emphasises the impact your contributions have on community initiatives. So currently our focus is on upgrading the access road to Kahari Park. We've proposed to manage this project under a similar public-private partnership agreement and leverage both public commitment and private efficiency. This project involves upgrading the first 600 metres of the gravel Kahari Park access road, which is named Olivers Road, and it's also situated within the council road reserve. So we estimate this upgrade cost to be just over $280,000, but we're not seeking that full 280 plus thousand, but we're requesting council support of 140,000, which is 49.5% of the upgrade cost, and believe this could potentially be funded through the transport budget under the rural development and road improvement line. So this road in is more than just a path to the park, it's a lifeline to future developments and activities. As we progress, will not only become a stimulant for our economy, but lead to permanent homes for local clubs and organisations who cannot find anything suitable at the moment. And so beyond that upgrade project for the access road, so we'd also like to see commitment to Kahari Park from the council to ensure we're included in future annual and long-term plans. So this sustained backing will provide the confidence to external parties and give us the platform to permanently establish on site and bring new activities and events to the region. So it's important to clarify that we're not asking council to fund large infrastructural assets like a sealed race circuit or a drag strip or luge or hospitality or commercial precincts. So these will be funded externally. Instead, our request is to support us in creating suitable public access areas and facilities that can be used and enjoyed by all. So we understand there may be some hesitancy to invest under the current economic climate. However, supporting these initiatives through a public-private partnership promises a return on investment that far exceeds what could be achieved alone, and this has been shown through our previous partnership. The Kahari Park team is keen to explore various ways to structure this support, which does not necessarily need to involve funding or finding ongoing funding. So this is where a partnership approach can create synergies and aim to align support with the current financial climate and council's position. Would look forward to engaging in these discussions as part of the ongoing hearing and deliberation processes. So in summary, your support will be crucial, not only for completing the road upgrade project, but establishing on-site and leveraging additional private investment for future projects. I want to be clear, you're not merely looking at funding a project, you're investing in the future of our community and positioning Tasman as a premier destination for sports and adventure tourism, as well as promoting our region as a place of economic opportunity. Thank you again for allowing me to present our vision, or us to present our vision as part of the long-term plan process today. We'll eagerly anticipate discussing your support and are excited about the potential future where Kahatu Park stands as a beacon for a Tasman region that is celebrated for its diverse range of sporting and adventure tourism activities. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron and Gary. So has that covered all three of your, so okay, so there is actually quite a bit of time for questions. So questions, Dan, and Councillor Shellcrest and then Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hey, just on the partnership agreement, is Nelson City what they're thinking, or are they in the position? Well, have they been offered a similar sort of deal as well?
Well, we have had not a lot from Nelson City, and I think that he harkens back to the days where there was a bit of animosity between the two councils. If it was in TDC's thing, Nelson City wasn't very keen, and so yeah, I guess if we can show we've got secure support from TDC, then that gives us some leverage to get something from Nelson City. But without TDC support, we haven't got much hope.
I'll just add to that, sorry, that yeah, we have put submissions into Nelson City and we're speaking there on Friday.
Thanks, Aaron. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. This may be on your website, or I don't know, I could do my research, I guess. Do you have some kind of strategic plan document just so that I could go to that and get a better understanding of kind of your long-term vision and how you hope to get there, etc.?
Yes, we've got a business plan set out and we'll be happy to get your details and send it through, or send it through.
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested in, because I just want to build my understanding really. So if you have, can I get it on your website or?
I don't think it's on the website.
Okay.
At this stage. There's some information and it goes over the concept plan and sort of where we've got to so far.
Well, if you're happy to provide your business case through to the council staff and they can send it if you want to. Yeah. Thank you.
Send something through.
Thank you. Councillor Kinnermont.
It's not a question, it's just a comment that, and I'm so very pleased to see a private-public partnership working, and it's probably attribute to your guys wanting to participate and be involved, and I think also from the staff as well. So just a big thanks from me.
No, that's
just a question, just in terms of the access. So the Olivers Road is on road reserve, so effectively public access so far. Then there's Rabbit Gully Road, or the next section is privately owned, but you have an easement over it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's about 5 kilometres from the intersection of the Mott Highway to the Kahatu Park entrance, and the first 600 metres is public road that hasn't been maintained at all by the TDC. It's currently got a half block culvert and one that's completely disappeared. We've done some work in there, re-gravelling and keeping the access up to half reasonable standard, but there is more work that could be done on that first 600 metres. The rest of the road was Crown Forest originally. Now the land will belong to the iwi, and that is leased to 141, and we have a legal right of way over that land.
And in terms of your legal right of way, to what extent does that enable public access? Obviously, you can access it as the landowner and
Yep, so in the consent that was granted, it ran through that issue, if you like, and gave us a set of conditions and I suppose requirements to upgrade the road that the forestry operator at the time was happy for public access. So one of those, for example, was widening it to 6 meters wide, so two-way traffic could pass.
so should the road be upgraded over time to a standard that is required by the consent, at that point, the public access is enabled. The two things are linked, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, yep, yeah. So at the moment we've got the ability, and I guess we've been using the car club have been using the park with Built a Track for 5 years, and they've been accessing it on the weekends. Access for 10 events a year like that has to go through a 141 access permit. And also we've obviously done quite a bit of work already to that road to improve it as much as we can, but it's a work in progress.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any further questions? If not, thanks both of you for coming in, for your written submission, for the work that you're doing, obviously, in terms of supporting actually quite a wide range of activities that take place in that area. Yeah, look forward to next steps. So thanks again. Next up, we have Ralph Bradley. Ralph? Yeah, he's here. Welcome, Ralph. So same story, 5 minutes. I'll give you a little ding at 4.5. If you want to leave some space for questions, please do so. Your submission would have been circulated and read, so there should be a good understanding of what it is that you are submitting on.
Kia ora. I note the TNF plan does not mention any protection of the natural night sky or any efforts to minimise light pollution. I speak on behalf of the Dark Sky Committee, its supporters, and various communities who wish to protect the night sky. My name's Ralph Bradley. Someone will no doubt refer me to the Nelson Tasman Land Management Manual to deal with the lighting issues. I'm aware that the only amendments made in 2020 lighting section were 2 spelling corrections. So that document in its present state is not and will not deliver less light pollution. The council received Reuben Patterson's report on future lighting in 2021, but as far as I know, it has not yet produced any action. We spoke to council on the 20th of July 2023 about the alarming 150% increase in light pollution at the Waiiti Dark Sky Park since 2020, which is internationally embarrassing. In the MOU agreement to establish the park signed in 2019, we agreed to monitor the light pollution of the area, and the TDC agreed to include policies that would protect the night sky status. To date, it has not, and only the TDC can stop it by introducing policies that will. We believe the environment management section of the 10-year plan must include light pollution mitigation measures and policies. We have an obligation under the Treaty of Waitangi to protect the night sky as part of the natural environment. We can reduce our carbon footprint by reducing outside lighting at night. We can save money by constructing and using less lighting. We can use softer amber 2200K lighting. Dark night skies are important for our health, our environment, including all fauna, our enjoyment, and for tourism. Half of life on Earth starts its day at sunset and needs the dark to live. We appeal urgently to the council to activate an environment management policy in the 10-year plan to reduce light pollution, save the environment, save our health, stop climate change or help stop climate change, reduce the carbon footprint, honour the treaty, save money. Most people are asking for it today, but we're appealing you to save money by putting up less lighting. Mandate less outdoor lighting, both public and private. Please act and help us save the Dark Sky Park and our night sky. Thank you.
Thanks, Ralph. There is time for questions. So, Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Are you able to say in what context the extra lighting has, or the increasing lighting has actually been put in? Is it in new subdivisions or is it in existing urban areas or where? Are you able to say that?
Well, it's very difficult for us to identify exactly where because it's come in over 4 years. But we're assuming that the whole development south, out through Berryfields and all the way out there with a lot of lighting and a lot of lighting down in the new industrial subdivision, that area, and also increased lighting, I think probably in subdivisions in Wakefield, Brightwater, have not helped. And while we can't identify exactly where all it's coming from, some of it will be sports grounds because they're lit up quite, for quite a good portion of the night. And there's no limit, I don't think, on when they have to switch the lights off, which can affect what we have out there. But yes, I'm sorry, we've driven around at night, we've seen a lot more lighting, but we don't exactly know which is causing us the problem. It's general, I think.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. When you're driving around having a look at night, have you seen developments that are doing this well?
The one development that I know of that has done it well is in Maisie's Road, that new subdivision off Maisie's Road, because all the street lights are in bollards that are only about this far off the ground and put all the light down on the footpath.
I don't know if you get over to Golden Bay too much, but the co-housing development over there seems to have done something quite well. I drive by and there's not a lot of light going on. I think things are triggered as people walk in, but it's certainly an area I have an interest in, and I'll follow up with what we do have in place and what we need to have in place to help.
Yeah, we need less and well shaded lighting. That's what we need, really. Yep. And I'm worried that the cat's out of the bag, How do we put it back in? We just really want to mitigate it if we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ralph.
I admire you all for being awake at this part of the day.
Thank you, Ralph. So next up, we've got Anna Negro. Or not, as the case may be. Tasman Youth Council. Welcome. So 5 minutes. I'll give you a little dinger if you're still talking after that. And if you want to leave a bit of time for questions, by all means do so.
Kia ora. Thank you all for your time. I'm Jack. This is Juliet. And we are from Te Kuni Here Taiohi, the Waimea Youth Council. And we represent the youth voice in our community. We're a group of committed young individuals who, alongside our coordinators, Ryan and Yulia, are completely dedicated to improving our community for the youth. You may have seen us at our Speak Up for Mental Health event last year or other council events. We're here now to propose a new project. Last year, we organized 2 surveys, one through Waimea College and the other through a community event. These surveys asked young people how we can best take action to better the community from their perspective. Our responses were clear and almost unanimous. Youth need a safe space that's inclusive, where they can hang out.
So currently, there are very few inside public seating spaces that are not owned by independent businesses. We believe that creating a safe, dedicated space where young people can socialise, do homework, and make new friends after school and on weekends would be beneficial. It is important to provide a space like this because we want to foster a community where everyone feels welcome and feel like they have a space to be with their peers and be with other people who understand them. This space would ideally be inside, be open after school and on weekends, and would even include a youth worker who can foster a positive culture. We want to bring our community together as part of the council's social wellbeing outcome is one of their, I think, their goal, and we believe that this would fall into that, and that creating somewhere where young people can form connections and find support among their peers is a step towards that goal. I think it would we've heard from Youth Voice, and that's our job, is to sit here and represent what the majority in our community want, and they have told us from several surveys, as Jack said, that they need somewhere where they can hang out, where they're not expected to buy something, which is fair enough because businesses own them independently, but somewhere where they feel safe and included and that they can have a positive connection with their community. And we hope you will support us with this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming in and speaking. So there's plenty of time for some questions. Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Kinnermont.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in this afternoon. It's really appreciated. I'm just wondering how do youth see a library, for example, the Richmond Library fulfilling the need that you have identified?
Yes, I definitely understand that it is a very vital place for youth in our community. However, there is a sort of underlying expectation that if you go to a library, you have to read, and not all youth love reading to that degree or feel like they want to go there and read. They just want somewhere to sit usually. And they've got a great young adult space at the library currently. It is simply that there needs to be somewhere there is an expectation to be doing something like reading, because some young people feel self-conscious about their ability and the fact that they may not enjoy reading. So it's important to find a space that is inclusive for everyone.
Councillor Kinnermont.
Thank you. I applaud both of you and your support staff as well. You're going to do very, very well in public speaking in the future. Congratulations. Where do you hang out now? Have you got any spot, or you just hang around anywhere?
Well, I think the mall is currently a big place because there's lots of shops there, and so it's a nice hub for people. And the library is obviously one of them for some young people. Any parks, so Washburn Gardens, and but I think mostly it'll be like just walking around town. And I think it's important because I know in places like Stoke, they've got Whanaki Youth, which has a small building there and a skate park, and they've got a sort of a space that's quite youth dedicated. And I feel like we feel it would be an important addition to our community to have a dedicated space in our community. Yeah.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, through something really short. Thank you. And it's probably a question for us. It would be great to see you back around this table because it's really refreshing to hear young people speaking on behalf of young people. So really encourage you where you can to get the Youth Council back on the table. Cool.
Any further questions? Time for a couple short.
Just very quickly, have you had discussions with the schools and what's their response been? And do they have areas within the school grounds that they would be able to use for this type of facility?
No, not at the moment. We At the moment, we haven't had any conversations with any schools about potential spaces where this could be. I think a problem with that would be that a lot of kids don't like being around school. They, yeah, students generally don't like a space that's regulated by a school. And this,
They're there for 6 hours a day already. They kind of don't want to spend any more time if they don't have to.
Yeah.
Nice try though, Joe. Just one last question from me. Do you see it being one place? The reason I asked the question is obviously we're a big, broad, spread out community. So two major areas, obviously Richmond and Motueka, but also Brightwater, Wakefield, and then you've got Murchison, Tapawera, and Golden Bay. Over the next 5 years, depending on decisions around the long-term plan, there's big investments going into Brightwater and Wakefield in terms of community space facilities, also in Motueka with the pool. So do you see it being one space, and if it is, where? Or is it possible that a number of spaces that might fulfill different needs of different communities?
Well, I think we would start off with what we would like to start off with one space and see how it works, because we're taking feedback to other surveys and we want to make it sure it is right for the majority of the youth, but it has the possibility, we want to have the possibility to grow and to adapt to the changing youth, because we are, always changing, the world is always changing. We want to make sure that it is constantly working for as many people as possible, and that may mean expanding, it may mean making more spaces, but currently our plan would be to build or create a space somewhere centrally in Richmond to begin with, and then we could see where it goes, see how it works, and what other possibilities there might be branching off from that in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. I just encourage you, notwithstanding the last point you just made about it being in Richmond, to engage with the groups that are looking at the facilities for Brightwater and Wakefield particularly, and just if you're involved in that process, then it may well be that you can influence the space that is created and the things that it can be used for. So I just encourage you to stay in contact with them as they look at developing those facilities as well as promoting the one in Richmond. So, yep.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I just applaud the council for your dedication to the voice of young people? I know Councillor Walker and Councillor Shellcrest are huge advocates for the voice of our young people and ensuring they have a safe space to be able to voice that. So I just applaud you when I work with full other councils to know that, I think you're the league leaders in that space. So it's appreciate the time for you two to be able to talk. So
Thanks, appreciate it. Councillor Greening, is this in relation to this submission?
Yeah, my question really is just in relation to whether there's been any contact with Zeal.New Zealand, and if they haven't, maybe it might be worth reaching out to that organisation.
Not at the moment, no.
Thanks for the suggestion.
So the answer was no and yes.
Well, thank you for the suggestion, and the sense of we might look at that, but we haven't currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
All good. Thanks both for coming in, for speaking and answering the questions extremely well, I'd have to say. So thank you for coming in and the support as well. So
thank you very much
cheers.
for your time.
Thank you for your time.
So now Anna Negro, I think, is here. Anna. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm getting confused between the Youth Council and you with the individual submission. How good. Welcome along.
Can I start?
You may.
Okay. Kia ora, I'm Anna, and I'm deeply honoured to address you today as the Wakefield Community Tour Library representative in unwavering support of the Waimea South Trust Hub project in Wakefield Village. As an integral part of the Wakefield community, we recognise the immense value that this new facility will bring our growing population. The Wakefield Community Tour Library has been dedicated to providing educational and recreational resources for families in our area for decades. We have recently secured another 2-year +1 lease renewal on the historical Wakefield Public Library building on Edward Street, which, thank you so much, it looks fabulous. You guys just did some major renovations for us, or for yourselves, but we like it and we're using it for now. This location is one of the few commercial buildings available in our buzzing village, and while we love the convenience this location provides us, we would also love to see more thriving business on our main street. The new hub facility will not only provide us with much needed space to expand our collection of toys, puzzles, and dress ups, but also offer a centralized location that is easily accessible and more visible to families who might be using other resources at the hub. Being a part of the Waimea South Trust Community Hub will allow us to collaborate with other community organizations, share resources, and create a more vibrant and connected community. We have just partnered with a new community initiative called Waiiti Workshop, which aims to create a space for local fixers, artists, creatives, and crafting groups to meet or run classes. This collaboration serves as the first proof of concept for the Waimea South Trust's vision of a multifunctional community facility. We firmly believe that the hub is essential for the continued growth and development of our community. We need a multifunctional facility that is purpose-built and works for all of us. Currently, Wakefield lacks space, not ambition. The need for this project is not just a want, it's a necessity. Recently, I was involved in organizing the Rural Resilience Expo at Higgins Heritage Park. We will be updating and strengthening our community response plan over the coming months, and it's imperative to highlight that this new facility would serve as our community's new emergency hub. The current facility falls short of meeting our needs and lacks adequacy in size, facilities, structural integrity, and location. With the looming threat of an AF8 and an increase in extreme weather events, it's essential that we as a community are prepared to face these challenges effectively together. The proposed hub will provide the infrastructure and resources necessary to ensure our collective resilience and readiness in times of crisis. In conclusion, I urge you each to consider the significance of this project, not just in terms of dollars and cents, but in terms of its potential to shape the fabric of our community for years to come. Let us seize this opportunity to invest in our future, to build a facility that not only meets our needs today, but paves the way for a brighter tomorrow. One last thing before we go into questions and comments is I would like to emphasize how much I love the new e-bus line number 6, and I can't wait to see its presence continue and grow with our community. Thank you. Kia ora.
That's not a bad effort, actually. You said 2 minutes 40, you got through it in 2 minutes 10, so you've done extremely well. So plenty of time for questions. Questions in relation to Anna's submission. Surely, Councillor McKenzie, you got a question.
I guess the question, Anna, might be, and I asked this question earlier on today, but it would be good to get another perspective. You know, the community is going to have to front up with a significant proportion of the money, somewhere between 20 and 30%. So, you know, based on, you know, all the groups that you're involved with, how do you think the community will go in actually doing the necessary fundraising to meet its contribution?
Look, there's always money out there for these kinds of projects, and I think our project is worthy of seeking these kinds of funds. There's Lotto Grant. I love the new grant website at the library as well. You can search through it. I don't see why we couldn't meet this. This is a need in the community, and I think other organizations with the funds to donate will recognize that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Give me, Brian.
Thank you, Anna. Just two things. One's actually a comment that the property manager did tell me the Toy Library building's just about good to go, so you should soon be back in there. But my question relates to, I think you were here when we heard from the Youth Council. Do you think there'll be a way that we can encompass them in the new Wakefield community facility?
Absolutely. One of our goals is to be cross generations. We have a diverse community in Wakefield in terms of age and even ethnicity to a point. And we want the community hub to be a home for all of them, especially our youth, because it's without the e-bus on the weekends, there's not really a way for the youth to get into town. So they need a place that they can be hanging out. Absolutely. I mean, there's been talks, the Toy Library's put in for a projector for a grant, so we'd love to do movie nights with the youth. We've just got some really great older children board games and puzzles. So I think, we'd love to involve the youth.
Wonderful. Thank
you. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for doing your submission and being available to answer questions. So good work. Well done. Next up, we've got Claire Parks, and then I think I may have detected the Skate Nelson Bays group come in, unless I'm very much mistaken. So you guys are up after that. Claire, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'm here to represent 88 Valley Rural Water Supply Committee. This submission has been put together by Andrew Fenimore, the chairman of the group. So to summarise, the 88 Valley Rural Water Committee seeks that the long-term plan retain the 88 Valley scheme as a rural water supply scheme, rather than changing its water source and joining it with the Brightwater Wakefield urban supply. The submission explains how and why we consider this as a better option than proposed under the draft Water Supply Activity Management Plan. The 88 Valley Rural Water Supply Committee is an advisory committee comprising users of the 88 Valley Rural Water Supply, one of 4 rural water supplies operated by TDC. There is 192 restricted rural connections that service farms and households along the Eastern Hills between 88 Valley and Wairoa Gorge. The scheme supplies over a distance of more than 15 k's solely by gravity, total of 541 units of water, each being 1,000 litres per day to individual storages on each property. The scheme began in 1981 as primarily a farmer-operated stock water and farm supply scheme, but it's now under the control of TDC and supplies potable water to households as well as to farms. The source is from a forested stream from the Park Stream, and the supply is chlorinated. We wish that the 88 Valley scheme to operate as a mixed-use rural water supply, because the drinking water acceptable solution for mixed-use rural water supplies allows for end-point treatment, water treatment at potable connections only. And this will help control escalating water supply costs. By our calculations, water supply costs have risen by compounding 16% per year since 2008. I can tell you that in the last 10 years, there's been 400% increase in the price per unit that we're paying. So this is forcing some users, especially non-potable ag water users, to leave the scheme, thereby loading costs onto remaining users. And I can vouch for myself and my partner, that we're in discussion of dropping 20 units this year because it has become unaffordable. But we probably won't lessen the amount of water we use, we'll just maximise the lesser number of units. The requirements of the drinking water acceptable solution for mixed-use rural water supplies issued by Te Mata ROI include that not more than 50% of the water supplied is used for domestic purposes, including drinking water. TD's last survey of 88 Valley scheme users in 2021 showed stock and ag water use was 65.7% of the total scheme usage. So therefore domestic was about 35% of the water used. In our case, over 95, probably 96% of our water is used for stock water. The committee made submissions on the water supply bill in 21 and on the draft acceptable solution for rural ag drinking water in 2022, and is pleased to see that our submissions on the latter, including the 50% threshold and more relaxed monitoring requirements on TDC, have largely been adopted in the current drinking water acceptable solution for mixed rural use water supplies. TDC's Waimea water strategy proposed to replace the current gravity water supply of the 88 Valley scheme with a pump supply from the Brightwater Wakefield reticulation, essentially turning the scheme north of Totara View water tanks into part of the urban reticulation. We understand there's been little progress with implementation, and as recently as our meeting in November 23, the committee has opposed this move and suggested a more elegant solution, which we outline below. The draft water supply which is part of the long-term plan, continues with the scheme. Dismemberment amalgamation proposal. Page 8 states that none of the rural water supplies that are ADWS, but this statement seems to be based on the draft acceptable solution, not the 2022 finalised acceptable solution, drinking water acceptable solution, mixed use rural water supplies. Page 8 incorrectly states that the majority of water from the 88 Valley scheme is used for domestic purposes. Page 22 states that the scheme is fully allocated, yet the upgrade proposal would not change this situation, as no upgrades and reticulation are proposed, as we understand. Rather, a change from the gravity supply to pumped, or water pumped to Torture View tanks. Among council's levels.
You're at like 6.5 minutes. So we have received the submission, and I think you've very clearly outlined the committee's position in terms of a preference to stay as a rural water scheme, acknowledging that if the council wants, I think, cut off Totes Review and the provision, you'd prefer the balance of the scheme to remain rural.
Absolutely.
So I think we're pretty clear from both the submission and what you've read today as to where the committee sits. So,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and speaking. So next up, we do have Skate Nelson Bays. So, well, Douglas, is it?
Yes.
Welcome. Speaking on behalf. So over to you. Again, submissions received. Councillors would have received it. So how you use the 5 minutes, over to you. Obviously, presentation to work through. And if you want to leave a bit of time for questions, then by all means do so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you everybody for this opportunity. I'm Douglas Jackson. I'm the president of Skate Nelson Bays. And let's see this. Yes, please. You can just skip the slide, please. At the bottom left, I think there's a little right. Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. So my clicker is working, by the way. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Douglas Jackson, and this has been short. So we're both from Skate Nelson Bays, and we're both proud members of the Lions Club of Nelson. If you look at the diagram on the right, you can also see that we are part of a bigger Lions international body, if you were not aware. And so in 2019, we informally started, but 2022, we became a charity, and that's when we joined the Lions. They helped us with that. So they gave us structure and helped us how to have regular meetings and so on. So we've got 6 board members and we've got 200 club members. So more about the project. So what we're aiming to do is build a $3 million skate park for the region. And it's going to be in a 3-phase rollout. So we'll do each section at a time, and then we'll reconsult. In 2023, we presented to the Saxon Field Committee, and the Circus Green has been signalled in the Saxon Field Development Plan. The way we will fund this is we're going to do 80% of the fundraising, and we expect council to do 20%, and that's 20% divided by the 2 councils, with Saxon being straddling the 2 councils. What that looks like, so all the values you see here you can divide by 2 for your council. So for the first year, which is this year, starting in June, July, when accepted by the LTP, $20,000 will be given for us to do our procurement and concept design. And then 25, 26, no funds will be used, where we'll be doing planning and fundraising. And then 480,000 in 26, 27, and another 480,000 for 27, 28. As we roll out the phases, those funds will become available, and we'll use them as we raise enough money to do them. Just an example of some other regions of what they're doing. So Gisborne is in 2023 built a $3 million skate park of 4,700 square meters.
And then Masterton did one for 1.3 million, but they resurfaced it. So it was an existing skate park that they then added concrete, and then they resurfaced some of the old parts. As you can see, these parks are quite a feature and doesn't necessarily need to be just a concrete jungle. It can be quite beautiful and an asset for the region. We did survey our community where we've asked we had 400 responses where we said, do they think of the skate parks offer the same facilities for users to become professionals compared to places like Christchurch, Queenstown, and Wanaka? And they said 86% of them said no. We also asked if there was an Olympic skate park, that how many days a week will they be there? And looking at the top bar and the two middle bars of 3 to 4 days and 5 to 6 days, more than 60% or almost 60, more than 60% of the people said they'll be there more 2 to 3 days a week, or 3 and more days a week. Sorry. And then another question: do you think the skate parks in the Tasman region are as good as other skate parks in New Zealand? This is just speaking in comparisons with other areas, and they said no, 89%. And our age range was about 50% under 18 and 50% over 18, which is quite interesting. Just a bit of news articles. So what a park like this will do. So the Gisborne Park they built allowed for nationals to happen there. So that brings in people from all around the country to your area. And during this post-cyclone in Gisborne, there was an article where all the kids, they didn't have electricity, so no internet. So that's where all the kids went to the skate park. And then also on the top right there, there's a 13-year-old Kiwi skater girl that is going to the Olympics, the next Olympics, and that girl could have come from Nelson, Tasman region. So this is the roadmap for the project. So what we've done already on the top left-hand side is we've got the land. So we've got the location already semi-secured. We've done a geotech surveying already that we funded for and got done to make sure that the soil is correct for a project like this, which it is. And we already engaged 3 skate park building companies for research that gave us the layout that I'm going to take you through here. So after the approval of the LTP, we'll start with the procurement. Is that 1 minute left or finished? All right. Procurement. So we're going to do our due diligence and select the company. Then they're going to hold our hands through this whole process because they've done it all the time and they work with council too. So they'll engage with the community with us. They'll then draw up the concept design based on what the community wants, the kids for, sorry. Then once we've got a concept design, we can start prospecting for possible funders. Then with the final design, we can do proper fundraising like Lions International Lotto Fund and actually approach companies. And then the first phase will be built. And then after the first phase, we'll review and then see whether the total design is still what the community wants and looking at the costs and then re-implement the same strategy. Thank you for your time.
Well, good. Thank you for the presentation. Time for a couple of very quick questions. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through, have you seen the feasibility for the preferred site on Saxonfield yet? I haven't. Has that been done? Has it been started?
Feasibility.
So there's a feasibility for the preferred site for the skate park you're talking about.
Yeah.
Have you had any contact with council officers? Has that started? Was it still in the process?
Not that I'm aware of. All we know from the location is just after the Saxton presentation.
Councillor Shellcrest.
Yeah, just a real quick one around the fundraising. I see you've got a relationship with Lions.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about that and the opportunities in that space?
So the Lions is willing to contribute 160,000, but it's a matching donate or grant that they give us, and then we have to match that with our own funding.
Yeah, and just one other thing, it's really good to see an amazing turnout of some of the skate crew here as well. So well done.
Thank you.
A quick yes or no. Does this project need a resource consent?
No. don't know. No. No, I know where you're going with this. and no. One last question is a skate park. Does that mean it's available? Is it just for skating, or does it, like a number of the other parks, is it for bikes, BMX, scooters?
It's for everybody, even disabled, and we are looking to also engage with disabled communities to see how we can make that more usable for them as well.
Yeah, I think that's a key point just in your presentation, just to ensure that, like, it's called skate park, and yeah, clearly that's actually much broader than just used for skating.
And it will be also built for all ranges of skill level
groups and ability.
Yeah. So you can move from very beginner to. We're also looking to do other things. I don't want to take so many more time, but to run classes, lessons, teaching people, and that's everything that we already do within our charity.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks for
Can I ask one more question? Can we maybe take a photo of us?
Yeah, you may. Yeah. You certainly may. Do you want to get all of your group in the photo? Because seeing as they've all taken the effort to come. So you can hop around in here if you like. Come into the middle and no.
Go on.
One, two, three, skate park. Skate park. Thank you.
Two to go. Yep. Righto. Next up, we've got Ian Sheaves on behalf of Wakatu Incorporation. Ian, if you'd like to come up the front, if you'd like to have your photo taken, by all means. If that would assist, always happy to oblige. So 5 minutes. Submission's been received and read. Note it's pretty comprehensive in terms of what it covers. So over to you how you want to use your 5 minutes. If you do want to leave some room for questions, then
sure,
leave some time.
Okay, thanks very much. And firstly, apologies from Carenza. She's not available to be here today. So if there's any, the matters I'm going to talk about are going to be primarily around the sort of technical elements and development work. So firstly, just thank you to the council staff for the hard work in putting the long-term plan together, and also the council for giving the opportunity to submit. I'll take the submission as read, but just bring out a few key points that perhaps we can just look at a little bit. The first question in the consultation document was around financial sustainability, and there was talk about option B with some savings there. They're looking at $58 per annum, or just over $1 per week of savings, which actually makes very little difference to any ratepayers, but in actual fact could have some real impacts on some of the elements of the community that rely on some of the services that the council supplies. The other point which was raised in there was around divestment of assets. A number of the councillors be aware that Wakatu is in litigation with the Crown, and that there is currently in place an agreement between the Crown and the council that no assets will be divested pending the outcome of that litigation. So we would just flag that as a consideration in case there's any in terms of any discussions about divestment of assets. I'd just like to raise some points about Motueka West and the IEF agreement. The councillors will be aware that Wakatu's entered into an agreement with the council and Kāinga Ora in order to supply 200 affordable houses in Motueka West. At time writing, there are a few consenting challenges. These could be addressed in our view as part of the LTP process and unstick those delays in there. There's the matter of non-vesting of land, which we had a workshop about probably 2 or 3 years ago now. We've committed millions of dollars to delivering this affordable housing project in an area of high housing need, using novel approach and maintaining affordability of service lands to housing providers. We understand that there may be a risk of a shortfall in road maintenance funding from Waka Kotahi, and it's been requested by TDC that Wakatu covers this. We have no part in the funding arrangements between TDC and Waka Kotahi, and we're reluctant to underwrite the council in this way. We'd request that TDC looks into the funding models going forward to cover any potential shortfall through normal funding processes. And we feel that this would be equitable and allow the matter to progress. The second point under the IEF project is the Grey Street extension. The upgrade of the Grey Street extension has been identified as a requirement for the full development of the project through the resource consent process. This roading upgrade will actually service a number of parcels of land. Will form one of the main access routes in the wider Motueka West development. It would be equitable and efficient to include these upgrade works in the long-term plan and then either fund them through the DC process or developers agreement so that costs are shared across the whole area rather than loaded onto the affordable housing development. The same really goes for the Whakarewa Street State Highway 60 intersection. Our view is that this is a matter for Waka Kotahi, and we call on TDC to reject any request from them for the developer to upgrade the state highway network. On a wider point in this project, we'd really like to thank the council and its officers for the support in this work. We've undertaken quite a commitment in this project to alleviate the housing challenges, and really have appreciated the input from the council to date on this. The second point I'd like to raise is around the climate change and resilience space. Wakatu fully supports the council's commitment to align with government commitments to reaching net zero carbon emissions by 2050. However, New Zealand's a small country with limited global impact on carbon emissions. We believe there should be a balanced approach between mitigation and adaptation, noting that there's a factor of a multiple of 10 times the budget for mitigation measures than for adaptation measures in long-term plan. Wakatu is of the view that only by acting together as a community over a long time frame will it be possible to build the necessary resistance required to protect and enhance the environment. We note that in a relatively short time frame, many of the district stormwater infrastructure has been enhanced to deal with higher intensity rainfall events. And if this continues over the next decades, the community will become increasingly resilient. Wakatu, along with Nelson City Council, TDC and the Whakarewa Trust have been engaged in, I'll just cut to the chase. There's I think $68 million over 10 years committed to climate change, and the same challenge I would put down to this council as I did to Nelson City Council a couple of hours ago, that by combining the funding as allocated for climate change mitigation and adaptation and putting it together through a climatorium mechanism, which we've raised before in this forum, we can access wider national, international funding and get a multiplier effect from that investment. Very quickly, I'd just like to talk about development and financial contributions policy. The increase in development contributions, in our view, are unsustainable. We've got new dwelling consents fallen by about 50% temporarily, but that will redress going forward. And we would see that it would be more sustainable to spread the development contribution costs over a longer period in order to make them more affordable, rather than exacerbate peaks and troughs in terms of in terms of funding availability. We'd also raise with regard to the Motueka wastewater treatment works. That is a significant undertaking to be funded out of DCs and out of rates, and we would encourage the council to look at some other delivery mechanisms and some external investment that might be available in order to contribute into that. And my very last point is about land use and sorry, about land use.
There's going to be no time for questions here.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good thing.
You've done this before then.
Yeah. So look, you'd be aware that changes in background level of contaminant soil cause considerable issues with the industry and introduce significant uncertainty and costs to developers. The changes were brought in to our knowledge at short notice and seemingly on the basis of the now repealed piece of legislation. We're looking at very small changes, but the implications of those changes are that it could add $50,000 or $60,000 to the building of a typical house in a subdivision. What we would recommend, particularly in light of the repealed NBE Act, is that the council takes a staged approach to end the introduction of any new clean fill levels and coordinates the timing of that with the introduction of new disposal facilities, and coordinates this work with industry to ensure that cost-effective measures can be adopted and as the changes are phased in. So those are the key points, and now question time.
Of which there is not time for any. However, look, it is a very comprehensive submission that contains a lot of detail. And again, you've spoken and added to some of those key points that you've seen. So I don't think there'll be any misunderstanding of what you're asking us to do and address. So it's already 9.5 minutes. I've extended my time quite significantly. So I know. Thank you, Ian. Thanks for coming in and speaking. Right, and last but by no means least, we have Jane Defoe speaking on behalf of Te Tau Ihu o Te Waka a Maui Māori Cultural Council. Hey. There you go. So welcome, Jane. 5 minutes. Submission being circulated, read, and I'll just summarise for us by council staff. So over to you how you'd like to use your 5 minutes. If you'd like to take the Ian approach and leave no time for questions, by all means do so. If you do want to have questions, leave a bit of time.
All right. Kia ora tātou. Noting today that we're here on behalf of Te Tau Ihu o Te Waka a Maui Māori Cultural Council, and Sonny with me is the chair. So, okay, let's see if we can get this beastie going. The kaupapa that sits in front of us is something that has been a moving feast for the last 5 years. Right. I'll have to attack it. Oh, it went. Okay, so I'll zip past that because that's very clear. This here is just a background of why it's called Kia Hukere Te Hoi. You can read that for yourself, and the reasons why we started on this journey. Te Matatini is the ultimate goal for us. It is the creme de la creme in Kapahaka. It is the senior pinnacle for the development of our tamariki, our little ones, right through secondary school to seniors. And so therefore it is extremely prestigious. That's just the governance structure, and I'll zip through that. So just focusing on last year, it was held in Tamaki Makaurau. That's just a breakdown from their economic impact report on what occurred for them. Next year in February is Aotea, and they are a similar region to us in size. So that will really give us a really good reflection of what we're faced in 2027. Oh, come on, you friendly thing. Okay, so some of the highlights, that's just to give you a breakdown in terms of those that attended, noting that this is after COVID. And therefore, those that usually travelled from overseas was a little bit down, solely because of, choices really that people make. This was the economic benefit to Tāmaki for the conference for last year. And that's just a brief breakdown. If you want more information in that space, we happily can supply it. The festival itself, that stage there is what comes with the festival. So it gets transported around the country. The reason we have Matatini is it's our turn, essentially. We've never ever hosted Matatini, just the same with primary and secondary. We've never hosted those either. And so we decided that we needed to start on that road for the benefit of our mokopuna and work our way through. So that's just an event structure that you can read at your leisure. Come on, friendly thing, got it. So Manakura was last year. So this is just a quick reflection. Cost us just under $1 million to host. And having said that, we had teams across City Council, even though it was at Trafalgar Centre. In TDC, then 23, there were 10 teams staying in this region for this year. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Nelson City Council had so many, and MDC had so many staying in their region. One of the highlights I think we need to remember is that all of these ones that travel, a lot of them have never travelled to the top of the south. So therefore there's an added incentive that they all want to come. The whole whānau. So that's what we're looking at. This is just an outline of what's coming up. And I just want to focus on, when this thing changes, there it is. No, yes. And I'll talk about secondaries that is coming up in June this year in a few minutes. So the expectations from Matatini of us is this. One is that we host them. What we do, and we have done already with Manakura and are about to do it again for Kapaaga Tuarua in June, is to uphold the mana of our rohe. And that isn't just us. That is us, that is iwi, that is whānau, that is all of you. And we have a responsibility to put our best foot forward in hosting our manuhiri that come into our space. And I have to say from Manakura, the feedback we got was amazing. They felt that it was the best ever. They were hosted the best way, they were fed the best, they were all of those things. And so we want to continue that model. And it will be the same for Matatini in 27. So in order to do that, we're looking at this point. There can be anywhere, I've got 45 kapahaka, well that was for primaries, there's 42 for secondaries. At the moment, Aotea I think's got 55 registered. Yes. So what it's going to be for us, we will know that probably in 12 months' time, when a number of we have taken place after Aotea to talk about what Matatini is going to look like going forward, because it is growing and it will outgrow regions because of capacity. The requirement for us to host is to find, it's between 350 and 400,000 is the fee for it to confirm that it's in this space. And that comes about hopefully with your help, with the other two councils' helps, plus the community, in order for us to host appropriately. That fee is not used by us, that goes to Matatini. We're going to have a volunteer workforce of over 300 in order to make the event possible. In Tamaki, they had 547 on the ground. They were all volunteers. And so there is a process around volunteers, just as we're doing for Kapaga Tuarua that's coming up, to train our volunteers to make it a successful event. And they all love it. So this one happens in June. Again, same thing. There are 45 teams, 42 teams coming. There are 14 here in TDC staying. So the impact is across the region. And our planning has been going on. We started on the kaupapa of all three of them 5 years ago, at least 5 years, no, 7 years ago, because COVID came in between. So at the end of this year, when Aotea hosts in February, we have to go up to pick up the Māori, the Wairua, the essence of the competition, to bring it back to Te Tauihu. And that is an amazing event just in itself to do that. The event itself, this one in June, as I said, we've got 42 teams. The tickets went on sale to the competitors 5 days ago, and some of the sessions are sold out already. So that tells you how many might be travelling with those groups over and above what is local. So the benefit, there is a huge economic growth benefit. It also increases the cultural capabilities and of the region and of our tamariki on the ground. You're not cutting me off. Yes. And the importance, because one of the other things, the question has been asked, what happened to that 34 million that Matatini got? That 34 million was tagged and is tagged over 2 years for for cultural development within regions. It's not tagged to these national events. So that's an important point to note. However, what we have out of it, we now have a coordinator on the ground to start developing regional events, wānanga for our young ones, well, for right across the board, to upskill them to aim for Matatini in 27. So, our request of you. We thank you first for funding a 0.5 TE of our Kaituitui Ahurea, which is shared with Nelson City Council. She is our feet on the ground and is working with us really diligently, although she is paid through Nelson City Council. Her work plan is set by us along with Pānia. The second I've already talked about is the contribution of the fee. The other one is, and what that financial support might look like going forward. We've put some figures up there, but anything is open and for discussion. Also to note, in 2020, when we started on this journey with the councils, the three mayors of our three councils across Aotearoa came together and totally supported the event. So for those that weren't here at that time, happy to send that letter to you. And that was with a meeting with Carl Ross, who's the CEO of Matatini. And they then wrote and to say that they supported the event coming into this region. The other part I need to say is that the event itself is not run by us. The event itself was run by Kapahanka Enterprises, which is the business arm of Matatini, who will come in and work with councils. And it won't be one council, it'll be all three councils to ensure that we can have a successful event. The location is still under discussion. And what that means is that we will be doing a presentation to Matatini probably in the next 6 months of what we believe is the best site. It then is up to Matatini, plus the information we supply them to make the final decision as to which venue is going to be hosting Matatini. The ones on the table at the moment are Trafalgar, Neil Park and Saxton. We did look at ones in Marlborough, but they didn't have the infrastructure around them to support the development. So open for questions. And don't cut me off.
With all that spare time you've got in your 15 minutes. Councillor Kinnermont.
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you, Jane, for the presentation.
Kia ora.
This is absolutely huge, isn't it? And you scared me when you told me that half of the North Island is coming to the top of the South Island. I presume you're talking to the transport people, the aeroplanes and the boats, that they need
Yes.
more boats and more planes and things.
If I give you an example on that, with secondaries, they've already done a deal with the Air New Zealand, and I think 3/4 of our group are coming in on that deal. Just to give you also an example, we've just one team alone that is performing. When they're rangatahi here on stage, we have 150 of their whānau flying in just for that session, because they come and support their kids. They won't be here for the whole week, but they're coming in just to support their kids. And so we have 42 groups on stage. Just think what that looks like, what's coming and going all week, and what that will, translate in the region. And that's confirmed already, so yeah.
Any further questions? If not, thank you for the comprehensive presentation and submission, and coming in and speaking
I'm going to
today.
cut you off. Sonny, do you want to say something?
Yep, by all means, if you want to add anything.
No, I think it's been covered adequately enough. I can see your faces. It's time to go home.
You do have the luxury of coming like right at the end of a very long day. That did get you an extra 5 minutes though, so yeah, that's all good.
Kia ora.
Righto, thank you. Thanks, Jane. Thanks for the presentation. And we will obviously further the conversation. Right, so just before you all pack up and run off, same thing as the lunch break. Are there things that have come up in the submissions post-lunch that people would like any further information about in terms of heading towards the deliberation part? A number of them were repeated, so a number of submitters spoke to similar themes from this morning, but there may have been things that came up that were new. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, both Mr. Verco and Lindblom referred to an issue with Richmond's sewage pump. So it'd be good to get an idea of what the story is there. And Mr. Garnett mentioned some wells in the area of benefit are not benefiting at all. So again, it'd be good to get some data on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Lease land, burn lease land.
Burn lease land in relation to the ability to lease it for high value uses and
Correct, yeah, and terms, and gravel extraction, Fulton Hogan, the issue they raised or didn't raise. And I guess Barry will talk about the area.
Yeah, just some feedback on how many other people's properties wouldn't actually necessarily fit under that increased rivers account. So we had Michael Buckle. I'm sure that though him and his neighbour will not be the only two that fit in the map that doesn't quite fit.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maru.
Thanks, Tim. Just clarification. So Ian made a statement that there was an agreement between council and the Crown. My understanding there was a letter between council and Wakatu. Correct. Okay, so
and there was an issue with Waku Katahi's funding, and that is now where the impasse exists. Okay. And I suspect we're going to have to try and address that through central government conversation. And there's not much more Wakatu can do. And I understand why they wouldn't want to step into the space of being Waku Katahi's.
And then the only other thing in terms of the 149 from Kohatu Park, the Matatini request for funding, and I think there was the healthy homes that are under budget. What percentage and impact does that have on if it was to be funded?
Yep. All right. All good. Thank you. Councillor Butler and Councillor Shellcrest and Councillor McKenzie.
Oh, it's about the progress of the or situation with the lighting policy as regards the night sky.
Yeah, so TEP, but yes.
Yes.
Yep,
yeah.
100%. Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Shellcrest.
The issue around the soils waste landfill.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've noted that from this morning. That is absolutely, it's a massive issue. I don't think people grasp quite how big. And I think Ian Sheav's point about if the legislation's been repealed, I was always understanding it was part of the NES, But if we've made a conscious council policy decision around this, we need to understand what that means and what role we've had in setting that up and whether we can adjust it without reference back to central government. So yeah, very good question. And it's been raised by quite a number of submitters. And actually, ironically, if you take Ian Sheaves' point, is more of an impact on section price than the development contributions.
Yeah, and my other one.
Yep.
Just clear parks with the 88 Valley Rural Water Supply. What, how does that play out?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure that'd be noted. Dwayne briefly and then Dan.
Sorry. The soils issue, hoping we can deal with that separately from the long-term plan, because it's not a long-term plan issue. Accepting you are requesting advice and information on it.
Yes and no. Yes, I understand it is separate from the long-term plan, but it is tied up with the whole development contributions, cost of development conversation. So I think there is a link. I think we need to understand very quickly what role we have in setting the rules, and because it's become apparent today that there is a lack of clarity over who's responsible for setting what part of that contaminated soil management process. So, Dan?
Was there confirmation about the land for the skate park? Was that something that?
I think that hopefully that can be clarified relatively simply, but yes, noted.
Sorry, what was
The land for the skate park in at Saxton.
There's funding for feasibility in this year, I think, for the preferred location.
Cool. Trinity.
Can we have confirmation whether we actually did commit to the regional development agency?
Which one?
The
NRDA or
No.
the one that was spoken about, the regional community agency?
Yep.
Yep. Yes. Yes, question, yes. Anything further? If not, thank you, everybody. It was an extremely long day. Slightly over time by the end, but by and large, thanks for everyone's relatively succinct questioning. And what's that? We didn't open with one, did we? Oh, right. I'll just close with Karakia before we wrap up. I can find it in my. Oh, we're continuing, aren't we?
Yeah, but that would be one that's done.
No, the start and end of the meeting, because it's effectively one long meeting. Righto, good luck in Golden Bay tomorrow, and I'll see everyone in Motueka on Friday.